like to pass the baton and what would you ask for them?
Хочу передати питання examples this is mine. Як навчитися так добре давати інтерв'ю?
Yeah, thank you so much for the quick chat and the relay will go on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Robbery in progress in the Diamond District.
There's nothing more I need to show.
Be advised, suspect is armed and extremely dangerous. All available units, please respond. There's a bank robbery in progress. Wait, now there's an armed robbery near the freeway. Assault downtown. And another bank. All available units. All available units. We're moving on your position. Come peacefully or face the consequences.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy and it's time for our relay interview. Our next guest is Twisted Minds Example. Hi Example.
Hello.
So Hakatori left you a question.
Як навчитися так добре давати інтерв'ю?
Any
So
words to it?
talented, I don't know.
So talented?
Yeah.
Any words
God
to it?
blessed.
God bless, okay. And do you feel any pressure coming into today?
No pressure.
No pressure. And was there anything you missed from home while being here?
Food.
Food, yeah, totally agree. And you could pick another player for the next relay interview. Who would it be and what would you ask them?
I will pick Sheila. Why is he so tall?
Why is he so tall? All right. Thanks for the interview and the relay goes on. Thank you.
Bye bye.
But 7-7 Olwo finds the dirtiest of angles. But he's got more. He looks for the first goal. He's got him. 7-7.
大家好，我是17战队的77。最初玩这个游戏印象最深刻的时候，就是当时这个游戏刚出来的时候吧，就是很火。然后家里的电脑玩不了，然后就只能去网吧里面去偷偷的玩。然后当时就印象很深刻吧，总是偷偷跑到网吧去玩这款游戏。对，当时这个游戏刚出来的时候，大家就想去尝试着玩一下嘛。所有人玩了之后，就全部都爱上了这款游戏。没有一瞬间吧，就是每天都想着什么时候能玩这款游戏，每天都想到这款游戏，就没有印象很深的一瞬间。一开始玩这款游戏的时候，就是抱着娱乐的心态嘛，然后发现自己总是单人吃鸡，然后打出来的压枪很厉害嘛，然后就觉得自己好像有一点天赋。当时想走职业这条路的时候，可能周围的人都不是很理解吧，然后不是很支持，然后我就想一点一点证明给他们看嘛，然后就去尝试了，就去试训了，然后慢慢的就证明给他们看我是能够走职业这条路的。我打职业以来最难忘的一个瞬间应该是2024年 PCL 秋季赛吧，当时在天霸战队夺得了联赛冠军，就是自己很开心吧，因为是我第一个大赛的冠军嘛，就 很多大大小小的比赛我参加过很多，我也打了很多年了，但是那是我第一个大赛的冠军嘛，所以印象深刻。也有压力，也有动力吧。保持自信的根源就是我觉得我对自己有自信，因为我觉得自己有实力能够来到17战队，并且17战队也愿意信任我，所以我还是有自信的。从 FPP 转换到 TPP 的话，我个人的话，那应该是就是多练习嘛，多练习，然后多习惯 TPP 视角嘛，因为毕竟 FPP 跟 TPP 在我看来是两种游戏，所以肯定是要多练习的，绝对不会改变的东西。这款游戏就是职业比赛上面从 FPP 变成 TPP 了，但是我觉得我不会改变的是，这个游戏是一个团队游戏，我应该就是我打法应该是不会改变的，就是要比较团队一点，因为我觉得这个游戏是团队游戏嘛，然后只有通过团队协作才能够赢下比赛。谢谢粉丝一直以来对我对17战队的支持，就是让我们一起期待明年的赛事和明年的17战队。我相信明年的17一定能够重回巅峰。
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner's stage. In Series 2, the winner's stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day Grand Final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the Grand Final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the Grand Final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the Grand Final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the Grand Final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams, but any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the grand final, and chicken dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
He say me Pablo.
Oh, Pablo?
Yeah, he say me Pablo.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy and we're back with our relay interview. Our next guest is S2G Sheila. Hi Sheila.
안녕하세요.
Oh, so good. An example left you a question.
Why is he so tall?
Aile yönetimden dolayı birazcık uzunum.
And do you feel any pressure coming in today?
No,
Oh, no pressure at all.
no, zero pressure.
Oh, yeah. Was there anything you missed from home while being here?
Yeah, food, Turkish food.
Food, Turkish food. And do you know any Korean phrases?
안녕하세요.
Oh.
감사합니다. 그치.
Kutsi.
Yeah.
So, and you could pass the baton to another player for the next interview. Who would it be and what would you like to ask?
Salute.
Salute.
Yeah,
So,
Janji salute.
what's the question?
Why he toxic?
Oh.
Because he say me Pablo.
Oh, Pablo?
Yeah, he say me Pablo.
So it's another Korean phrases you learned.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the interview and we're coming back.
What is mean Pablo? Like stupid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he say me Pablo.
Tên thật của mình là Lã Phước Tín Đạt, còn trong game của mình là Himat. PUBG mấy nghĩ em rất là xuất sắc. Nhờ game này mà em được biết đến khá là nhiều, cũng như là kiếm được tiền. Vô tình là em lướt trên mạng thì em thấy game này hay, thế là em chơi thử thôi. Có một anh rủ em chơi, thế là em theo tới bây giờ luôn. Thì tại em chưa giỏi game này nên là em sẽ giỏi game này đã em mới sẽ chơi game khác sau. Khi mình coi đây là một công việc vì mình vừa chơi game còn vừa tập luyện nữa nên là không mệt mỏi lắm. Mọi người hay gọi em là thế hệ mạng nhưng thực ra không phải đâu ạ. Mọi người đã học luyện tập theo em cho nên là chắc gọi em thế. Vì em chỉ một người bình thường thôi, em chỉ tập luyện chơi game hàng ngày thôi. Tại giải đấu BG3 thì em đi Thượng Hải mà cho nên là em nhuộm tóc kiểu cho vui thôi. Nhưng mà không ngờ thì tại giải đó thì em lại bắn bay cũng như là vô địch. Từ đó là mọi người cứ gọi em là con quỷ, trong khi tóc em bạc nữa cho nên là quỷ đồng bạc. Nhắc tới tên của em thì em cảm thấy bên đối phương sẽ sợ hơn một xíu. Trận đấu sâu sắc nhất có lẽ là tại giải đấu BG3 năm 2024 vừa rồi. Em đã có một pha club Newbie cũng như là Team Sonic, đội của em được vô vào chung kết. Thế là bọn em đã vô địch tại giải đó. Tại giải đấu đó là giải đấu đầu tiên mà Việt Nam vô địch. Thì sau đó là vào trong cánh gà thì ban tổ chức có thông báo là em được MVP. Thì lúc đó em rất là bỡ ngỡ, kiểu không hiểu sao mình được. Em cảm thấy rất là vui cũng như là tự hào. Sau chức vô địch đó thì mọi người cũng nhắn tin chúc mừng, cũng như ba mẹ em trên mạng xã hội thì cũng mọi người đã chúc mừng em rất nhiều. Em không nghĩ là bọn em có thể làm được như thế. Cảm ơn mọi người đã ủng hộ mình tại giải đấu BNC 2025. Đây là giải đấu mà team Việt Nam thành công nhất từ trước tới giờ. Cúp này là dành cho các bạn. Trải qua năm 2025 vừa rồi, mình nghĩ là có lẽ mình nói nhiều hơn. Trước năm đó thì mình chỉ tập trung mình bắn thôi. Còn năm nay thì mình đã tiến bộ như là mình nói, mình con tim nhiều hơn. Về vấn đề chơi game thi đấu thì em nghĩ là như thế không phù hợp. Bình thường em chỉ tập trung em bắn thôi thì em sẽ phát huy nhiều hơn. Còn mà em vừa nói vừa bắn thì em sẽ yếu hơn phần đó. Trước khi mà em quyết định em nói nhiều hơn á, thì em cũng nghĩ là nếu như mình nói nhiều hơn mình sẽ bắn được như trước thì sao. Thì em sẽ thử một lần. Nhưng mà sau khi lần thử tại năm nay thì em thấy không phù hợp lắm. Thì năm sau em quyết định thì em trở lại năm 2024 hơn. Việc thay đổi lối chơi em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ tập trung combat nhiều hơn thay vì bọn em sẽ đi bo. Kiểu thế mạnh của bọn em tại khu vực Á Bắc á, là FPV. Khi mà đổ qua TVP thì hơi khó cho khu vực của bọn em. Nếu như mà cần thời gian thì khu vực bọn em sẽ mạnh lại như FPV thôi. Thì em sẽ đi học hỏi cái tuyển thủ của Hàn. Tại vì Hàn là chơi TV rất là giỏi. Thì em sẽ học hỏi họ và em sẽ thay đổi dần dần. Trong năm 2026 tới thì với tư cách là một tuyển thủ, mình sẽ cho các bạn thấy là mình sẽ nâng cấp thêm một lần nữa. Thì mình cảm thấy rất là tự tin, hào hứng á. Mình muốn thử xem là TV này sẽ như thế nào. Sang năm 2026, mình sẽ hoàn thành nốt bộ sưu tập MVP của mình. Mình sẽ vô địch BNC và BGC và sẽ biến năm đó thành năm của bọn mình.
new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators, a new way to finish off your foes, and a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday-themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here. So rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hi guys, it's Bella here with the Relay interview, and today's guest is Salute. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. Well, Sheila had to say that he wanted you to take the next interview. He had a couple of questions. He wants to know
Why he toxic? He say me 바보.
and this is your chance to defend yourself.
뭐 그렇기 때문에 좀 S2G 선수들이랑은 좀 연이 없어서 좀 그런 식으로 친해져 보려고 그냥 장난스럽게 한번 그렇게 말했습니다.
I know a lot of the players here in the lobby, they are familiar with Korean culture, but if you, Salute, as an individual, had to recommend one thing from Korea to other players, what would it be?
일단 뭐 저의 이미지랑 어울리는 거 음식 추천인데 이렇게 비빔밥 참 맛있는 데 가면 맛있어가지고 추천드리고 싶습니다.
인정입니다. Before I let you go, I have to ask you, who do you want this relay interview to visit next?
일단 팔콘 코치의 건어를 선택하고 싶고 그 이유는 일단 사실 해외 대회 나가면 건어가 되게 적극적으로 다른 팀들과 소통하고 좀 그런 팀들 많이 도와주기 때문에 굉장히 책임감 있고 멋있는 코치라고 생각을 하기 때문에 선택하겠습니다.
꼭 전해드리도록 하겠습니다. What should I ask Gunner other than, telling him what you just said?
어떻게 그렇게 화를 다스리는지랑 그리고 어떻게 그런 책임감을 가질 수 있는지 궁금합니다.
Alright, thank you, Salute, for joining me. 감사합니다. 네, 건어 코치한테는 잘 전해드리도록 하겠습니다. Alright, 안녕.
Look at this Postal with 5 kills, still alive after doing so much damage.
Hello, I'm Poça. My name is Francisco Poçamai dos Santos. I went to PUBG after playing other FPS games, so when I started playing, I saw that I could be a good player. There is a lot of dynamics because the game isn't always the same. Every match is different. Moment when I started playing, I was so nervous playing, and I feel so adrenaline when the game is almost ending and the safe zone is getting smaller. This is a feeling that only PUBG makes me feel. Usually I'm very calm. When things get loud, I usually take a breath, and this helps me a lot. In the beginning, I was just playing casually, so I started playing solo when the game was released. In 2020, I think, I started playing with competitive players and getting better. This choice changed everything in my life. I have the opportunity that a few people have in their lives. Right now I'm living the dream. I am traveling and playing, and this is very important for me. I will say the last regional, the PAS 5 last year, that was a good tournament for me individually.
Hosa has been an absolute menace here so far in this game. 5 kills to his name.
So this year I have a new role in the team. I'm a support. I can see that I am always increasing and getting better and looking for evolution and be the best on this role. Now that the league is transitioning to TPP, I think that the casual players will have more interest to watch the competitive scene. I think we are confident, but we have to adapt to the meta. We are going to look to get better, so I have to think outside the box. For the fans, thank you for the support. I see you guys on 2026. I would like to reach a new level of achievements that I have never had. We will do our best. In 2026, I want to win both PNC and PGC, and I want to stand in the center of the victories. I want to face any changes and make 2026 my year.
Robbery in progress in the Diamond District.
There's nothing more I need to show.
Be advised, suspect is armed and extremely dangerous. All available units, please respond. There's a bank robbery in progress. Wait, now there's an armed robbery near the freeway. Assault downtown. And another bank. All available units. All available units. We're moving on your position. Come peacefully or face the consequences.
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day Grand Final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the Grand Final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the Grand Final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the Grand Final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the Grand Final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams, but any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the Grand Final, and chicken dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators, a new way to finish off your foes, and a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The great American ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here. So rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hi guys, it's Bella here with the relay interview, and today's guest is Salute. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. Well, Sheila had to say that he wanted you to take the next interview. He had a couple of questions. He wants to know
Why he toxic? He say me 바보.
and this is your chance to defend yourself.
뭐 그렇기 때문에 좀 S2G 선수들이랑은 좀 연이 없어서 좀 그런 식으로 친해져 보려고 그냥 장난스럽게 한번 그렇게 말했습니다.
I know a lot of the players here in the lobby, they are familiar with Korean culture, but if you, Salute, as an individual, had to recommend one thing from Korea to other players, what would it be?
일단 뭐 저의 이미지랑 어울리는 거 음식 추천인데 비빔밥 참 맛있는 데 가면 맛있어가지고 추천드리고 싶습니다.
인정입니다. Before I let you go, I have to ask you, who do you want this relay interview to visit next?
일단 팔콘 코치의 건어를 선택하고 싶고 그 이유는 일단 사실 해외 대회 나가면 건어가 되게 적극적으로 다른 팀들과 소통하고 좀 그런 팀들 많이 도와주기 때문에 굉장히 책임감 있고 멋있는 코치라고 생각을 하기 때문에 선택하겠습니다.
꼭 전해드리도록 하겠습니다. What should I ask Gunner other than, telling him what you just said?
어떻게 그렇게 화를 다스리는지랑 그리고 어떻게 그런 책임감을 가질 수 있는지 궁금합니다.
Alright, thank you, Salute, for joining me. 감사합니다. 네, 건어 코치한테는 잘 전해드리도록 하겠습니다. Alright, 안녕.
He say me
As Hackatory will get that knock on Shell. And with the final bullet in the chamber.
Мій героїнь нікнейм Хакаторі. Справді мене ще з дитинства вдохновляла кіберспорт. Брат показав шутери. З того часу мені подобається стрілятися. І от коли з'явився режим королевської битви, я от зайшов, мені дуже сподобався. Те, що я став кіберспортсменом, це дуже змінило моє життя. Я навіть не знаю, яким я став би. Так, я займаюся тим, що мені подобається, і я дуже щасливий. Моя найперша спогадка про PUBG. Напевно, мій перший топ-1. Я пам'ятаю, як зараз. Це було на Мірамарі в 2018 році. І так, це найяскравіша емоція. Я пам'ятаю, що я хотів досягнути топового рівня. І потім це переросло в більш професійний рівень. Найбільша емоція, мабуть, з PUBG Global Series 10 у цьому році. Це коли я вбив 1 з 4 17-х. Це найбільша емоція була.
Getting on Navi, but Hackatory aware of it, keeping him at base. Good peak shot. Really nice stuff from Hackatory.
У мене дуже багато знайомих, які мене підтримують, сім'я підтримує, і після цього моменту вони всі писали: красава, молодець. Минулий рік ми дуже грали добре міні-турніри в ТПП, і зараз наступний сезон переходить у ТПП уже основні турніри. Останні зміни, які були, насправді ніяк не вплинули на мій плейстайл. Напевно, що я нікого не буду крисити, завжди буду пушити. Дуже приємно, що фанати слідкують, і я б сказав, що мене мотивує показувати добру гру, бути в топі по статистиці. В майбутньому я б хотів би стати найтитулованішим гравцем у PUBG. На наступний сезон у нас більша ціль звикнути до TPP, і це все. Ми будемо показувати максимальний результат, і нові зміни – це лише краще. Слідкуйте, вболівайте. У 2026 році я хочу виграти PGC. Неважливо, які будуть зміни. Якщо я стану переможцем, це стане моїм роком.
Now it's just going to be seeing if they can step into the new angle. Neo on top, finds one, Park Pro finds the other. Cold all by himself, up on top.
안녕하십니까. 저는
Where do you win this? Tig sent the C4 in. Immediate peek and spray from Tig.
Hi, my name is James Gazen, aka Tiggleton. I think for the last 7 years, PUBG kind of has been my life. I moved away from my family. We travel a lot, play it every day with my teammates. I think you would be hard pressed to find a group of people that have spent more time together over the last 7 years than me and my teammates. The first time I ever played PUBG was expecting it to be very realistic, and in my very first match, this naked guy landed on a roof next to me, and I got a pistol, and I was like, he's dead. And he ran and jumped off the roof, and it fell 3 stories, landed on the ground, and kept running, and I was like, it's Superman. He just fell 3 stories off a building and his legs are fine, what? I ended up falling in love with it after that. For me, PUBG always gave me the most adrenaline. My very first couple games, I felt like I was gonna die in real life if I died in the game. At the very end of the game, I'd be shaking, my heart rate would be I guess I've just been chasing that feeling my entire career. I finished my high school and I got into
Welcome back to the final stage of PGS4. It's going to be 16 teams in the lobby, but only one walks away with this very trophy. The pressure is on and the teams are locked in, so here goes the final day of PGS4 final stage.
But here comes Virtus Pro now as 3. They might get to a heal off. If they don't descend, they might get... No way, are we getting heal off?
We might just.
Is he going to go with a shotgun and try and deny them?
I mean, Winder might drop down off the back with this one. Gets a little bit of damage done. Nixie's going to be the last one to go down. We are into a heal off potentially here. The first aid kit popped a little bit early there potentially. And Virtus Pro gets the win off of a heal off. It's a crazy game.
And made in Thailand as well. Really trying to bump on up.
We get to take it to the grassy pastures for match number 2. As you see, the Molotovs are going to do a lot of damage. They're going to get them low. The blue zone has arrived. That first one will get Correxy. Another one's going to go down to Baron. Jacob in perfect position. And VP, it might be asking a little bit too much. There you go. Myth will finally collapse and take the win.
Virtus Pro is on the warpath once again here, taking them all down. Oh my god.
Just one player up here for the boys on Myth. Lukaruk's alive similarly. There's a nade over towards the backside here. Scappy has one left in hand. Sends it towards the backside of the shack. VP, gargantuan effort to try and get that done, but Myth are looking like giants today.
No way, Myth! No way! Ferris here, it's all on him to try and do something at the moment, but the flash goes forwards. Ferris going up against Scappy. Scappy's been great so far, but he sees him in the back. But no, he turns around, Myth! It's a back-to-back for them! I can't believe they're able to get the win here. 71 points. Catching up with Twisted Minds. Catching up with the 4 Angry Men.
And a little bit of a pause as we listen in on Falcons. Perfectly set up to get a win here in match number 9.
Fly, Falcons, fly. They needed these points to put them in the hunt, and they have done it. There's that final elimination. Now they can turn their sights to Bean, who got 2 placement points and some kills out of incredible grenade play. Waits in the blue. The boom goes off. That'll be the end, and the Falcons fly to 79 points.
One more game, and the top of the leaderboards could not be closer.
Type? He's crazy! In with a C4, lets it roll across. It's a little slow. They're going to confirm the flush off the back of this, at least. So Genji will be down to 3.
They've got to take the fight. I mean, the thing is that if Twisted Minds wins this fight ahead of them in terms of points, that might just be it. If they actually win this, never mind everything else, the Panzerfaust goes forwards here, as now Perfectix is looking for an alternate angle. This could be deadly here for Twisted Minds. I don't think they fully realize what's at stake here. There's a nade right on top of him. And Twisted Minds is gone. And Myth might do it. Myth, they might be the champions here. Oh my god. Myth has just become champions. They've made memories. They've made gold. They are made in Thailand. Made in Thailand PGS4 champions. That does it for us. We'll see you next time for more PUBG action.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next.
Take me to the front line. Better get your head right. You ain't gonna take my pride away. Take me to the front line. Put me in the limelight. You ain't gonna take my shine away. Take my shine away.
In one of the closest finals since EWC last year, PGS4 did not disappoint. Made in Thailand is your current champions here for PGS, but now we run it all back. PGS5 has the players alive from Seoul, South Korea, to be able to bring you yet another extravaganza of PUBG action once again. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Colaris, and with me this time around, I've got Avenger with a fresh new do. We've got Porosaurus wearing a Hawaiian shirt, and we've got Matrim here joining us from a far distance, far away in a far-off galaxy. How are you doing, boys? Of course, Matrim, it's good to have you back here once again. A very shiny background you've got as well. I like it.
Yeah, just enjoying the vibes right now. Because for us, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. So, easing into it over here. You got to hang out still inside the dark, enjoy the vibes of everything before my eyes get burned by all the action we're about to see here.
Just like Falcons was burned in that last game. It was a tough one. No,
I set you up for it. No.
Too early. I'm sorry. It was a rough one. But Poro, of course, you were joining us last time around as well here. Are you expecting a back-to-back from Made in Thailand? That's my question to you.
Absolutely not. No, man. You got to be crazy to expect a back-to-back from anybody in this tournament. Like, every team, it seems, has found at least one moment to just absolutely blow up and shine. Fortunately for Made in Thailand, day 2 of the final stage last week was theirs, and they came home the winners, and impressive to say the least, for sure.
There's something missing here as we start off the day. Where's Martin's headphones gone? What's happened, Martin?
Oh my god, did we troll him so hard that he's not going to use the Princess Leia headphones anymore? No! Oh, come on, guys.
I caved to get proper production in ears for myself, so mode.
I'll try not to spit out my coffee. Lovely to have you here, Martin, once again. How did you enjoy PGS4? It was very close, obviously.
I mean, 6 teams in the top between just 11 points. It talks the story of how close it was, right? It was super exciting. I did not see Myth taking that home, but that was crazy. Again, it comes down to the last game, obviously, but still, there was moments where, okay, Myth, they actually pumped. It wasn't just a given. It wasn't just gifted to them.
Oh, the last day for them was insane, right? Of course, getting themselves so many podium finishes as well, Poro. If they could make the run back from this, I think that, again, a little bit of indication considering how close they were in PGS1, but now being able to make it happen amongst giants, let's be real about it, right? Obviously, you had Falcons up there, you had Twisted Minds up there, you had 4AM looking amazing up until running into T1 about 6 or 7 times. It was... tough.
Again, I mean, if I'm 4 a.m., I gotta wonder, what do I gotta do at this point? They held on to first place all the way to the final game in PGS1, lost it at the end to a tie to Petrichor Road. They hold it all the way to the last game this time, and they end up dropping down to what, 5th, I think. It was rough. It's rough, and and I feel bad for was it Shen that got the MVP, and he's sitting up there and he's just like, yeah, I'm really happy about all this, guys. I don't know if you can tell how just beside myself with happiness I it's brutal, but
they could still have done it.
Yeah,
I mean, down to the last game, right?
All the way to the last game, and then but there was, I think, going into the last game, there was 5 or 6 teams that had the shot, and that's again, credit to Myth and what they were able to put together on that final day. I think they averaged something like 13 points a game. It was an absolute blowout day for them. So it's going to be hard to run that back, though, Matt.
Oh, yeah. I mean, whenever we look at this, we've got a lot of dynamic stuff that's been happening at the top. We've been fans of Myth since they were Forest. Before they did the switch over, they were kind of on their own come up whenever we were watching them last year. It is, though, like you talked about, in this lobby going to be incredibly hard to get repeat performances. That's one of the reasons we talk up how absolutely amazing squads like Twisted Minds are that can reoccurringly get these types of victories, and how elusive it could be for squads like Falcons that had their perpetual curse last year of coming in third place.
Yes, that's true. That has technically happened. No, not many third places for Falcons so far. I'm excited about that. Here is, of course, our schedule, as we had our 5 days of PGS4 before. Now, bear in mind, PGS 5 and 6 are only 4 days because group stage doesn't have to be played. What happens in our winner stage is all 16 teams from that final in PGS4 go through into that winner stage, and we have our 8 teams in survival waiting for them later on down the line, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, coming in with this and how everything lined up last time around for PGS 1, 2, and 3, it obviously came down to, again, the wire. But here, it's going to be 1 week of, we remember how well Myth did, but we're going to remember a new finalist and a new champion on Sunday. And then we're going to come down to next week. And then everyone's kind of forgotten again, right? Because, sure, there's points on the board here, but there's double next weekend here. But it's all about that consistency and getting those points in.
And bear in mind, there's the advanced points on the line as well today. We'll take a look at that in a little bit's time, as of course $30,000 did go over towards Made in Thailand from the previous tournament, but this time around again we've reset the stage, so another $100,000 here up for grabs to be able to get them through. Surely, for my money, Poro, it's only a matter of time before this iteration of 4 a.m. takes one of these. It's just a case of when, where, how, who, why. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you look at historically, right, going back to PGS 1, PGS 2, usually, or not usually, but in that particular case, the teams that did really, really well in the final stage turned around the next week, got to winner stage, and they kind of underperformed a lot. But 4AM was not one of those teams. Like, they finished in second, they came in, and then they finished in third, I think 7 points out of first in winner stage. So they've got the consistency, they've got the formula. It's just a question of whether or not these 5 games are going to, give them a little bit of luck to go along with it, because you kind of need it in lobbies like this.
Right, it's a toughie, right? Only 5 games to be able to get through into the next stage, into the final stage. Otherwise, you're going down into survival. And for all of these teams as well, between circuits, they learned that number 1 on the PGS points will be directly invited to the PGC final. And so far, so good for T1 in number 1 Matchroom. They haven't won any of the PGSs so far, but their consistency across these has been strong, especially, I would say, in PGS4.
I mean, whenever we look at T1, that's always been the thing with them, right? Even whenever they were not necessarily the highest kill fragging squad, they always managed to find ways to be hyper consistent whenever the system's kind of bouncing around. And so T1, whenever we look at the strength of the squad, it's no surprise that we see them sitting there, but we do know the fact that we have squads like you're talking about, 4 Angry Men, of course, Twisted Minds, Falcons, Virtus Pro, that a lot of these squads that are going to be really trying to usurp position specifically in this one to try to get as many points as possible, as we're starting to move into that midpoint in the year once we get done with these next 2 weeks.
Do you think, Avenger, looking back at PGS4, obviously we had the mix-in on the final of having double takers. Do you think it changed much, or do you think it's par for the course for this lobby? They kind of know what they're getting themselves into.
Nah, I don't think we have enough sample size to determine that yet, right? It's when you have just 2 takers, it comes so much down to what's going on the day, mentality, and also circles are just so deciding here.
That's wild
at the moment. Yeah.
And of course, as we take a look at these point shifts here to see how Myth was able to get themselves going, T1 with a rocket up in that last game as well. Very important. And unfortunately for Twisted Minds, 4AM and Falcons in that last game, nothing went their way. It was brutal to watch for those 3 teams.
It's tough, man. Like 4AM, I think they got wiped. I think they were one of the first teams wiped, if I'm not mistaken. And then Falcons, we've seen the tweets, the replays of the quote fastest team wipe in PGS history. Like, they got grenaded and mortared into oblivion. But I mean, we were talking about it beforehand. Like, I don't really know if there's much they could have even done the spot that they were in that last game. Like, it was just always going to be a tough slog. But I mean, credit to the teams that came in the final game and managed to make the hop. But that was a huge drop in potential PGS points for both of those squads, 4AM and for Falcons. And when you got other region mates that are kind of relying on you and your success to make it into that EWC spot, like, it kind of hurts a little bit for sure.
Man, Shen takes over the kill leader across PGSs, which, yeah, honestly, coming in, a bit of a surprise for me. Obviously, Shen's fantastic, don't get me wrong. However, him as Hakatorin and Tian, who we obviously know has had some issues with being able to attend these first couple of PGSs, were way ahead of that position. So now for them to be taken over here, Martin, by Shen, great for him. But again, it does bring me back to what I asked Poro. When does 4AM finally solidify themselves as number one in one of these tournaments?
I mean, it was supposed to be last Sunday, James, but they had a 15-place 0 kills. That's what's happening, man. That's sadly, I think that could have been the one, right? I was like, when I was watching it, and I was thinking, okay, well, this is just Shen MVP, 4M winning it. Yeah, and then T1 goes out and does things like that, kills a third of the lobby. Yeah, unfortunate for 4M, but it could come to fruition. We've known Shen, throughout I think since Dubai to 2022, where it's just like this guy is just such a talented player that sometime he's going to do great things. And I feel like this is his year for sure.
I think so. It'll be interesting to see how obviously he kind of melds on the PNC team, because his country is actually not very well known for PUBG at all. So he'll definitely be the standout on that roster, no doubt. Matchroom, though, before we start things off here for today, which other teams do you have your eyes on coming into 5 that you think might have been able to kind of get their feet underneath them a little bit more here, being on the kind of Korean soil for just a little bit longer, being able to get situated?
All right, production, you said the fact that team to watch for today was Gen.G. Yeah, okay, I don't necessarily know if I'm going to follow up with that one, because Gen.G can be a little bit like back and forth, not necessarily consistent, but they are fun to watch, specifically when they get down to like 1 or 2 players. I don't know how it ends up being that way. But I think whenever we're looking at this and kind of what was going on, of course, Crazy Raccoon for me is really fun to watch. If you're into the underdog stories, not necessarily going to be rivaling up at the top of the leaderboard just quite yet, but it's a squad that we all know and is very, very fun to watch. Outside that, though, I am going to throw in another Korean squad in Supers. Supers is a squad that's just kind of underperforming for me right now, given the stats and what we can see come out of them. I just want to see them start to be a little bit more, I want to see them be less gun shy, because right now they are a squad that can absolutely unload on a team and not necessarily leaning into that as much as I think that they should be right now.
Gosh, we thought Blank last week was representing Korea strong. Now Matchroom's come in and been like, yeah, annyeonghaseyo, brothers. Let's get this going. That was, he really believes. And I can understand it, right? I think that for the most part, a lot of them have looked good. Gen.G technically has had some moments, but they've just been too sporadic in choice. How about yourself, Poro? What teams are you looking at?
I mean, I'm gonna sweep the reg out from under you guys, and I'm looking at Europe. So we came into PGS4. Look, we came into PGS4 group stages. You guys sucked. Like, it was straight up like not what we were expecting to see at all. But it seemed like that started to kind of go up as the longer you got more reps in, the more rusty you got adjusted to being in country, blah, blah, blah. So now that we're getting kind of halfway through, I'm expecting to see EMEA start ratcheting it up. Like, we need to see more from Navi. We need to see more from Vitality. Like, Twisted obviously is going to do Twisted, and VP I still think has underperformed, even though they did well.
Yeah, for a moment there, I was aghast, and then I remembered, yes, actually, it does take us a little while sometimes to actually get going. So that is fair, Martin, as we can see what we get done here.
Yeah, and I love that every time he says something, EMEA, he has to remember 25% of Falcons is EMEA now, right? So that's what we got to log in.
Okay, that's the reason, yeah.
That's why you all like Falcons now, I swear.
Right.
Was crazy good, though.
Yeah, you're right. The only reason. Anyway, let's check in on the Bella Dome for PGS5 to begin.
Hello, it's Bella, and welcome back, PUBG Esports fans. Well, before the dust has settled from PGS4, we are already back with the next chapter. Welcome to PGS5. Well, last time, just a week ago, the race went down to the wire, but it was Made in Thailand that clutched the final game with an explosive last match and kept the fans on the edge of their seats. Well, starting today, the stakes are even higher. The points earned here will serve as the definitive key to shaping the road to EWC and, of course, our final destination, PUBG Global Championship. And the excitement just keeps on building, because in just a month, from June 23rd to the 28th, the ultimate battle of the national pride, PUBG Nations Cup 2026, is happening right here in Seoul in our familiar Changchung Arena. But back to the present lobby, where the world's best have regrouped, and for some, it's about keeping the momentum alive. For others, This is their ultimate chance to bounce back. All right, well, here begins PUBG Global Series 5.
The 16 of the very best from across the world will line up and fire at one another live from Seoul, South Korea here to be able to claim PGS.
I mean, that's basically our entire lives, just trying to make sure that we have good teamwork from the moment we wake up to the moment we go to bed. Everything we do is like trying to make the team chemistry better. With every roster change comes a lot of responsibility and a lot of pressure, so I feel like it's really important to us to show that we can function with a different IGL and a different system. We're more determined than ever to win. We've done it before, and with this roster change, I feel like there's a new fire inside us.
딱히 제가 에이스라고 생각하진 않는데 그냥 팀 전체적으로 잘 하려고 계속 노력하고 있습니다. 점점 팀원들 폼이 다 올라오고 있는 것 같아서 BGS5에서는 충분히 더 올라온 모습 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다.
我是一个游戏方面稍微比较冲动的选手，然后会比较上头。 然后就是性格方面嘛，比较暴躁一些。我的目标一直都是拿冠军，想在 PGS5拿回属于我们之前的。
Right from the beginning of the day, they started in 10th, they're ending in 1st. It's an incredible win.
Myth has just become champions blank.
คิดว่าเราเล่นกันเป็นทีมได้ดีมากๆครับแล้วคอยเตือนข้อผิดพลาดให้กันและกันครับก็ถึงแม้ว่าครั้งนี้เราได้ แชมป์มานะครับผมก็ครั้งหน้าจะเป็นไงก็อยากให้รอติดตามกันนะครับผมทีมมิดใครได้ยินก็ต้องกลัวครับผม
Наша команда — это легенды PUBG. Мы хотим быть 300 Minds, как мы делали это в прошлые годы. Так что это все.
Ми заберемо всі поінти для перемоги. Під час гри ми покажемо, як складно нас стримувати.
Korea is good at fighting, and I trust on this. This type of confidence makes us together as a team. So in PGS5, I want better results.
A real strong team makes points even if it's hard game. We are gonna show you that we are not satisfied with just the one trophy.
Mình nghĩ là cả team đều cố gắng hết mình thôi. Bắn được bao nhiêu sẽ bắn, kiếm được nhiêu kiếm. Thì nếu như mà được bỏ điểm xa team sau thì càng tốt hơn. Tại bên cái năm lần này, tôi muốn mọi người thấy một hiểm mắt mạnh nhất có thể.
All right, once again, it's going to be a best of 5 to find out who moves through into the final. Guaranteed, it will be 8 teams moving through today, and those all important advance points, and those could have a potential factor on who is able to prevail. But one thing's for sure, Myth didn't need any of that, Martin, in PGS4. They were looking lights out in that last day.
Yeah, they're looking good. The consistency in the podiums, the consistency across the day was insane. That last day, it was something like 61 points. It's just insane to lock that in. Yeah, so it's good. Obviously, 26 points from the last game on T1. I'm really excited to see how these guys are going to be able to rack up and kind of come back into this one here. Obviously, it's just a repeat of the finals as it's our finalists coming in, but trying to get top 8 is in just a 5-set series here is going to be difficult.
And of course, as we look across, wait, did they go from T1 to 4 a.m. back to back? Oh my
I like
God.
it. They know what's
Poro,
up.
That's disgusting behavior from production.
Disrespectful. Disrespectful. Hey, look, it's been a non-stop match. So if at 4 a.m. is gonna make that jump and make that leap, become the top team, they're gonna have to deal with this T1 issue, and they probably should do it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, there was legit, when I review the VODs, there was like 6 big important fights, and 4am won one of them, and it was on the Rondo, I believe, during all of that stuff. Twisted Minds as well, giving us some looks here and there alongside Falcon's Matrim. For the West, there is definitely hope, right? Technically, EMEA has 2 PGSs this year under their belt. Twisted Minds came also very close to winning this last one.
I mean, dude, it's Twisted Minds. What else do you want to say about this? This is a squad that we know can perform. We know that they can win. I have eyes on them at least picking up one of these, but at the same time, we do also know that Twisted starts the year a little bit slow, so no big scary thing that can happen. But
He's on
what's
the circles.
science?
Do they like Falcons jerseys so much?
I thought that when I first saw it.
Stop.
It is weird that Cerberus has green in their jersey.
I know.
No?
Like, what's up with that? Where else is green in their logo?
Yeah, I don't know. An interesting one. But anyway, I mean, hey, they're in this winner stage. They were able to make it through into the final when we had our doubts about them in the Circuit 1, but they were able to disprove some of those doubts. But anyway, it is time to get into our first game of PGS 5 as we head to Erangel, it's going to be Poro and Matrim to bring you all of the action. Yeah.
All right, game 1 time. Overtalk done. It's time to just put the pedal to the metal. Figure out how much you can get because top 8 go on, and you've only got 5 games to get it all, Poro.
Yeah. No, we're really excited about this, though. As you said, I mean, it's 5 games, right? It's like we've seen how stressful this can be. And when you've got the final stages on the line already, you've got those advantage points that you're going to go into the stage with. Every single kill, every single knock needs to be flushed. You need to make sure you go out of your way to secure every single point because you just don't know how close it's going to be when you get to that final game. You don't want to have to be leaving it to that final game, Matt.
Just giving a little bit of a refresher from what happened in the finals with the squads that we've got in here. So drops should be pretty clear, nothing too scary, especially given the playing path. Pretty much up next to Kameshki, coming down next to Primorsk. So eyes away from military. Safer drops for most of these teams, but could see in a couple of extended drops. Just try to get some space as we move out. Nothing too spicy off the start. Instead, it's going to be a little bit of a slow roll, and that's not too surprising, given the fact that first game, everybody wants to try to come in with a decent point total. Going to be a little bit more on, I guess, the hesitant side to go for action.
It doesn't look like we're going to see any teams running too close to each other on the vehicle drops, which was indeed an issue in the past. But it looks like they're going to avoid all that for the most part here. No hard alternative drops having to really be taken. It seems like we're going to go over towards that southeastern side, which has been seeing a lot of love here, man. I feel like we've seen so many circles kind of end over here. I remember the most distinct one I remember is the one that ended over by Prison.
Yeah, I mean, Prison at least has a lot of the cover on the hillsides, and you can end up with a lot of different mini arenas over there. If you go more north of that, around Mansion, that area, it's going to be so open, so hard to deal with. Of course, we've got Yasnaya, the hills down to the southwest. But then if we go really far down to the south, we do have the bridge bait that's sitting there. And every single time I see a circle like this, I get nervous that we could end up with the center back on multiple times for the bridge because those are just so hard to play around.
And that's been the other story, hasn't it? Is these hard shifts that we've been seeing so often. They've just been kind of taking what looked like it might have been easy games and turning them into absolute shows with an adjective. But I mean, this being one of them, this was kind of the last time I think we were on Erangel. We saw VP just get absolutely held out by Myth. And this was kind of, this was when Myth was really starting to put things together here. I think this might have been their second win, but that's when it started feeling like, okay, they might have something.
Well, it's interesting because we've seen bunkers a couple of times now, and it felt like we kind of moved away from bunkers, but over the last couple of international weeks that we've had, we kind of keep pulling back down into that direction. And it's made it to where it's a lot more dicey whenever we go into military base because we often got the pull that was over into the hills that could provide a lot more space for a lot more teams. But for me, it's just been mortars and explosions. The way that squads are starting to learn to play around this and the destructible environments is just making this so much more brutal.
It is, but it's making it more interesting too. And it's kind of given opportunities to a lot of teams like that, you know, in other situations or in the past you would see and you just have no shot, right? Like you're just kind of like, okay, well, this is salvage point city at this point. Like we have no shot. Well, now if you can work your way into a little bit of cover, make yourself a little bit of cover, you might have a decent opportunity for the late game. And it also makes it to where you can be down to a duo and still get all the way to the end game and you've still got a decent shot.
Well, we haven't seen that, right? Like, when there are a couple of games, of course, whenever like, I don't know, the Falcons. Oh, hey, Na'Vi, Boostic finding out Draft King. Should be able to pick that one up pretty easy. And this is going to be right on the edge of that bridge that I was a bit worried about. Crazy Raccoon's going to be on the other side of that, kind of keeping an eye on what's going to be going on. So, Rotate's going to continue going on for Furia. They're going to move into the northern area, maybe having a couple of their players lean into that lumberyard positioning, but Shrimsy's already up there.
Man, you hate to see that for Furia too, right? Like this is a circle that they should do well in, like they've done well in this circle in the past. I think this was a game 1 circle from the last finals, and they fought their way all the way to the very end with 4 up, but now they just take a little bit too long looting up and get a little bit cavalier. And Navi, for their part, very quick on the rotation, and Boostic being an opportunistic player as we come to expect. So maybe this could be a Navi turn up. We'll see.
We're due one, right? This is a squad that they can frag out. And that's the thing about it. In circles like this, where you get very chaotic shifts that could potentially happen, your fragging squad, specifically that can roam around edge really efficiently, should be heavily rewarded. But there's been a lot of modifications people got to make, dealing with all the destructible environments and the dips and the way that people can play around it. So it has stalled out some of our fragging squads a little bit. Death Road also looks like it's getting a little bit of attention from Petrichor Road.
Yeah, they're holding up right now as T1 is kind of making their way through. This is right around the area that T1 started having a really big glow up during our grand finals. They were just cleaning house on the top. So we know that they know their way around this area, but Petrichor Road in a nice split, Matt, and it seems like they are very much aware of exactly where all the T1 players are. Well, a few shots will slow down T1. Actually, it looks like they wanted to take a piece. Okay, I-26 V6 will find the knock onto Heather, but immediately traded down by Type, and he will flush that out as well. We'll see if they can get the revive onto Heather, but Petrichor Road still in that split, Matt. They are in good position to take advantage.
Petrichor Road on the northern side of the hill means that there is a little bit of a dip keeping the down player alive right now for T1. Shots come out, do connect a little bit, but don't get the knock. Instead, it looks like it's going to be a reposition or a reconfigure. Prepping for Petrichor Road, but Ming Ming spots out end. And that's going to get another knock, and it looks like the center of T1 is starting to collapse. Type's trying to get over there for cover.
This is great work by Ming Ming to be able to hold Petrichor Road in this. As the end looks like he's going to bleed out. Grenade will come through, but it's not going to find the mark. Nice one from Type, will land right on the vehicle, force them down, but Petrichor Road still just repositioning, rallying here around T1, and they got a third party that's going to come in here at some point. The Expendables are starting to make their way in from the west.
The longer this goes on, the more and more people are going to get involved. Don't forget that this is very vulnerable down into farm position. Nobody down there quite looking this direction just yet, but we've got Anyone's Legends VP over there. There we go. Now it's going to be a little bit more involvement as Calorius is going to spot out, take down Ming Ming.
And that's the problem when you stick around for these fights for too long. You have to be expecting that third or fourth party to come. You have to have that stopwatch in your head that says, okay, we've been doing this for about 30 seconds to a minute. People are going to be hearing this, and they're going to come and try to third party. So we've got to reposition and make our way in. Unfortunately for Petrichor Road, they lose one in the process, but T1 able to reset.
At least get one of their players back up, and Petrichor Road's going to shimmy down, find themselves this nice little compound. Looks like the Expendables in their late approach doesn't want to go too crazy down the hillside. A couple other friends also now starting to get involved, specifically over to the east. It looks like supers are starting to set up over here. A lot of the violence actually happening on the more empty side in the northern section of Death Road, but there is still one player that's been left back behind by Cerberus to kind of keep an eye on what's going on with Falcons. This is more along that lumberyard hillside area, so it's starting to be a little bit more dicey. Remember, Falcons just came over from Milta. They just ran up the top of the hill. They're running the 2-2 split that's very, very strong to give you a lot of control over the territory here. And I feel like that's why we're seeing so much action into the west, Poro, because nobody's wanting to push into lumberyard, assuming it's so defended already.
Yeah, nobody wants to just yet. And you worry about that hard shift, right? That's got to be kind of weighing heavy in your mind as we see Team Liquid all the way up in the north, and they might be doing a little camp here, Matt. I think they maybe saw Twisted Minds vehicles off in the distance, and maybe they're positioning themselves, but it looks like they're back on the move once again. So both teams maybe avoiding the fight early on here.
Yeah, it looks like Team Liquid, you're talking about, maybe he's trying to scout this out, but they might have just decided to hop in vehicles a bit too early, already realized, jumps back out, waiting. They're going to let probably the first section of it. No, they just want blood. They're going to go after the first person that they see. Lou takes some damage, sends him out to the coast, and does cost a vehicle for Twisted Minds. Well, doesn't get the down. Losing a vehicle early at this stage has massive ramifications.
And the other two players for Team Liquid that were a little bit closer to the circle have come back. So they are now fully taking on this fight. It looks like Twisted Minds are going to go ahead and regroup. They've got the BRDM, so they've got plenty of time to work around this. And I think Team Liquid may be seeing that, realizing, okay, let's not stick around too long for this. We don't maybe have a Panzerfaust, or maybe we could just get a better position. Keep an eye on them.
Well, that's what you want to do with these run and gun trap fights, right? You just want to see if you can get any damage, anything that you can get at all. Sure, a knock would be great, but still, losing a vehicle, slowing down the pacing of Twisted Minds now means the fact that you have an inside track to maybe try to catch them again. Keep setting up new positions because there's not a lot of ways to rotate around this, given the fact that the circle falls right along the river over there into the northwest. So Team Liquid now is forcing Twisted to play a little bit more bridge-sided than Twisted was wanting to play. Fortunately for Twisted, though, nobody's playing over there as the circle does go pretty centered around Lumberyard.
Yeah, right dead center on Lumberyard, so Falcons will be happy. As you can see, T1's type off of Pachinki. He's going to go ahead and get that revive off and get their fallen member EN back. So T1 should be back up to full strength as we check in with Gen G, doing a little scouting in the skies with Mr. D, playing on that south side. Now, Na'Vi, after getting that knock on a Furia, they've really still been sticking around just on the north part of this eastern bridge. Crazy Raccoon now finally having to make their way across. So we'll keep an eye down here on the south. It might get start getting lit up here pretty soon.
North side around prison is just squads having to send it in. Petrichor Road already losing out. All of their players going to go down in 16th. Falcons going to spot out the rotate coming up from 4 Angry Men on the other side. Trying to see if maybe they can get anybody away from it. Nade's going to go out. It gets pretty close, but just enough time for 4 Angry Men to get away.
And you can see Falcons, like, they're not pressing any further down here. They're just going to play along their ridge lines. They're setting themselves up a nice little fortification here just on that western side of logging camp. So they'll send grenades, they'll send shots, but don't expect them to push into 4 a.m. They're going to actually wait and see if maybe 4 a.m. gets pushed from behind, and maybe they can get a better angle on them.
Myth doesn't look too invested into making a push just yet. Cerberus is going to be to the east of what we're watching right now in a very wide split. With Falcons regrouping a bit more, that means that Cerberus is taking over Lumberyard, leading all the way into Pride Rock on Prison. So the high ground definitely belonging to them, and any firefight that goes on can very quickly be pounced on. As you can see, 4 Angry Men wanting to make sure that they come into this as clean as possible. They don't want to risk losing anything. Down to the south, we do have Yuyon taking a couple of shots from Na'Vi, but no real big fortifications coming in on the defense of that southern bridge.
Yeah, it looks like Team Liquid and Twisted Mind still making their way in from the north, as Ian will get back into the lobby. We'll go rejoin his team. Curious to see how aggressive 4AM decides to be here. You can see them slowly creeping up to this sniper tower using those smokes. But after not finding anything, we'll see if they want to keep going or if they're just going to decide to stop down here. It looks like that might be the call.
Team Liquid with their stop out around Alamo, not in the circle yet. But no big rush on getting into the circle just quite yet either, because it's so close, it's going to be pretty open. There's no surprise that they need to stop for a second, kind of scout out. Remember that they did bump into Twisted. Twisted's kind of jockeying around heaven right now, so Team Liquid still has some vision on them, and this is going to not necessarily be too hard for Twisted, but if they make the wrong approach, It will be extremely punishable.
There you go, that opening knock there from 4AM onto Falcons. We'll see if they decide to be a little bit more aggressive now, as, they might not be. They're not going to get a chance to. It looks like Myth finally decided to make their way up hill and are third partying. So Baron going to be the tip of the spear there from Myth, as Falcons will try to reset and see if they can maybe get Gustav back. He's got a nice little foxhole dug out for himself.
I mean, he's essentially mining down to the core of the earth right now, so there should be a chance for Rez. 4 Angry Men is regrouping quite close. It's just a matter of if Falcons want to take the risk with it, and it is going to be Shrimsy, the guy getting over there, trying to throw a couple of nades out to install. Good nade, get some damage, and that should give them time to get the res.
Oh my goodness. That looked like it was going to be deadly, but 4AM able to go ahead and reset as Gustav's back on his feet. The circle will shift off to the north, but that's actually good news for pretty much everybody, except for those teams on the south, Na'Vi, Gen G. Crazy Raccoons VP already on the move, so the south side got a bit pretty violent, but Twisted, they're trying to make their way in. They're going to catch Myth, as Myth was looking towards 4AM, and they're going to get the opening knock.
Quick follows up. Man, Twisted just comes in full on assault. Does the work, and now Myth out 15th place. Quick and easy. Perfectic should be resable
quite efficiently as there is no third party coming out. Down to the southwest, a couple of other rotates going to make it even spicier. VP going to get eliminated as it is going to be anyone's legend that spots them out.
And Na'Vi, Gen.G, Crazy Raccoon also in a lot of trouble. Glaz now the last player left alive, and he's going to go down. Crazy Raccoon is eliminated in 13th. All these teams from the south all hopped in their vehicles at the same time, and they ran right into each other. And anyone's legend obviously picking up a lot of kills now. They're up to 7, Matt.
The way that this is set up means that the Lumberyard Hillside gets so much vision on everybody that's right on the edge of the zone, and it is getting punished. A couple of squads were wanting to just fight right on the edge or try to scout, and it was just instantly demolished. There was just a pileup of squads where we still have Na'Vi and Gen.G trying to get some separation, while T1's making a long rotate around. You can see that's what a lot of these guys down to the south are trying to keep an eye on. The north of this circle is just open. It's mostly fields. It's a lot of vision. It leads all the way into, I guess, wherever you want to call the awards building. It's got like 15 different names, and that's going to be around where Team Liquid is now playing.
Oh, it's completely empty, isn't it? If we get another couple of hard shifts off in that direction, this could be great news for Team Liquid Twisted Minds as we see them in good positions right now. We'll see how they make their way in. Na'Vi still hanging around on the south side. They've got a foothold in a compound on the inside of Circle. Ferris already in there, but they are looking off in the distance, seeing if they can maybe catch Gen.G, as looks like Salute's going to go and try to get that res onto Bean. But this is very late game, Matt. Even if they get him, where does he even go?
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about this one, so we'll have to kind of figure it out. Let's see if we got a little bit of a listen-in going on.
Point to waypoint and like this. Heard on mortars, Luke. Ayla, can you see towards orange? I can't see anybody up there, but that could be a decent progression line as well to swing to a side.
I saw the one Coop guy go there, but I haven't seen him peek once.
Yeah, how long ago was that?
I've seen 3 Twisted at the tower.
I heard shots
behind.
behind.
We should work to take yellow.
You Twisted is the tower team?
Yes.
Yeah,
they're the tower team.
So is that anybody on the dirt road area on orange?
Yes.
I know, I believe.
I think it's DNS with space control, just all of up.
But but orange itself.
I can't see.
Like that area. Good enough shift. We need to push them off yellow to have a clean game, so we control our side.
Yeah, I haven't seen him peek yet.
Someone putting blue would be the best
I
start.
can run at that as well. I need to give Alo a car though.
Yeah, I can just mortar it.
That's not a bad shift for Team Liquid. His old Kickstarter was going to hit Hackatory right in the booty as he tries to go through the window, and he'll get the flush as well. So Na'Vi is going to lose a big fragger as they try to fight their way in on this south side. They've got Furia breathing down their necks as well, Matt.
Yeah, but Furia doesn't have much time as they've got to make a more aggressive push. They've got friends right back behind them in T1. And that's why Furia is coming in full on gusto, using the BRDM. Na'Vi trying to figure out how they want to deal with the problem is here comes the rest of Furia tail end onto Kraken, and the problem that he's creating for Na'Vi is there is still one player for Na'Vi very far out trying to see if he can get any firm assistance, but T1 realizes the fight is close. He's coming in fast, and anyone's legend also has vision.
Sololzi with the VSS? Are you kidding me right now? That is absolutely diabolical. Spiro's going to go down. Boostic's going to follow as we'll see if Furia can actually pick up these points. Looks like Posa will at least get Boostic. Bialdo is knocked, and now Falcons will find the angle. Takes down Posa.
It's just punishment galore down in the southeast. Gen.G on the other side of this, hopping in vehicles, trying to use the distraction, hoping that they can run right up next to anyone's legend, while T1 trying to sneak in back behind the weakened Fury to steal this positioning, and it is just one up. Fairest down very far to the south, eyes up into the north, and I don't even know how he's going to get in the circle.
Oh, and Gen.G tried to make their way up the road, and they are getting kind of shot up here as Bean will get flushed out by his own teammate. Looks like they're kind of in between a rock and a hard place. Anyone's legend taking shots over him as Falcons continue to try to control everything that's coming in on this south side. The question, though, Matt, how long is 4 a.m. going to continue to just stay there before they maybe sneak down and take Falcons by surprise?
This is it's hard for 4 Angry Men because there's a lot of movement that's going on to the east of their positioning, and they don't want to make the commitment in to have somebody just run in right back behind them. Here's poor old Fairist. He has managed to get into the circle, but it's going to be more on to, you can see the GTE side of all of this. GTE, though, is going to regroup more into the north, closer to Gen.G, so
that is going to allow Ferris to stay alive for at least a little while. Is going to go ahead and get flushed out there, as the West is very hard to play just due to the way that these hillsides are set up. Anyone's Legend just has vision on so much of the circle.
Oh, and they're using it too, aren't they? 8 kills now for them, and nobody is shooting back at them. I don't think anybody has an angle on them, and they're just free to just hang out up there and rain terror down on all these teams trying to make their way in from that western side as we wait and see where the next circle shift will take us. Will our teams to the north get lucky again? They will not. It's going to go down to the southwest.
All right, so we're leaving a lot of the lumberyard hillside behind. We're moving into more of the dips and valleys around the shelter positioning, but that doesn't feel too good for a lot of different reasons. It's going to be a lot of open sections that teams with high ground are going to be able to exploit. But on top of that, it's also going to be a lot of kind of no man's land dead space. And that's why we already see Zakraken hopping down inside of a mortar hole, which I guess is cover, provided that we don't get another mortar landing in the exact same spot.
I'm sure it's good. Yeah, you know,
It's
any port in a storm. He's fine. He's in the BRDM. He's in the Roach Coach. He's good to go. Twisted Minds. Looks like they're going to keep eyes on the Expendables. Like, these are all our teams off to the east. Nobody wants to be the first one to make a move. Twisted, Cerberus, 4AM, and Falcons all have not moved an inch towards that next zone just yet. They're waiting to see what the others do first, as Falcons will see T1 rather making their wrap off to the west to the far south.
Oh no, Ferris, this is bad for you because this is exactly where they are wanting to go. Shots already coming after Ferris. Kenny gets up the big, runs right over Ferris, gets the knock on to 1, tries to go for more, but he is going to go down. That at least gets T1 into the circle and opens up more space into the east. Cerberus spots that out and they make a mad dash into the circle, while Twisted spots them making a move and they're going to be trying to tail end onto it.
This is exactly what we were waiting for. It was all a game of who's going to go first, and then that is going to start the train going, as T1 now in a lot of trouble. They're down to 2, trying to fight their way into the Expendables, but Tanvu is going to find another one. They're going to find a compound. They're going to rush for it. It's a Kraken just defending his territory, defending his Roach against the oncoming Cerberus, and they are just falling like flies. There's only one player left alive, as Anyone's Legend still continues to farm.
Anyone's Legend and BRDMs seems to be the name of the game whenever we get this open. There is a Panzerfaust on the other side we did see come out from the Supers. Haven't taken their shot yet, being patient to see where Twisted's going to go. The rest of Twisted back behind, going to try to regroup, but Rex finally takes a shot onto Batulins, gets him down and out. Now Twisted doesn't have a path into the circle.
And they lost their BRDM as well. Batulins is going to bleed out. Looks like Falcons are going to try to push 4AM up against the brink here. You see a lot of damage being done on the Falcons. No knocks taken just yet, but now they're getting shot in the back because Anyone's Legend and the VSS is at it again.
Nowhere to go. You just got to fight close range while you've got Anyone's Legend destroying everything around them. 10 kills and climbing. There is more to be had as they've got the compounds and the comfort. Everybody else is just fighting for a section of the edge of the circle, some form of safety. Falcons have been involved in firefight after firefight. Only 1 kill so far, and you have to be worried. How's their economy sitting? What are we looking as far as arm and everything else like that? Because they've been under continual harassment.
It's got to be pretty low in terms of utility, but Trimsy's got that bullet hose. He'll find another knock on a window. 4AM in a lot of trouble, but Trimsy going to get taken down by him. As Tig is going to go down to the zone. HSM will take down him as well. Get that point in the bag for 4AM. Now Kickstart, the last player left alive for Falcons, but he's got the entire east to himself as 4AM's going to go down.
Up into the northeast, we have Twisted Minds still just trying to brute force their way into the circle, having to deal with Supers in front of them. Just a tree. 2 players up, trying to get more, and it is Nade starting to roll down into the cubby. Nowhere to go. Doesn't get enough damage to get the knocks, and Examples realize that he's vulnerable. He has to start moving out. Team Liquid also has spotted what's going on, taking shots at the backside of Supers, forcing them right into Examples' firing line. Tries to go for the exploit, but doesn't get the knock.
How are they still alive? Twisted Minds have been dodging everything in that little dip. None of the utility from Supers has found the mark. And one more grenade from Human might find something, but it's gonna go too far. And now they are running out of smokes here. That's grenade, that one will find it. Perfectix will go down. Example, the last one alive.
Twisted's doing such a great job on staying alive. It's allowing Team Liquid to get in position right back behind Supers. Now Supers has to finish this as fast as possible, but Example refuses to go down. Finally, he submits. And that is just going to be 2 players now up for Supers running in. But Team Liquid has an advantage position, runs right in back behind him. So many players down. They just want to try to see how much of this they can vulture up.
See if they can get anything off of it so far. No points, no kills picked up for Liquid because everything has been going on to the south. And Liquid has been playing from the north as Purdy Curdy will steal one away. Halo will pick up Goom, and that'll be 2 that they can now make their way down towards the south. And they have a lot of real estate up here on the north side, Matt, to work around.
Yeah, the cover is just a lot more barren up there, so it's going to be really hard to deal with. The Kraken still hanging out in the center of the circle, defending his dip. It's mine. But at the same time, what are you going to do? Whenever you've got Cerberus jumping out, oh, that's what you do. You just stay in the BRDM and let anyone's legend do all the work for you.
Well, that'll be another one picked up for Team Liquid as the Kraken is just creating problems for everybody that comes anywhere near any ditch, any dip that they can find on this northern side. He is taking over with that BRDM as anyone's legend just... I mean, give them a scythe, give them a hat, give them some subsidies because they are just farming.
I mean, can you get assists from another team? Because it feels like that's what's going on right now. Fury is just doing everything to set up potential kills for anyone's legend who are just continuing to rack up points. No surprise on the circle as it's full on dominance control. We've got Gen G alive over into the west and Team Liquid alive up to the northeast. Outside that, it's just kind of solos spattered around in the firing lines of anyone's legend.
And look at Team Liquid. They're like, oh, look what I found. Thanks, Batu. We'll take that. And the Kraken, of course, he's got a repair kit, because why not? He's going to stick around in this tank for as long as he can, and he is doing great things for Furia. Managed to get them all the way into the top 5. We'll see if he can get them any further, as Gen G now has to make their way into the circle, but it does not look like they have a can opener for this thing, because they are not looking to make their way over here just yet.
This is going to be pretty hard for Gen G. Is you got to go into the sight lines for anyone's legend if you go down to the south where Kraken's at, or you just have to bully your way straight into Kraken and just deal with him, who's been an absolute menace. Team Liquid, other side of this, has a similar problem as they have to make a push into a more open section of the circle. Sure, they have a BRDM to work with as well, but they also do have themselves a kickstart. It looks like he might be trying to cause some problems, still having some high ground. Not much moving into this circle, but it's mostly going to be about the angles that we can see Hamas and Destroy defending from.
Yeah, I mean, anyone's legend is just controlling everything in this circle right now from their point of view. Is now the problem is for Gen G. It looks like they're dropping smokes down, trying to make their way in, but you can see Delwyn just taking shots through there, causing all types of problems. You can hear the VSS angry bees being sent down range as Salute will try to see if they can make their way into the Kraken's dip.
They just want to get in the circle, man. That's all Gen G wants to do, and it is just punishment. Hamas is absolutely popping off. That will be another knock for him. If he manages to get the secure on it, that'll be 7 kills so far. The Kraken just doing his best to stay alive. He is buying so many points for his team, just comfortably chilling around in a very uncomfortable environment as Gen G continues to roam forward, and that is going to be Destroy, spotting out Kickstart. More kills going over to anyone's legend.
Oh my goodness, the Kraken barely gets into the BRDM in time, and he will survive now as the rest of anyone's legend. There you go, Gen G will get cleaned up in the end, and the Kraken has made it to the top 3 with his BRDM, but now Halo is going to get spotted out by Delwyn. So anyone's legend, I mean, they've just been hanging out. It looks like they're finally starting to send people out. Himas going to be the first one to make a run over.
It's the Kraken victory at this point, moral and just empirical, no matter how you look at it. He's just put in so much work. Cowboy going to be in the face of Hamas, getting closer and closer along the hillside, but the Kraken's still going to try to stay involved. BRDM doesn't matter. He's got so much ammo left over and so many dead bodies around him. Hamas looks like he's going to try to go for the high side of the hill, get that vision down onto Team Liquid in their BRDM.
I mean, goodness, they've got 14 kills already. As the circle will pull away from their compound for the most part, but I think I like this from anyone's legend, taking that high side. You can see Team Liquid starting to get kind of pinned up against the wall here on the north, as the Kraken problem is actually a really big pain in the butt for them right now because they just can't get rid of them.
I mean, the Kraken's already made his allegiance known. He's fine with anyone's legend. He wants to go after anybody else except for them as the turtle slowly starts to try to crawl its way over next to Luke 12. BRDM gonna take some damage, but good read coming out from Cowboy. Jumps out to Kraken now. Gonna start trying to go on the other side of it. Spots out the BRDM. Is gonna be in a little bit of trouble. Jumps, but he's got cover and he's inside the circle. But Delwyn's still alive down to the south. Gotta put in some more work as Destroy finally destroys the Kraken.
It's the Kraken's reign of terror is over, but it might be too late here for Team Liquid as they are very much pinned up against the wall. Anyone's Legend have perfect position as they have 15 kills now. They're gonna find Luke. Sololzy, is he bringing back the VSS, Matt? He might be.
Oh, Hamas just putting in work upon work on a Team Liquid. 2 players now up. Cowboy, Alo in very vulnerable positions, and they know it, but they've gotten close enough to where they can at least take the fight into Anyone's Legend. Nade pops up right in the face. Not enough to get the knock, but that's going to be follow-up shots. Of course, it's going to be Hamas yet again.
And Hamas, with that bullet hose, absolutely destroying, and Anyone's Legend will get the massive 19-kill win to start off winner stage. Wow.
Anyone's Legend can also include the Kraken, I guess. If you name yourself anyone can be a part of the team, as it was the Kraken and Anyone's Legend in dominant position for so long inside that round. Just involved in every moving part of what was going on.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff here from AL. To start things off, let's bring back in James and Martin, and you guys, you got to have a front row seat for what was the 19-kill performance from these guys.
It was a massacre. It was a murder. It was ridiculous. Many a crow flying across the way here. This was nuts. And congratulations to Anyone's Legend for qualifying and through into the final. 29 points off one game is ludicrous to start this off, Avenger.
Yeah, it's honestly such a good wave to start things off with and get this snowball rolling like this here. And with the 75% of PNC Vietnam rolling like this, gonna be huge to see what they can do for the rest of the day. That's gonna have such an impact. You don't want to run into these guys during the 4 next games because they're just gonna commit everything to the fights.
Yes, they are. Didn't look back at all the highlights from this one, but it really was just everybody driving past and running into Anyone's Legend in a lot of these instances. And we even got to see some cheeky VSS here, Poro, so that was surely tickling your fancy.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Anytime we get the VSS involved, I'm super excited. Look, you know, at the end of the day, Anyone's Legend, they got the compound early, and they absolutely farmed from there. But you know what? In this game, sometimes things go your way, and it really is in your... The balls get put in your court, and you have to try to get as much out of that as you can. And I don't think you can really ask for anything more than 19 kills to start off.
Oh, for sure. And even if you look a little bit further afield from Anyone's Legend, right, I think for teams like Team Liquid here, Matrim, this was a very important game for their start. I think that some of the results looked really good in PGS4, but then wishy-washy results later on. I'm hoping that Team Liquid can kind of keep their average points high here through this winner stage.
I mean, that's just Team Liquid right now. It feels like whenever we get to the international stage, it's a squad that we know that has so much strength to them, but it just feels like something happens and then their left knee gets weak and then they just kind of tip over and don't manage to cross the finish line over and over again.
Yeah, 20 points clear of second. Are you serious?
That's fine. That's fine.
Very rare, right? Like everybody else just kind of decimating one another, and Anyone's Legend cleans up anything that moves. What a performance by them to start off day number 1 of PGS5. And, well, Himas breaking the 1K club.
The Kraken deserves MVP. I don't care what anybody says.
I agree with Matrim. Maybe. No, I think 1K club coming in here, Avenger, for Himas. Not too much of a surprise, all things considered.
It'd been nice to have one more just for the double-digit kills single-handedly here, but obviously he's going to be the MVP for this one here. And for Liquid, sure, in PGS4, they only had one podium. But here, they had a podium once again, guys. So this could be the resurgence for Team Liquid to get into that final once again. It'll be cool to see. But yeah, Anyone's Legends, man, this is... if I'm a coach of the 15 other teams, and I'm definitely going to be saying, hey, guys, avoid Anyone's Legend for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Hey, you don't want to be going near them. 9 kills going the way here. Man of the match for Himas, not too surprising in the slightest. Delwyn with a ton of damage as well. And it's been interesting, Poro, watching Delwyn come onto this team, of course, as I think that Anyone's Legend, clearly they've got, you know, deep pockets to be able to spend on these kinds of guys and getting in an ex-world champion here. Delwyn has glued with this team pretty well.
Yeah, and I'm not terribly surprised, right? Like, these guys all know each other super well, but again, it's one of those things where you kind of wonder how it's going to work out, how that chemistry set is going to work whenever you're actually in game. And, you know, when things don't go well, like how is he going to mesh and how is he going to take criticism and kind of fix stuff like that. So, starting off with 29, I don't think we're going to find that out today for anyone's legend, but that was a nice turnaround as they've been kind of up and down for sure.
Yeah, they might go on a bit of a rampage. Here's the 5th member of anyone's legend, as Matrim's mentioning here, with Kraken being able to do a little bit more here for the Furia boys, is keeping the America's hopes alive alongside Team Liquid Matrim.
I mean, Kraken, you have to think about, like, how many points did he buy? Sure, he didn't manage to pick up a whole bunch of kills in the later stages of it, but what, 5 placement points? On the first game, whenever we have anyone's legend that's feasting with 30 points, that could be a big turnaround as we move through. Just the fact that we already finished out one of our 5 games today, 5 or 6 points one way or the other can really be impactful.
Yeah, and on the other side of things here, Matrim, Avenger even, Cowboy has really kind of found his footing as well with Team Liquid, it feels like. Watching him in PGS4, I think that there was moments where he was really helping out Team Liquid a lot to be able to get more points on the board.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Cowboy and his tenure the past 12 months here, and how well he's going to be able to fare for this one and the next one. Also, for how he's going to be able to do for PNZ, obviously, but here for Liquid and how he's melted in. I thought Sparking was going to be a huge loss here, but he's actually been I wouldn't say band-aid that they needed, but the kind of the puzzle to the whole puzzle that these guys have kind of needed. But still, I would really like to see more control, more aggression, because I feel like they still missed out on a few points that they could have had. But obviously, I understand that they want to be able to be 4 guys alive all the way to the late game.
It's a tough one, right, in some of these final moments of these games here, Poro, because you've got BRDMs on board, like, you know, Kraken, like the position of Team Liquid and stuff like that. And a lot of these plays that we're seeing from BRDM, most of them are kind of defensive plays that people want to go for now, especially when anyone's legend's got like kind of those line of sights looking at you, and eventually they're going to try and blast these positions down, right? So it's like, how much more can you get from some of these teams towards the end, for example?
Yeah, it's starting to feel like teams are starting to crack the code on how to properly use a BRDM, right? And use it as scouting, or just kind of figuring out like, okay, we'll keep this for late game. We don't want to take the risk of just feeding a BR, because if you just drive blindly into a team trying to push them around and they have a Panzerfaust, all of a sudden you got a dead player and now they've got a BRDM that you've got to deal with. So I think they're starting to think like, okay, let's be a little bit more cautious and try to use this for late game, because you can see how powerful they are when you get to that late game situations.
Yeah, for sure. So that's our first Erangel down here. Kind of a normal cookie cutter kind of position circle we get towards copy and paste here. Matrim, and how all this kind of boils down here. For some of those teams, though, coming in from the east side, it's a bit more difficult, right? To get all the way down those hills. A lot of teams were kind of up there blasting one another. And from there, here's where our currently standing boards lead.
See, for me, it's more about the western side. Like, the western side is so open, specifically to the vulnerable positions on the people that are coming down from Lumberyard. Yeah, you end up with like this big firefight that's going to happen over there, but once that settles, if you're not involved in anything on the east, you're just walking into a kill box, because the way that hillside kind of sets up, it leads down into a bit of a dip where everything's going to be open. And that's why Kraken exploited it for so long, because he was just kind of running around in the middle of that with the BRDM, chain repairing it, and just kind of stalling out anybody for even setting up any fortifications there.
Yeah, and I mean, when the circles are shifting east and moving away from a copy compound, right, T1 and the Expendables, they did find themselves a few points here and there, Avenger, from that kind of spot. But once you're trying to come out from that side and, again, get across those bigger open fields that Matrim's kind of talking about, it's not easy here.
No, and also the amount of people we lost kind of mid-game here, it was more so a game of, okay, we see a vulnerability, we have a time to strike here, strike that window of opportunity and clear out teams. And some teams were able to, 2v4, they were able to clean out teams so quickly that there was just so much space that the whole kind of mid to late game was so different compared to what we used to. You saw how much space Anyone's Legend had because they were not pressured. And also, there's two kind of catch 9 scenarios, right? One of them is, you just get a few points and you're having fun, but then there's the Anyone Legend style where you kill everything that gets forced towards you as the circle moves on to the later stages of the game.
And it looks good. It did look good. I don't know if anybody's going to catch up with Anyone's Legend. I think that is a problem, right? If Anyone's Legend starts off a day like this here, Poro, I think that they're not going to be as concerned anymore in these next 4 games. As Avenger says, stay away from them. And this is absolutely a team that, if Himas is let off the leash, we might see him even get a double-digit kill game here, despite already getting a 9-kill game.
You might, right? Like, once you take the yoke off of the stress and the pressure of having to make it into the top 8, like, and it's not that they're just going to go out and W key into everything brainlessly, right? Like, it's just that if they find themselves in a high risk, high reward scenario, they're going to take it every time. Like, they don't need to worry about the risk, so they're just going to go ahead and send it. And that's the problem that other teams have to kind of take into consideration, is that if we get locked into a fight with anyone's legend, they're going to stick around and stick it out. Like, they're probably not going to run away. So they have every opportunity of ruining our game if we decide to stick around. And you always have to worry about the possibility of a third or fourth party coming in as well.
I like that shot of Shrimsy being abducted by aliens at the beginning of that small video there. It's a difficult for...
Can they take me too? I want to go.
You want to go? Yeah? You want to meet the aliens?
I do. I think we'd get along great. We'd kick it.
I assume that they're trying to take Shrimsy to kind of like study his mind and things like that, but whereas they're like going for you, they're like,
yeah, they probably
what are we wanting to study here? Like, this is like when you find like cows in the fields and it's like, what's happened to that?
What they tell you? I'm getting for livestock. That's fine.
Wait, you get a prime specimen, you have to get something to compare it against, right?
Exactly.
Oh, right, like a measuring
That's
stick.
my bad. I'm the control. I see.
He's the baseline.
Yeah, I'm the control group. That's cool. I'm down with that too.
We love you.
What does the average human look like? Oh my god. Oh dear me. All right, well that's an interesting move away from that. As Alienware, the sponsor of Team Liquid, as you can see there, maybe it's them that's trying to abduct Shrimsy to take away some of his knowledge. And on the other side of things as well, Na'Vi, who was in a bit of a kind of, a salvage situation there. And for Ferris, right, that pre-nade that he did against T1 Avenger was awesome.
That was dirty.
Just a shame
I
that
like
they kind
that.
of
I
got
was
ran
so
over.
close. Yeah, I was so close to get a little bit more out of it, right? If he hit the other guys that are going for the flush, he might have actually be able to clean up there. But that was cool. I like those kind of pre-nades when you see so many cars coming towards you.
All right, it is time then, as all these players are getting ready and good to go. The timer is going. We are going to be heading to Miramar for game number 2 here of PGS 5, and so far so good for anyone's legend. They played lights out, sent themselves into the stratosphere. Who's going to get abducted for this next one by the aliens in this game, as we say goodbye now to Matrim as well as Poro. Poro's been taken away by this flying saucer, and now we move on to Miramar Avenger.
Yeah, we are going to be kicking things off on Miramar, and damn, it's going to be a big one. Again, 29 points. A 20-point lead, James, down to Liquid, down to Furia. Great clutch from Furia, great clutch for Kraken here. But that BRDM, and the BRDMs in general of that game, actually had such an impact, and we're able to kind of put these teams a little bit deeper than they might have expected.
Always interesting for me in this finals lobby, the fact that T1 gets to do their PWS drops. Like I was mentioning it during the final of PGS4 as well. How often on internationals do they actually get away with Pachinki, Picardo, and all this kind of stuff? It is just such a foreign affair for them. But I mean, technically, you can parlay that into big points. So we'll see for T1 here on Miramar as well again.
Yeah, fingers crossed for them for sure. Now shots coming out from Lukaruxan versus Pro, trying to get Betagro away. Chewy trying to survive away from this one here. And yeah, and I completely agree here. But I will say this, so this year for Picard and Pachinki has been very weird. It hasn't been that, kind of sturdy and steady team that's always going there. It's always been in and out. Then it's all of a sudden some other teams that's coming in and taking away. Then it's some, new team. Then it's T1. Like these... priorities from other teams, it feels like it's completely different. And as we see this circle, James, that Picardo priority and a good spot to kind of get things rolling doesn't matter for this game because we're going north.
Yeah, it makes me wonder, right? Like, because obviously we saw the percentage of hard shifts from our first circuit, and I do wonder if those central drop spots are kind of, in inverted commas, a little weaker because of there's so much hard shifting, and therefore, I guess in theory, in my head, there's a world where it could have gone further away from the middle of the map. More times than not. Of course, technically that's not true, right? Because if you get a central circle and it starts hard shifting around, technically it will be center anyway. But it could be playing a factor. There's definitely a bit more variance when there's so many hard shifts like this. As we take a look back at everything that was going down in this previous game here, and as you can see, with anyone's legend, they not only had pace, but they also had copy as well, and even the Harry Potter here. So there are so many positions of power that anyone's legend had. They went big for a reason in this game.
Yeah, locking it down early on, also driving into a hole like that. That's some of the new things with the destructible terrain. I hate the most. I love the destructible terrain, but driving into a hole that you don't expect being there is just so rough here. I guess we're just gonna watch the entire 19 kills from anyone's legend here through the last next 5 minutes as the circles goes on.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, the thing is as well, it means that you have to be more diligent about driving, right? Like even with in comp settings now as well, you've got the red zones. That causes even more problems when you're driving. So you've just got to be hyper aware of anywhere you're going to be driving forwards. And of course, it gets problematic if you're driving over a hill and you can't even see that dip to begin with anyway. Never mind if somebody's dug themselves in over a hill and you can't see them to begin with. So yeah, driving got more treacherous in TBP as well as these comp settings with destructible terrain. And you got to be careful.
Yeah, you got to be careful. You got to be a little bit scary. Got to be a little bit aware of your surroundings and the map. And sure, not having to relearn the map, but having to relearn the best positions for these scenarios is obviously something that's going to be exciting. Here with the Furia and the Kraken. Them already being on 9 points, that's a good snowball effect here to kick things off, James. And yeah, excited for Furia if they can really roll this ball even deeper here. And even if it's a best of 5, James, it feels mostly like once you win the game, or even if you get a top 2 with some kills here, that confidence is going to roll into the next games.
And of course, whilst you were watching PGS4 as well, I hope you enjoyed me making fun of Blank as much as possible.
You made me smile many a times.
That was one of the highlights of the tournament for sure. It's very simple and it's very easy. He's a weeb. He's got strange hair. It's, you know, there's many factors.
Yeah, he dresses like the Undertaker sometimes, and yeah.
The bell gongs. He's like, oh no, it's Blank. It was fun having him on. It was definitely a foreign idea because of course that was his first PGS, but I think he was having fun with it as well, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. Always a little bit scaredy. But he did good. I really liked his insight. I liked his fanboying, as he said, sometimes on some of the teams. I do appreciate it when kind of a newer set of eyes comes and takes their perspective on things. But I think in general we have a really good set of pro players that are actually really fun to look at. We have some fantastic mechanical skills, and then we have the more shy types. So there's someone for everyone. As we see Crazy Raccoon here, James, and Anyone's Legend. I said it on the desk here, and in this next stage for the next 4 games, you don't want to run into Anyone's Legends. They're just going to commit, they're just going to run up, and they're just going to fight you.
Yeah, and Crazy Raccoon has been delaying their entry into a lot of circles across these last couple of tournaments, and that actually leaves you exposed to teams that are above you here. And as you say, with Anyone's Legend, there was literally no onus on them to be able to move into a central position on the circle like this because of the previous concept that they had in our Erangel. So why not just sit here and bring the fight here to Crazy Raccoon, who you might feel is a bit of a prey-like target at the moment. And so far, not gone well here to start things for Crazy Raccoon.
A prey-like target, yeah. I see what you mean there, and I agree they've had some rougher situations throughout here, but definitely hope that they're going to be able to pull up and do better. These guys are extremely experienced, and the legends on this team here, they should be able to do more. Glass, PO, Ionix now, trying to 3v2, and no, it's going to be him as he's going to swing out and take Glass down.
Why was he just driving around the warehouse like this? Very, very slowly, by the way. You need to be doing fast and urgent about your moves here if you're embroiled in a fight like this, and it's not gone the way of Glass at all. Now PO also going to be sprayed down along the washing line. Himas fires through the cloth and is able to take him down. This is not close, this fight.
Yeah. It's falling apart quite quickly, and it's just going to be 33 points for Anyone's Legend. And yeah, congrats once again, guys. Going to be Himas. Himas 4 kills. Himas has... James, there's 7 minutes has passed in game 2, and Himas has 13 kills out of the 33 points. What is going on?
Are we back to true Himas legendary status? I wonder. As we take a look back at Man of the Match from this one, we just watched him completely obliterate Crazy Raccoon, and in the previous game, he was able to obliterate people. This is what you want, though, right? Like, yes, it's a team game, but there are some names that are just etched in gold. And a name like Himas, ever since they won that PGS, I think it was what, PGS 2 or PGS 3?
Yeah,
no, PGS 3. It just, you know, absolutely star-studded.
Yeah, it was. He's been such a player to be reckoned with for sure. And what we've seen from him so far the last couple of years, I hope it's just gonna evolve. I'm a little bit scared of him when it comes to PNC situations because he was just farming everything there. And but for the rest of the year and how everything has evolved so far for anyone's legend, I actually think they could have a PGS lined up once again for him as.
You'd think so, right? I think they came close as we take a look here once again for Kiss, as they've got themselves 1 kill here, and that is Kiss's 100th kill, the 5th to be able to break that spot. For PGS is here for 2026, so congratulations to him. Obviously, they are going to be pumped about winning the previous PGS. It really shows the diversity of quality we have in all of our regions. The fact that, you know, we have yes, China won PGS 1, and then EMEA struck back with 2 wins in a row. But now we've got Thailand being able to take one. You've got Vietnam that could quite easily take one in anyone's legend. Every region is just in such a good spot right now, skill-wise, when it comes to their very top teams here, Avenger.
It feels like this year, even more so, is there's so much more teams that are closer mechanically, skill-wise, everything, but also everything with the shift up for TPP, for destructible terrain, how everything's kind of lining up. It's making the game more difficult to stay consistent in, I could argue.
That's fair. Yeah, a bit more variation, a bit more of a flux, which kind of, again, with these kind of more, let's call them aggressive changes, it's going to happen, right? And speaking of changes, we got word this morning as well that some of the circle settings are going to be slightly different for PNC coming up. That's an exciting prospect. Obviously, we've had the same circle settings now for a while, but it seems like with 4 and 8 land ratio going away for PNC, that could really change some things up.
That's going to change everything you think you know about where the circles goes for sure.
Yeah.
Obviously, with Kiss getting his 100 kills here, it's also going to mean that Myth is going to be able to take some space up in that northern side here, James. I actually think Myth might have a good game here with Baron also in the Glider. The amount of information that's coming in for Aces here is kind of huge. So let's see how deep they can take this one here.
Yes, indeed. As now, I would say with those some of those PNC rosters, they're looking spicy again. Vietnam, of course, looking insane. And you, as a coach for a particular team, should be concerned.
Yeah, we could be concerned. We did win a regional in EMEA, EMEA in Americas. I think we're good, but we are going east here. The guys are going to be coming off hot to PNC as they are currently playing in this game here, James. So I'm going to be excited for that. The 2 other guys also practicing, so that's cool. On board here with Falcons, coming in and sending it a little bit deeper here. They might try to get it once again here. And as Kick says, it's either 1st, 3rd, or 15th. And I don't know if that's the strategy. If that's the strategy for survival as well.
I'm hoping it's one of the first 2, maybe not the last one. But I think one thing's for sure is that there was moments of brilliance from them when it came to having to chase circles in group stage into the winner's stage as well, being able to kind of top that out alongside Twisted Minds in PGS4. And then obviously things just kind of went shy from them. It's interesting listening to them about that last game as well on Tego that obviously cost them, where it was like the quickest wipe feels like ever in PGS history. Right. Because talking to them and listening to them, it seems like they believe they could have made better choices. But I think it was going to be very difficult regardless of where they were going to go in that last game. But anyway, let's focus on this one.
Oh, that's a pull-up with an MG3 here in the hands of Expendables. Scabby trying to go in and get help here, James. It's going to be difficult, but Glorious got nade. Everyone's got utility. They're trying to commit it towards this fight here already. Oh, that's a bounce the wrong way.
Kind of a high priority location for a circle like this. This is going to be peeking around the corner here. Scappy going to go forwards. But Cloris takes down Baron on the opposite side of this. Blue zone's going to go forwards. Scappy has a Panzerfaust in hand. Now, in these kinds of areas, it can be very powerful if you think you know where someone is on the other side of a wall. You can just kind of blast them on through. Gets a little bit of a flash on through that window, but doesn't quite connect too easily. Looking for the bit of a res here now as Scappy's trying to cover the position.
Comes in and comes with the backup here. It's a little bit of a stalemate now, and with how the teams are so far away from them, they should just get this finished up and
he knows
get done here. Oh, he knows, but that's hitting the back of him, and he was too far away from the only 19 damage onto Dark Juice. That's a good nade though. Preenet coming, gets Dark Juice down. That's Scabby finding an opening onto Expendables. That's important.
It's an interesting one, that initial. Oh, Huang F with the double. Huang F back, of course, now after having some visa issues as they were having to fill in before. So that is a brilliant little opportunity for them. They feel like with Hwang F on board, they can be a bit more aggressive. That's what they said during PGS4. And this is looking all right for them so far. Though Solar Shotgun has to switch shots. Oh, after the two don't hit. As Jacob just take him down with the M4. Scappy with another sawn off on the other side of things. Clory's down. For Gam the Expendables, it's all on Hwang F here. The new boy to be able to do something.
Yeah, and Soul from the high ground steals Jacob here. Tries the third part of this fight just a little bit here. And it becomes a confirmation onto Kiss as well. It becomes a mutual destruction scenario here, James. It's a little bit unfortunate for these two teams here. If they're able to finish this fight quickly, they would have had such a strong position as you're talking about here. But now they're just going to be cannon fodder.
Yeah, it's tough. Definitely tough. The third parties are probably very annoying here with Soul doing as much as he is. Scappy now going to be making a bit of a move for it, seeing what he can get done. Shot out by Soul as well. That kind of alerts them to the fact, not only the footsteps, of course, but the fact that Scappy is on the move currently. They're also going to be on the move, trying to deny some of this angle. As they fire around the corner, Smoke will plume to try and keep himself a little bit more covered. But here comes the push. Come through. Scappy takes Hwang F. Goes for the second. No, Tamvu takes him away. That is Myth down. Our current PGS champions in 15th.
That's unfortunate. They got 3 kills, though. Now Soul is going to be coming in. And actually, the backup is from Bean. The information is coming in that Pero is sending it in towards it, James. And it's going to be another fight here. It's a little bit of a donut for the circle here. Liquid looking good for the center, though.
Yes, they are. I would love to see a little bit more from them, of course. Now with some other teams here in the center, it's all Americas actually. They've already positioned themselves very nicely for this one. Some teams now going to have to be a bit on the chase. Anyone's Legend coming in from the west side, maybe they're going to crash on through and see what they can get done. Although it looks like they're stopping on that warehouse. Kick starts burrowing himself in. Not too much surprise considering the spot they currently have. And also a little bit of that was even covered by the sandstorm. So you're completely covered. Never mind anything that will be coming through.
This is also a strong spot to kind of set up shop here. Once they're, already in the circle here, you should be spending time doing something. You're already gathering information. You're trying to set up some trenches that you can defend your position from, and then we'll see how things kind of goes here. Twisted Minds are going to be pushing T1 for this case.
Yes, and while everybody's getting set up, let's listen on some Virtus Pro comms to see what they're talking about here in game number 2 of PGS5.
It's now in the edge with BRDM.
Yeah, I see the BRDM super far. I see
I have this thing, boys. If it was like how do you fucking play it? It's so hard. You need to play ground weapon with mortar. Okay.
Sure. But I'm the range.
Yeah, but
we're
still.
stopping yellow.
But East is gonna be out, so we're good now. If we can play into this ridge here, and because they're split ground waypoint, can maybe take a fight with Shax.
You think they're split?
Yeah, they are 100%.
Green line. Okay.
I saw them.
What is it fight? Let's listen. Let's listen.
It's 2 guys on Shax right now.
DNS, GT, West, no? No, North?
T1.
Well, they could see or at least they're close enough to a bit of that fight as they could hear it all going down. We were calling exactly what's going on. Twisted Mind is now stuck here with T1 at the moment as reinforcements coming along. Not Raining has to get into a potential off angle here to try and deal with Twisted Minds.
Perfect. Panzerfaust first comes out and tries to see if he can shut down the Raining that's coming in for the backup here, but he does have Heather above. He does have a shotgun though, and whoever gets the shot off first is going to go down. Or it could be a trade in case Perfectix misses and hits behind him with the explosion.
Yeah, he's definitely got to be careful with that. We've seen Perfectix, unfortunately. Yeah, in PEC, he actually whiffed one of the Panzerfausts against Ascend in a building and actually caused a bit of destruction to Twisted Minds, so you've got to be careful about those kinds of moments. There's now a big shift south, and actually Twisted Minds kind of benefits from this. That might actually slow down a bit of this fight. There's not too much onus on them to clean this up fast, unless there was a third party coming along, and right now it's no third parties in close vicinity, but they are looking for the push through.
Ooh, he's trying to chase him down. He got out. That's a really good try to chase down this one here, but Heather so aware, has full information, got really good sound cues here to where he thinks they are, and this is a dirty angle that he's trying to get rid of some of the Twisted Minds guys.
Heather looked fantastic in PGS4, mate.
Yeah, I liked it.
He looked so good.
He was strong. You have the most kills, I think, as well.
With T1.
For T1, yeah, 25. Shen, 27.
Yeah, at the same time here, Petrogor Road having a bit of a blunder in the previous game. now looking for an opportunity and a spot themselves, moving in alongside Virtus Pro, technically moving in on Central Circle's side there. Lou takes down Heather. Just like that, though, you can be great, but it doesn't matter if Twisted Minds is still looking your way. And now Lou just trying to figure out exactly where the rest of these members are, with Heather completely gone. That means for T1, yeah, I think it's get out of dodge time. You don't want this fight, surely.
How easily they can survive this run here, I'm not sure. Perfectix trying to continue to clear this, but very clinical from Twisted Minds, the way that they got into this here. But Destroy is surely just going to keep taking some shots towards Raining here, and I don't see how he's going to survive. Also very surprising how the center concrete that he's running towards right now is actually open and available, James. That's a bit of a surprise. Sure, there's a southern shift, but still. Soul continues to farm just a little bit here onto Cerberus. Stanel's down.
Yeah, I think that's where Raining came from to try and reinforce, right, when that crash came through from Twisted Minds. So I guess in that window of time, there wasn't any opportunity for anybody to actually move on in. I guess a lot of teams don't actually have the full information on that spot. As now, Na'Vi, well, okay, slow and steady wins the race for Na'Vi, apparently, in PGS 4, as they didn't really do much towards the end. And, of course, in the last circuit, they did end up getting themselves the PGS 2 victory. So, with a BRDM going up that hill, slow pace there, slow pace in the tournament, we'll see Avenger.
Yeah, I don't want to hark too much on them, because then again, in this series, when you only have 10 games, like, if you get some bad games, that confidence is just going to be absolutely in the bin here. But then again, you have so high expectations to this team, especially Hackatory, and that pressure can be put out here. Oh, shots coming in, though, from both 4AM and Furia. Hackatory down to the nade here. And he's somewhat in the open. Might be able to get flushed even from this spot.
They may do. A bit of a wound going against Na'Vi. Now trying to still trundle up the hill. Jeez Louise. I mean, technically, I would love a bit of a boost from any car if you're going to try and hit for this, but it's obviously not going to be the case, as they're going to be slow and steady up this. And it looks like Furia gets themselves circled. They've got more to set up here as well. They might be able to do a bit more damage against some of these teams coming on in.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this Twisted Mind crash onto T1. They know it's just a two-man. Bosa finds Boostic, and they're trying to grab Hackatory and get him in, get safe. Deal gets stolen from Soul. Luke got the knock on it from Liquid. And they're already into great spots here. Ferris, this is just the last player here. Posa finds Spyro. James, it's falling apart for Na'Vi.
Put them all in the car and run away. But no, stolen away. Well, not stolen away. Posa confirms it. This has been one of the slowest, saddest deaths for Na'Vi I've seen in quite a while. Okay, well, okay, he saw a solo and was like, yeah, I'll have that. A little bit of points here and there for Ferris.
The 3-point for sure. This is going to be a king of the hill battle throughout this whole game, James. I'm sure that eastern side is going to be absolutely on fire, with 4AM pushing in, with VP pushing in, with Petrichor Road trying to push in as well.
Posa still doing a bit more damage. Digging in like this, it's just so powerful, so strong. It's going to give Fury even more purchase on this location unless a few teams come forward. That said, though, that was an extremely fast knock coming in from Beamy there. I think he was shot at by multiple players, of course, but Beamy does get the knock in the end. So now they need to recover him as fast as possible. Alo's going to be sending some mortars forwards. Falcons is desperately hoping it's not looking at them, and it's not.
Looking up into the sky, shivering, James. And he has 6 more mortars to be shoot. Solalsi finds Bean here. As I said, that eastern side, the northern side is going to be having a lot of fights here. Twisted Minds trying to push onto T1 too. Solalsi gets Bean. Furia really trying to maintain the control here on the King of the Hill compound.
God, Zakraki can see everything. It's awesome for him just be able to look at everything, but at the same time, a lot of these teams know how to kind of cordon off some of those angles and line of sight that are currently there. Nade forwards against them. Good stuff by Rin to deny Perfectix as they're coming around here to try and clean up everything that's going on here. They need to get rid of him, need to get him back up and good to go somehow, some way. But End's gone. Now Raining, all on you. How many more nades do you have? You're going to need a lot more here, I think, to shut down Twisted Minds as they're moving on through. And Petulins finds him with the M249. It's a cleanup by Twisted.
And that's an important cleanup, James, because 4 guys strong from that southern side, they could take so much control on the western side. And look how many teams is on the east here. We've got Furia, we've got Falcons, we've got 4AM and VP. There's many big teams on this eastern side fighting for just a little bit of space as we see Furia continuing to try to maintain the control. They're the king of the hills right now, but oh my god, they takes Winder down with a crazy barrel headshot.
ripped his head off, though, on the repeat, as Winter's gone, thanks, suppose, to being able to shut that down. But Tiggleton respond in kind. They still know that they eventually may have to ascend this hill, so they're trying to wound as much as possible. That said, though, Twisted Mind's now also moving on to the south side of this circle, realizing that they've got to make a move after this shift. I am concerned about an eventual Anyone's Legend coming in from the west here, Martin, because, again, I think they feel pretty confident about today already.
Yeah, I think so too. Oh, Nixie finds SMM as well from 4am. We're into the top 8. We're now giving away placement points here. 1 point each for you guys have survived half the lobby. So continues to find a lot of players here. Delwyn goes down too. And Furrier continues to slap out a lot of damage here. Twisted Minds again trying to get into a spot here. They are getting closer to this King of the Hill compound that Furrier is holding on to. Falcons trying to lock down that lower ground compound and push VP to the other side so they don't sweep them, that they sweep to the other side where Na'Vi got taken down.
I feel like Sakraken could have got more done from what he's looking at. 179 damage done by him up in what is effectively like an overlook of that south side. Maybe a little bit more could have come his way, but I think some of the shots haven't quite connected. As Team Liquid here, still in the north side, trying to shut down the position that a Genji may eventually come in from. There are some shots across the way, and Soul is going to go for the recovery once again. 3 kills for Soul so far. So as much as we saw some nice glimmers of hope from Genji in that final for PGS4, again, it really came off the back of those 38 points that they bagged in 2 games to start things off. Admittedly, they had a good last game. It just didn't quite all line up for them across the whole final.
Yeah. And as this is obviously a repeat of the finals from the winner stage here, we need to find top 8 teams, James. We need to find 8 teams that's going straight to our next finals. And 8 teams who's going to have a hard time. Oh, so shoots out Molotov. I love that. Oh, he finds Delwyn again here with a great headshot from the Hog.
Soul's blasting. Are we back to Soul and Himas finally properly performing on international stages? I hope so. I really do. As Genji's gone, though, it was always going to be hard for them coming in there, right? Like, trying to deal with Anyone's Legend, knowing Team Liquid is ahead of you as well. Not easy at all. And for Anyone's Legend, they also might get picked away a little bit, considering the Blues pushing. You're not getting that heal off. They don't care. It's fine.
It's okay. 35 points. 20 points lead still to second place. I'm not sure how long it's going to last, though. We'll see as Liquid's trying to really maintain the control on this northern side here. Cowboy with the M16 and an AUG in hand. It's a decent long-range gun. It's not a DMR, but it's actually quite viable still in the current state in the meta. Zero and B just trying to dig his way towards the goal, towards the high ground, and towards the King of the Hills. That is Falcons and Furia.
Still in this compound is so tricky for all of these teams to eventually move in on. So that's why they're just delaying it, right? Not bothering about pushing in on this compound at all, as it is held down like a fortress right now. And even if you do push up, then you're kind of exposing yourself to other teams around you as you try and push up. So that's also a huge delay about when they want to move forward. Twisted Minds patrolling is knocked, right? They're kind of going to be embroiled in these fights on that west side as Himas takes him down.
That's a good
nade. Himas needs any more kills.
That's a really good nade. DraftKings finds him as with the nade. That's a very good lineup. Pifectix finds Destroy, and they might be able to recover this one, James. Batulins has got a really good ridge to work with. That's inside the circle. And that's very reassured. They have 4 guys alive. 5 kills. It's looking really good for them here. Back-to-back snowball effect is coming into play.
Okay, 169 meters. We're looking straight
Get the tattoo out, James. Skip the finger out. Okay,
yeah.
Looks good. Yeah, I see it.
200. Not bad, for example, and Batulins, if that's where we're looking for.
My pointy finger, the outer joint is exactly 142 meters long. So I use that to measure my shots with the mortar.
Is that true?
on the minimap. Yeah, on the minimap.
Okay, yeah, I could appreciate that. I don't do that. I just kind of like eye it, but maybe I should be.
Quick
maybe
math.
I should be putting my finger up to it.
Get a tattoo. Commit to it. I like it a lot. VP here, 3 kills on each of the guys and 6 kills total here. This push here, it's about VP trying to herd Falcons towards the southern side rather than engaging in a fight with VP. They already have a kind of foot inside the door into the next circle here, but Falcons is the team that's going to have to make a move here. Zero and B is all inside. Petrokarot's going to get more placement point from this one, arguably. But VP is just trying to make sure that they can either get a few kills onto Falcons or at least shut them down.
bit more nades going forwards as Falcon still sat down there as well. We need to go further with that mortar thing. Like, my shin bone is exactly 700 meters, so if I hold my leg up to the monitor...
Okay, I like it.
This is going to be slow rolling and a lot of util used for these teams across some of these ridge lines. And everyone doesn't want to take chances, right? Nobody's really secure other than anyone's legend at the moment. But for the teams at the top, it's going to be a rich get rich case for this one. Lookarux dips into the blue and causes an absolute massacre against Falcon. Shrimsy returns for it, but that little dip into the blue just cost Falcons tons. Oh my god.
Try to push in, try to get it locked down here. Shrimsy did get Lookarux. DraftKings did go, but this is a perfect push from Liquid. Nixie finds one. Kraken turns around and helps out Liquid though. And look at Falcons, they're just getting cleaned up by Furia. Furia is the big winner from this, again, the King of the Hill strike.
What an absolute problem Lookarux just caused, dipping into the blue like that. That was a strong potential mastery of what you would need to do to deal with Falcons there. But there's just too many teams laying in wait. Too many teams around. Too many teams that want to come in and clean you up on this third party. Good stuff by Team Liquid. We were saying we wanted them to rise to the occasion here. And they have so far, alongside Furia. Furia's had a bit more of an easy time of it in this game. Let's be real with this compound. Team Liquid's been all right here on these edges.
But they've been out defending, they've been out being proactive with their position, and I really like that. Cracking them down to 0 and B. Pero and Petrica Road in general shows their hand, and now it comes out, get cleaned. Shrimsy gets found by Pretty Curdy, and just after Petrica Road gets found here, so Falcons out in 5th, and Petrica Road out in 4th place. They get 4 placement points.
3 versus 3 versus 3, continuing to hold down the fortress here, Furia, but at the same time, I feel like Team Liquid knows that, okay, yes, there was a team in this compound. We need to also get involved in this somehow, some way. Right now, Furia is really kind of very preoccupied by the eventual Twisted Minds push forwards against this. So when will Team Liquid strike, I think is the big question mark for me right now.
It's about a third-party timing here, James. Furia's looking really good to the compound.
What is this?
Oh! Okay.
It was the nade. It was the nade.
Oh, I thought for a minute, James. Okay, it got me.
It almost got me too, and then I instantly was like, I'm not going to be fooled at this time. Go over to the kill feed, see what's going on. Jump shot, arm shots. Okay, you're a crazy example. I think he wants to try and catch up to the rest of the boys at the moment that have posted 6 kills so far. None here, for example, with the arm. Zalo now moves forwards. This is going to be Team Liquid's time to strike. They realize that a knock or 2 came on through, or even a full kill, I should say. That's a C4.
Oh, okay.
That's a C4.
And that 2-story in the north is actually the last compound to be in here. Nobody's in just yet here. I don't know if it's too early to have put it down here, but it's going to cause problems and at least, as well, audio issues for the other guys.
I think maybe a little too early, as you say.
No impact.
At the same time, wait, that was a zipline gun. Anyway, DraftKings also trying to move on around here as well, as Alo's just dug himself in before. This actually might have been one of the Furia locations that they dug down onto. And now it's been used and exploited against them. As Alo instantly takes down DraftKings. I think for Furia, as much as you've held down this compound for this long here, Martin, I don't think it's going to be lasting much longer.
No, but still a 3rd place and 10 kills for that. That's still a great effort for them here. Great snowball effect. The King of the Hills, though, have not yet to be crowned. James, Twisted Minds and Liquid. 3v3 with the knock and Perfectix. This could be rough here for Twisted Minds.
Double blue. Probably saw him come out of that window as well, which means he probably knows exactly where he is. Knows he's in this smoke, so just trying to weed him out at the moment. The blue does take down Perfectix in the end. Example is right on top of you, Purdy Curdy. He goes for the spray, takes down Purdy. That's a problem. And now Alo responds as well, coming out for all the Panzerfaust here from Batulins. Example's down now as Batulins tries to clean things up. 1v1.
1 nade here. Perfect cook. Could be perfect. Oh, it's just cooked a little bit too little. Stun grenade and a push come out here. It's very, very close, and Badoon's trying to swim around. He has full 3 gear. Is Luke going to be able to do it? It's Liquid. It's Twisted Minds. It's the second game here. Oh my god, and he pushes around and gets an aggressive lead from Twisted Minds. 10 kills and a win here for Twisted Minds in the second game of the winner stage, James.
But Toolins is all smiles, whereas some of the other boys, they're like, okay, yeah, just another day at the office. That is Twisted Minds walking away with the victory, dispatching of the Americas at the very end. Speaking of which, Matrim and Poro joining us here to talk about this one. Poro, Twisted Minds, I know you love EMEA.
Oh man, yeah, that was fantastic. Yeah, like, hey, everybody keeps calling Purdy Curdy Unc. He looked like Uncle Rico the way they threw the end game there. But I mean, it's just, what do you do? Like, Twisted Minds are just too good to make any mistakes, and if you make one mistake, they're going to capitalize on it every single time, and that's exactly what happened. And credit to them, like, they looked really good there at the end.
Yeah, Matrim, of course, Fury was able to hold down this compound for a long time, and Team Liquid in the north side also looked great, sweeping some of those teams towards the end as well. So as much as I can joke around and stuff like that, America's so far to start today is looking nice.
I mean, you got to give respect to Twisted, though. It was a very fortified position that we saw Furia playing from. They did get a little bit punished with a couple of over peaks, and you could say that maybe with their high ground, they could have defended it a bit better. You were alluding to that. Like, they were very focused in trying to control the north, hoping the fact that Falcons down to the southeast would kind of control the south. But actually, Falcons was very focused in watching what was going on to the north, and that allowed the Northwestern squad and Team Liquid to start doing some of these crazy raps, finding a lot of kills. And it wasn't until the end game where it was just a good setup in defense from Team Liquid, but it was just the brutality that Twisted could bring out. They just fought their way through an entrenched position on two different fronts, and you got to give them respect for that.
Yeah, it's tough, right? I mean, the Panzerfaust makes everything even more problematic there towards the end as well. I think that if Batulis doesn't have a Panzerfaust in that exact moment, maybe it is a 2v1 in the end for Team Liquid going up against what Batulins was bringing, but it's 20 points for them, a much more even game than our first game, Avenger. 20 points, 16 points, a 15-pointer from Furia, 10 points for Virtus Pro coming in on that east side. Even Falcons gets a cheeky 6-pointer.
Yeah, and that's a great consistency here from Liquid and from Furia, man. The way they played it so far pushed them all the way in here. 24 plus points here. A little bit within striking distance to anyone Legend here, or the two teams. But yeah, what a game, what a way to do it. And Twisted Minds, that Panzerfaust and the way they kind of locked that in, sure, it makes it a 1v1. But the aggressive moves towards the end to take down Luke, that was beautiful.
Very well done, and that's how the lay of the land so far here. For Team Liquid, Twisted Minds, Fury, I think just a cheeky few more points, and they'll be securing themselves into the final quite nicely, as Nixie does 709 damage, and Mr. Poro is at good old Purdy Curdy hanging along the kids.
There's Unc. I'm wondering who's going to be the MVP off of this one. We get three different toppers at the top there. But I think Team Liquid looking, despite the fact that they're going to be like, we probably should have won that. Like that, they're doing really well. 2 back-to-back seconds. If you're looking at that 30-point threshold as the cut line, which is typically around that, like if you get 30, you're probably feeling pretty good about being top 8. They're sitting on 25. They're sitting pretty good. So at the end of the day, yeah, you're sad about it, but you're still kind of feeling hype about how things are going.
Matrim? Oh, it's again.
Hey,
oh my god.
Of course.
Robbed.
Why not?
Robbed, by the way.
I don't want to hear about it. Virtus Pro trying to ruin 2 America's teams by running out in the blue. Like, goodness gracious. That was absolutely insane work from Luca Ruxty.
Matrim, let's just give him man of the match every game today. Let's just have that. What do you think?
Sure. I mean, he's making up for lost time after all the times we repeatedly said that he could get it and didn't.
Yeah, that's some good stuff there to be able to see him popping up once again here. Anyone's Legend. It's not even like they made too much of a ruckus here on the west side of this circle, Avenger, but in the end, kills are kills, and he also started off very strong in this game.
The amount of space they had, and sure, everything like kind of happened kind of early to mid game here, but the amount of space that they had, Twisted Minds sniffed that out and they took it away from them. That's why they didn't get more out of it. And him, sure, he did absolutely destroy Crazy Raccoon. I'll give him the MVP for this one here. But towards the late game and the way that some of the guys played, I really liked the Lukarooks there. That was a big one. If they had a nade and a little bit more damage on the guys, maybe it could have been a team wipe here. But yeah, great effort from them.
For some of the teams coming in up this hill, obviously slow and steady attempt at a game, right, Poro? But it's difficult when you've got teams lurking around like that. The fact that Lukarooks dips into the blue and then just causes so many problems for Falcons, if that doesn't happen, Falcons probably has a much better run at that game.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's always tough to say. Or like, I feel like Furia probably could have done a lot more from the spot that they had for the longest time. Like they're going to be kicking themselves that they didn't get the win at the end there. But as you said, I mean, the teams in this lobby are just so good, and everybody pressing on you from all sides. It's asking a lot of a team to try to hold all angles. So we'll see what they can put together with 3 games remaining.
Completely agree. All right, well, let's go to a break, and when we return, we have only those 3 more games coming. It's going to be Tago next up. Join us right after this.
Stop, great. Hi guys, welcome to the shooting challenge, and today's guest of honor is none other than Furia. Hello guys. Hello, thanks for joining me. So we're gonna give you 3 bullets and knock those water bottles down. The one with the most knocks gets to choose what the loser of this challenge has to do for their, your chicken dinner.
Okay.
And when the camera comes on to you, you gotta dance.
Okay.
We had some dances. Here, I present to you.
A Pequeña, Kraken 2 puntos. A Vigas 1 punto.
Okay.
Relax, guys. I'm here.
Okay. Second try.
What? No. It's not working.
You gotta redo. That was.
Oh.
Maybe Kraken wants to dance.
Oh, he's a good dancer. Ooh,
He redeemed himself. Smaller bottles. It's 2 points.
More points?
Yes.
I tried the big one. I told him. He doesn't even speak his own language.
Whoa!
But it's more even than big.
Man with excuses.
Fast. Eu não vou dançar. Strip.
Oh, okay. 2 points. 2 bottles, no. Good. No, it's good. Double dance, dude. Ooh! That was impressive. That counts. Stop, great.
7.
7.
I'm scared.
Yeah, so you.
I'm so excited. I knew it was gonna be me.
We thought of a dance that DraftKings should do.
Vou pensar aquela do. Sabe do Jamal? Ah, eu sei. Jamal? Que é isso?
That's cute. Okay, thank you for joining me, Furia, and I hope to see you in the next one. Bye.
Bye.
Two games down, and of course, anyone's legend looking fantastic at number 1, but the West is already fighting back here as the players alive from Seoul, South Korea, to be able to get our games going. We've got 3 more coming, but before we do head over to Tago, let's hear from battlegrounds, who's down on the floor with Bella.
Hi guys, it's Bella standing with Twisted Minds Battlegrounds. Hi Battlegrounds, you wiped out the Americas and collected a 10 kill on Miramar. Today's going great. Well, tell me all about it.
It was pretty easy, but definitely actually not easy. I was not like nervous, but it was a shaky situation. And I'm just glad I managed to win this game for our team. Yep, so that's all, and my emotions.
You said that you weren't the sharpest shooter before today started, but it looks like you're pretty good with the Panther. You took one for the team, so any chance to redeem yourself?
Nah, I'm still a bad shooter. I'm just IGL, you know.
Just a simple IGL. All right, thank you, Batu, and best of luck to you. 감사합니다. 안녕하세요.
Ah, yes, a humble Batulins saying it was easy to wipe Americas, and then it wasn't easy to win against Americas. What do you think about that, Paro? Anything from that?
I mean, it looked pretty easy, but who am I to say? He said it was harder than it was, right? Like, so I'll take Batulin's word for it.
Yeah, I guess he's got some choice words about him being just an IGL, which is always interesting, considering how much he's progressed Avenger and looks like just as deadly a fragger as the boys alongside him.
Yeah, the amount of times he's still top fragged or been up there, top damage and so far. Like, remember some of our fantasy games, like, why is Batulin's top fragging all of a sudden? Like, and then some guy, it's always you, James, some guy goes, yeah, I have him today.
Captains.
Captains, no, come on. Anyway, let's take a look at the numbers here across the board. Who normally captains Purdy Curdy? Was that Toffees? That was Toffees, right?
That sounds like
a Toffees move.
Yeah.
No, he's Shrimsy captainer always.
Shrimsy, oh yeah, he's a Shrimsy devotee.
True. Yeah, Falcons doesn't miss out on finals, that's for sure. Anyway, it was like Twisted Minds and the Americas in general, Matrim, though, right? Like, they have had just a really stellar start to the day for Team Liquid. Technically, they started PGS 4 group strong, but then kind of teetered off towards the later stages. At least here in the winners, this is a really good little foundation to set.
America's doing great in the early sections, and then whenever we get to the finals, not necessarily doing great. Never heard that one happen before. Not once in my life. We are getting, I guess, a lot more closer on the leaderboard. Sure, we still have one squad that's up on the top of it, but it's gotten a lot more dicey in the middle, or like specifically second, third, and fourth.
I think one of these PGSs is coming the way of the Americas. I believe here. So. All right, let's do it as we have got time to take over. It's going to be Matrim and Poro bringing you all the action.
I love this. What is this James that we're getting right now where he's just like all the regions are good and America's is due for a victory? I don't know how to banter around this for him.
No, you don't understand how James works, man. This is James trolling us with kindness, right? Like, he's setting us up. It's like
he's setting us up for failure.
I'm on to him. Like, yeah, he can't get by me. You can't troll a troller. All right, you can't troll a troller. But no, like, at the end of the day, the Americas have been doing really good, right? Like, we got all three teams to the first final stage. Things looking good here so far through the winner stage. Like, I mean, all of them, they're all in the top 5. Like, we can't complain about that, right?
No, I mean, and that was also a good read on the last circle. That's always what I look for whenever I see squads and how they're playing, is how they can assault a circle that they're not doing well in, like specifically around circles 3 or 4, and rotate and still find prime positions, or how they can play from stronger points that they've already found whenever they do get that circle love. It's intriguing to me that whenever we watch how this is all going to be playing out, on this playing path, we've got a pretty Western set, so a lot of the squads should be kind of comfortable, but this feels like this is one of those ones where we get one of those crazy circles and go a bit anywhere and go north-south. Yeah, I was going to say leans a bit more north. So Go Dock, Army Base, definitely going to be getting a lot more love.
I like a North Island circle, to be honest. Like, these are some of my favorite. I love the terrain up there in the mountains. I think it makes things really interesting when you get towards the late game, and teams can be kind of right on top of each other before they even see each other. And then you throw in the addition of the destructible terrain. It just makes it that much more interesting, and teams got to have a lot more stuff to take into consideration before just sending it. So this one's going to be kind of interesting, though, because so many teams are off to the south.
Quick reposition coming up from Team Liquid, seeing like maybe they can get a sidetrack on what's going on with 4 Angry Men. 4 Angry Men, a squad quite strong last week, haven't quite managed to get anything going just quite yet, but circles haven't been too friendly to them, so we'll have to see how this goes. 4 Angry Men under duress from 2 sides, really, as it is going to be Team Liquid a bit more on the hunt, but Falcons also going to be very close to them off the dropping. Team Liquid coming in full on gusto, man. They got goals, and HS is going to go down.
Okay, I like this Team Liquid. Let's go. Sending it in, being aggressive, going after. I think they realized the situation. They knew they had HSM at a disadvantage, and I mean that's just sheer aggression on the part of Liquid, right? Like, that's something that I feel personally has kind of been missing from that squad, but so far it's looking pretty nice.
Here goes Shin walking into the Falcon side of it, and 4 Angry Men on a really mixed drop, gonna get punished both sides. And this is just 2 players up and not a lot of loot as Winda can't even go anywhere.
Jeez. The Mutant VSS for Kickstart. New meta, guys. You saw it here first.
It's your time, Poro. VSS meta incoming.
Like, we already saw Solozzi pop off with the VSS in game number 1. Maybe we could see Kickstart stick around. I don't think he's going to hold it, though. He's not that cool. He's cool. He's not that cool.
Team Liquid now having gotten their kill, looks like they're going to go assault a bit more into the circle, try to get their loot a bit better off. Falcons around that Oppo area going to be feeling pretty good. 4 Angry Men, I don't know what they do. There's no good loot spots ahead of them. All of the vehicles have now been thieved away from them. They've got like a couple of buildings and a tree. Whenever you've got one of your players hiding behind a tree without any loot because there's nowhere else to go, in Circle 1, life's about to be really suck.
Yeah, everything's kind of bad. Like, you kind of hope that Winda can hold on, and then maybe Spaceman will come and pick him up. But yeah, we'll see what they do here as we get replay of those highlights from match number 2. Twisted Minds, their battle coming in from that south side. And I gotta say, like, I'm actually super impressed with Twisted Minds and that they were able to fight their way in from that south side. Like, they were chasing the circles all the way to the very end. And I mean, this was just kind of the cherry on the cake right here at the top. Like, oh, Luke just swapped over, and yeah, Batsu just not even gonna give him the chance.
We didn't even get a chance to really talk about how hard it is to assault the western side of that compound, and really, that's why we saw nobody really making the push over there, and Twisted had to kind of come in from a little bit more of a weird angle. Just the way that hill lays, you have to play that so perfectly to find a way to sneak in to the high ground while also having to deal with all the squads that were back behind you. So kudos where it's due, man. I mean, that was just a very strongly played. You can't say it was the super cleanest because it did end up in a 1v1, but it was a situation that they probably should not have won and somehow managed to find a way to clutch it up, and respect.
Yeah, and I mean, those situations are what separates champions, right? Like, you have to be able to find points when you're not supposed to be able to find points. As we get some highlights here from Himas, his second man of the match. He has actually been farming today. Now, obviously not having the stress and pressure gonna help that out a little bit, but you still got to hit your shots, man.
I mean, look, you just secure man of the match within the first, I don't know, couple of minutes of the game, and just don't stress about it after that. That's the new Anyone's Legend strategy. Just get everything early and you're fine.
Yeah. Just get a FAMAS here to start things off. Why not?
Yeah.
They're already inside zone as well. So we'll see how they play this one out going forward. As check in with Kickstart, kind of scouting around. Falcons still playing around that same compound that they were at. It looks like Window was able to escape. But maybe might finally get to heal up as Furia. Oh no, that's the Expendables, boys. You don't want to push right into that. The trade, though, will start things off a little bit better in their favor.
I mean, that's pretty secured for now if they can take this fast enough, but good defensive lines coming up so far. Rest of GTE looks like they're going to be trying to regroup as fast as possible. Other side of the hill, so Furia knows that they're under duress and they need to take care of the solo on the other side of them before the reinforcements get there, but the timing just has not gone the way they want. Duck Juice now here, dropping it down into just 2 up. Pose is going to go down, and that is the Expendables suddenly rallying together quite efficiently as DraftKings does at least get a knock. Can he get anything more? No!
Oh no. I don't know if he realized it was a 1v1 there. The hopping out of the vehicle maybe fat fingered the F key there for the Expendables, but it looks like no harm, no foul. They end up getting 4 points as Furia will go out early. But so far through 2 games, although this one didn't go their way, Matt, they're sitting at 25 points in 3rd place. If you think about that theoretical 30-point cut line, they're still doing all right.
Yeah, they just got Twisted that's going to be right on top of them, as well as Team Liquid, going to be right in the thick of both of those, just 1 point difference. But do note everybody else that it is going to be the Expendables now chasing back into the 5th place position. Those 4 points going to be big. Just still 10 points back behind Twisted right now. As the way the circle goes, most of the squads not playing Army base. I know you and I both love Army base, and I want to see it played with the Destructibles, but it looks like the way that the heat maps are going, everybody's playing way more down to the south, playing along the rivers, playing in the more open sections of the field. That's why we've got Kickstart just doing a little bit of high ground control, seeing if you can spot what's going on. Also, you know the Falcons have to be a little bit nervous because they did have that one player from 4 Angry Men and haven't been able to spot anything else after that.
Yeah, they definitely taking their time to scout this one out, and they should be happy with what they see because they have a lot of space around them. You can see the pings on their map there on the right, looking over towards that western edge of Godok. Now, whether or not that's a rotation path or if that's what they saw somebody else do, we can only speculate, but
right now they are pretty safe and sound, but you do bring up a good point. Like that entire north side of this zone, all the way up to Army Base and including the mountains just to the south, only a couple of teams really playing that early on here, as Myth going to be one of them. And they've got that high ground. They're spotting out Virtus Pro, repositioning below them.
I mean, I love the Army Base hillsides, but it feels like the way the heat maps have been going, they've been leaning more to the south. But I mean, we could still get the shift. There's nothing just like set in stone any point in this one. Red Zone is going to go next to Army Base and Petrichor Road making their wraps. We still have a couple of squads. Most notably, it is going to be Crazy Raccoon as well as GTE. We've got Cerberus and 4 Angry Men, and well, I should say 2 Angry Men, all still just trying to get into the circle that have to deal with the river, because nobody is really going to be making push around it. To the northeast, we do have Twisted that's hanging out right next to the bridge in a light bridge camp potential. And then on the central bridges, we've got T1 trying to get something together.
Oh no, look at this. Trapdoor spiders out in the fields, and they are just waiting for somebody to come in their general vicinity. And Crazy Raccoons, they just cannot catch a break. They're pulling through right in this same direction. As you see, Clories will rejoin the Expendables after that fight versus Fury, and it looks like Winda might be in Hoppo trying to. I'm curious to see if he actually got his hands on those blue chips to get 4 AM back up to full strength.
No listening in. Twisted knows the rotate and how it's going to come out. It's just a matter of how close do we get Guyon. That is not the place to stop. Perfectly read from Twisted Minds. The freest kill you could potentially imagine. Some harassment on the other side, but that just means that Lou's going to play back into his face. Glass is going to get the knock. Are we going to get another shift on the other side as Perfectix already knows exactly where he is?
This is actually insane prep work from Twisted Minds. Like, they know that this hill is where teams like to stop and scout out their next move. Now, the problem is that they lose Lou, so their trap does get them a point, but it loses one in return. And actually, Guyon may be getting back on his feet here as the rest of Crazy Raccoons are still hovering around Perfectix.
Oh, we're not done yet, though, because where does Crazy Raccoon go? They want eyes onto that bridge. The circle's popped, and it did go into the Army Base hillsides. So big rotate that's going on while that's happening. Twisted Minds just trying to get into position while Guyon trying to get rezzed back up. Perfectix going to be playing the southern section of it, but not too many other ways to play. You can already see trying to set up the fences. Crazy Raccoon, though, is going to be very thrown off on timings. How are they going to want to play this? Is they're going to roll him right next to Perfectix, and I don't know if he wants another piece of this just quite yet.
I don't think he does. I think he's by himself, and I think he was maybe going to see if he could take out the last player, and he will take shots as they retreat. So Twisted Minds pulls off the 500 IQ camp, but they end up losing Lou for it. So they'll go ahead and retrieve his blue chip. As it looks like Crazy Raccoon, are they sticking around for this?
Well, there's no real good way to go into the circle. The easiest way for them is into this eastern bridge, and maybe they're trying to wrap around it. I don't know, but Twisted just hanging out over here. I think that they spotted the vehicles also regrouping, so they don't want to push this too hard. We do have some circle jockeying that's going on. The center point of the hillside on to Army Base has T1, Myth, Gen G all fighting around it. Petrichor Road, Team Liquid, as well as Super is a bit external from that. Well, now Falcons and VP getting in. And an easy res coming back in. So it was like nothing ever happened. Just 1 point over.
Yeah, I mean, Luke can even drop back and get his gear, depending on when that chopper comes through. We'll see what Twisted decides to do here as we check in with Team Liquid. They're kind of surrounded right now. They've got Supers on their south side, Petrichor Road on the north, but they've got a lot of cover to play around here. And now T1 looks like they're scrapping with Gen G.
This is just about, I guess, the crazy hill section that is going to be very centered inside the circle. It's very dynamic as there's a lot of high ground position coming around. Ian does get the knock on the beam with a very long range nade. I guess just enough to finish it out. T1 on the high, trying to make sure that they keep it going. Do get another knock, but Soul finally retaliates.
Soul has to retaliate. He's the last player left alive. T1 actually feasting right now. If they can get tight back up, this could be huge for them, as Soul will try to retreat, stay alive a little bit longer. Isn't going to be able to get the flush onto that kill. And oh no, Twisted Minds. They were waiting. They were waiting again. The second camp as Crazy Raccoons just cannot get away from early game fights with European squads.
I don't know what Crazy Raccoon did to Twisted Minds, but there is no love lost here. Just down to a 1v1 again. Guyon on one side, Perfectix on the other, but Perfectix still crossing the road into Shipyards. Got to get there fast. He is quite a ways away to the north, so he's got to wrap back down to the south, cut himself a path over here, and still get there before any reses or flushes happen. And one res has already gone through, and it looks like they're going to go for the quick crunch and try to see if they can pick up the kill and the res at the same time. Just stacked on top of each other, all nice and efficient.
Oh my goodness. Twisted, maybe camping isn't for you guys. P.O. Good headshot will force P.O. to do a little seat swappy action. We'll cut back to that in a second as Anyone's Legend tries to spring the trap onto Navi, but that's not going to work. Hakatori immediately takes down him ass. Going to hard to get another MVP if you're down and out this early into the game.
Okay, the circle has shifted to the east. That means it is all going to be trenches everywhere. A lot of verticality squads. No one playing in the east right now means the fact that you've got to get into position quite quickly. And the squads into the west, what we're presently watching with Anyone's Legend and Navi stacked on top of each other, know that they need to get these kills and they need to get them fast because nothing is guaranteed from this point forward. Nades rolling down. Don't take out Anyone's Legend. But the Navi Force looks like they've already got a read on where the repositions are coming at. And also Team Liquid getting involved. They're right on the edge of the zone, and they can referee a lot of these rotates.
Just hard shifts after hard shift here as now Navi will take down Destroy, and they do lose Spiro in the process, and now they're getting backfilled by Supers, so that's going to be another fight that they're going to have to take here. Twisted Minds Perfectix does stay alive long enough to where Lou is back. So Twisted not out of it yet as T1 now has spotted out Virtus Pro Beamy. He's going to stay down, but Corexi is going to provide the cover.
Right along the center here is a lot of attention starting to come this direction. VP has to keep their head on a swivel. On the other side of this, you can see that GTE is already set up, but there's a little bit of a ridgeline between them. No direct firefighting. It's still just staying contained between these as Raining does get the knock onto Nixie. Looks like trying to sneak over that nade. If it had just been a little bit further, could have done a massive amount of damage. But GTE does hear this firefight, and they are moving to pursue.
And it's so hard to hit this utility correctly as there is so much terrain difference over here. Corexi going to get some damage down, but the knock's just not coming through. But as you said, that third party could be a problem as Myth is now coming up from the south and GTE still looking over in that direction. Beamy, though, will try to take a few shots, keep them defended from the expendables for now.
When you go for the center of the circle, you're going to have to fight for it. T1 is doing the best that they can. They're managing to rally, starting to get a lot of their reses back together, but there's just so many threats on every single side. T1 has to keep their head constantly spinning around to make sure that they keep control over this high ground as there's just too many different angles. Type at least gets a knock onto Lucarux. Nade's now starting to come out. Raining goes down yet again. Heather got to make sure that he keeps this defended angle, but he has to retreat. Instead, it's just going to be blind nades up to see if he can catch anything.
It's just chucking util over the side of this mountain and hoping that something sticks. And a lot of damage done on that last one from Virtus Pro. It looks like T1 should be able to reset again. And now Virtus Pro, it's getting a little bit too hot to handle as Gustav will get the knock on a Nixie. All the teams coming in from that south side are now having angles. The stopwatch has gone off in Virtus Pro's head, and they realize they cannot stick around for this any longer.
Yeah, that firefight, like you're talking about, is just too long, and it's made it to where it's way too dicey to continue. Starting to realize up to the northwest, nobody wanting to make the push into Army base without getting the points continues as it is going to be Navi with just one up in Hakatori. Eyes on the Supers, though, still just trying to play right along the edge zone. 3 players still up.
Navi rather, down to just Hakatori as they try to defend that western edge of the blue from Supers. Looks like Hakatori maybe lost track of that last player from Supers and Guman. Deal coming in from the north side. It seems like from all sides, Hakatori is about to be pressed, and he will find the knock on a Rex, though. Hakatori not going to go down without a fight. Shots from Deal will land, and Hakatori will just have to stop down in the smokes, try to heal up.
I mean, you need everybody on your squad to go after Hakatori. Who cares if it's just a tree? You got to make sure that you come at him from every angle all at the same time. Otherwise, he will put at least one of you down. Manages to make it back over to the tree of comfort, gives it some hugs, some kisses, tries to keep him alive. Deal on the other side, still playing aggressive into it, gets punished. But that is going to open up Human back behind. The smoke's doing enough to deny out any clean angles, with the blue zone now starting to stack. If anything, this is just causing more and more damage to the Supers as it stalled them out entirely, and Hakatori is trying to steal this one away.
I mean, he's just wrecking them right now. Deal will just reposition in the US. Hakatori just completely had Human pin, kind of taken away with the Great use of smokes there, as we see now Team Liquid will take the fight over towards Myth. Myth, I believe, down to just one player as they're getting pressed from T1 and Liquid. Baron's going to go down. Okay, there's one more still alive for Myth somewhere on this mountain, but Team Liquid kind of farming on that western side.
Oh, Scappy, there is nowhere to go, and he knows it. He's just got to try to run through these ravines and make his way down to the south, getting away from T1 and the Team Liquid press between the two. That is a very violent section of the circle right now, as a lot of these squads are now trying to push their way a bit more over to east, and Guman finally managed to spot out Hakatori and finish him off.
Finally. Well, that's Hakatori did a lot of work, though, as Super's now down to just the duo. They've got a little bit of space on the northwest to work with, though. We'll see how long they can stay alive, as Falcons have found themselves just a little hillside to work with on the southeast. But Twisted Minds, Perfectix, and Lou still kind of hovering around, and actually Virtus Pro looking over in that direction as well. So Falcons need to be on the watch here on all sides.
This is the ravine side of what we look at whenever we see these hills. So Falcon's going to be using that to try to exploit. Does mean that there are a couple of high ground positions that make them a bit vulnerable. They know that. They're trying to play the safety for it, but Perfectix just continuing. Doesn't care. Going to be hard to get the follow-up, but now Falcons, with eyes on a better position inside the circle, caught at a knock the worst possible time.
Oh my gosh, and they actually got Batulins back as well. But Falcons, they're getting pressed from all sides. So let's take a listen in on their comms as they take multiple fights.
Okay, Lou died and Batulins died. Lou got rezzed.
Listen, there's a guy on Green Rock. You guys are getting inted by VP.
Batulins got rezzed. They're
Green
man,
line,
by the way.
Green line is happening right now. You should leave immediately.
Okay. You ready? Okay.
This guy is green. This guy is green line. He ran down in front of you. He can push you.
I'm kind of okay where I am, guys.
Okay, just stay there then. The Twisted guy's driving on your north.
And he's leaving. He stopped on Orange Ridge. He stopped on Orange Ridge. It's not good for me. Really bad.
Look at the zone.
Coming to you guys.
This looks like we're about to get ran.
We can get to green.
We should kill the Twisted.
Drive to green.
The chaos just being too many threats around. As you can see, Falcons were trying to figure out exactly who is positioned where. The assault into going for any form of point on this is going to be quite hard. With VP down to the south, Twisted coming in back behind him, and Cerberus up to the north. They're now in the more open sections of this trench section and just trying to cross through it, and punished every single move.
They really want to get rid of these last couple of players from Twisted Minds, but the problem is that Virtus Pro is getting ever closer. As you see, Batulins has managed to make it to the ground. He's in army base, so he's separated from the rest of the squad. He's not going to be an issue. Crazy Raccoons finally having to leave. It looks like they've spotted out Deal, and now it's just down to Guman on the supers.
Another push coming out from the Falcons. Looks like they're still just trying to find the way into the circle, and there's nowhere to go. If they push this hillside to the due west of them, it's going to get punished from all the squads, and they know it. Instead, they're just going to have to send it more into the Cerberus facing, see if they can wrap around, use that little bit of a hill. They do manage to squeak by, but they now put themselves directly into a high ground 4 angry men firefight.
And 4 a.m. is looking down that direction too. You can see all their little Doritos on the mini-map looking down in this direction, seeing if they can find an angle. Virtus Pro is still a threat as well, coming in from the south, but it looks like they're getting shot at by Twisted Minds. So now Corexi kind of on his own. He's going to spot out one of the Falcons. He'll get the knock on a Gustav as he strays a little bit too far from the flock.
Gustav just knocked moments ago, so this is going to be a very quick bleed out, and he's all isolated. Cerberus hears the firefight. They're not moving more aggressive. Instead, it's just Twisted, continuing just to take little stabs and punches. It's just jab upon jab into the backs of the squads that are moving around them. Finally, Perfectix goes down, as it is going to be VP that spots him out. Beamy's going to get control over that. Lou now has to figure out how he wants to approach the circle. He's going to have GT on one side, VP on the other. But with that firefight, Falcons now wrapping around the hillside. They want to finish what was going on, but Beamy spots out Tiggleton, gets the knock onto him.
It's a massive knock, and Gustav will not be reservable either as the grenades come through. Beamy will go down eventually, but it's going to be to another player from another team altogether as Twisted Mind still trying to take the fight to the Expendables. One knock comes through for Lou, but he runs out of rounds, and he will go down to Tanvu, who's up to almost 600 damage, Matt.
That leaves just Batulins alive up to the northeast, hanging out in the blue. He's got Crazy Raccoon right next to him. Petrichor Road's going to have the center of the circle, but not for long. It shifts back over into 4 angry men and their high ground. Myth's going to have to try to figure out how they can get Scappy into the circle right next to GTE, while T1 trying to hold out Team Liquid. Team Liquid's just going to have to firefight their way through it, and they know it.
They've got 3 down here. They left Luke up the hill and to the west, and Purdy Curdy, that grenade's going to find the mark. He'll go down to Heather, but the rest of the squad has arrived, raining. take a few shots before having to duck down back into cover. But this is a full-on scrap going on the edge of the zone. Luke is running over here to try to join his team.
T1 just essentially trying to figure out how to make bullets at this point. They've been fighting for so long. It feels like it has been firefight into firefight for the last 3 circles, but they're somehow holding it together. Team Liquid has to retreat. The high ground just too much of an advantage. Alo up, and it's going to be so hard to even try to get Kurt, as it is just right in a terrible spot. Yeah, go ahead and flush that one out. Alo now has to go through Petrichor Road or T1. Neither option going to be good, but T1 has nowhere that they can really go, as it is going to be Ming Ming that takes down Alo.
And credit to Petrichor for figuring out what was going on there. They leave their circle position, their high ground position, to come out here and try to see if they can collect a few points. They do, in fact, do so. They get 4 more kills, and they are still 4 strong, looking good for the late game. As Crazy Raccoons still fighting their way in from the north. They've got a snake in their midst, though. But Toolins will get the knock. He'll get the flush and collects another point for Twisted Minds.
Crazy Raccoons is like, how? How is it still Twisted? No matter where we go, Twisted Minds is going to be messing with our game. It spins back around. Pio's trying to figure out what's going on. He's getting harassed by Petrichor Road. Cerberus still on top of him, and Batulins finds more meds and a way to sneak into the circle. Are you kidding me?
This is unbelievable. This is what it's like to be haunted by a ghost, as it just... Big Crazy Raccoons cannot seem to escape Twisted. Batulins, though, they are looking back in that direction. They haven't found him just yet, but now Cerberus is starting to push over in this direction, so they have to be looking in both different directions here, as they absolutely have to kill this guy. They got to get rid of him.
But Tulins has gotten so good at these like solo sneaky plays after coming back in res, finding a point here or there, tries to get more of it. He's finally going to go down, stalls out, but does get the knock onto Pio in death, and Cerberus now has such an opportunity.
And here they come, that grenade. Oh, man, it's going to not bounce where it needs to. That one might find the mark, though. It's actually going to go a little bit too far. Guyon being a little bit close, and he's not even looking. Zest will take down Glass, as Guyon will go down. Cerberus up to 5 kills.
They've got the Northeast under firm control. 4 Angry Men, though, taking a couple of shots at them from the high ground. They've got to be careful. They've got Corexi just down underneath of them, and they know it. They want to deal with him. Sending Spaceman into the more aggressive position, but Corexi not necessarily easy to take out. A thorn that's going to stay persistently in your side unless you deal with him, and a lot of utility having to be expunged just to deal with him. Nothing really getting just yet, as it's just more and more damage. Can he get a knock or anything else to open up more of the circle, but finally goes down.
This is the problem with that destructible terrain. It makes it so that even a solo player can be a team-wiping threat if you don't take care of it quickly. And 4AM will take him down. They're up to 3 kills, and they have the high ground here, king of the hill, as it were, as T1's trying to fight their way in from the south. But look at this. You still got Sololzi, the VSS king himself, just hiding in the background. Clory's down here as well.
So this 4 Angry Men defended position that they've got has...
He's got nothing.
It's really weird to try to defend, and that's why we keep seeing 4 Angry Men kind of step out and do some more, I guess, aggressive positioning. Petrichor Road also has a bit of a hillside that they're playing before it drops down into a little bit more of a ravine, but they're having to deal with Cerberus, who has less as far as high ground and ravines go. Instead, it's a lot more space that they're playing from. T1's going to be coming in from the south and could have to deal with Petrichor Road, 4 Angry Men, and that opens up more space for Cerberus in the north as long as they keep playing this slow.
All right, Clory's solo player. Oh, he's going to throw the grenades over there. He's not going to see Raining run away, but should be able to survive a little bit longer. As a solo, he's doing a lot better than Sololzi is, but it looks like T1 realizes that they've got a snake in their midst. Let's go ahead and get rid of him as quickly as possible. Nice shots from Cloys. We'll find Ian. He's going to get the knock, too. And that'll slow things down. And now Spaceman shooting at him from behind. They will go down in the end, and T1 will get credit for the kill as they are now up to 7.
And that messes up everything about T1's plan. There is nowhere to go. Petrichor Road taking shots at Heather as he tries to get into the circle. Too many different angles. Sololzi just still continuing his creep in after Petrichor Road, letting them do all the work for him.
It's going to be the most disappointing loot crate that has ever been looted if they do spot him out and get that knock. As Cerberus, they are just dominating here from this northern side. 6 kills so far. Let's see if they can get a few more. As T1, they've been doing really well for themselves as well, up to 7. We'll see if Spaceman can get the res. As I'm sorry, Sololzi. I think your time is done. Yeah, goodbye.
Just drops a couple of bullets on his head. Respect, though, to 4 Angry Men, who had a terrible start to this round, have now managed to make it all the way into the top 4. 3 players up, as before even doing any looting, they were already down to just 2. So managed to rally back together, but they're going to have to deal with T1 one side, Cerberus on the other, and an aggressive Petrichor Road trying to find their way into the circle. Petrichor Road, though, has some tools to work with, but this is going to be, I guess you have to go down to the south. Cerberus has just got too much control, and that leads to even a bigger cluster, as now with Petrichor Road having no options, they just have to run right into T1.
And here they go, trying to lead the way with the Panzerfaust in hand. We'll see if they can find an opening knock to turn the odds in their favor. The grenade's starting to come through. Petrichor has that low ground. That grenade going to do a lot of damage to E-End, but the smoke's slowing things down just enough, and now Cerberus is just taking over all control of this circle. We'll see if they can get an angle on this to maybe third party get a few more points in the bag.
It's so hard to try to make the push around. It's going to be 4 Angry Men trying to fend up. They don't even have good vision on this, on the external section of it. I-26 is going to get the knock onto E-End. That's going to make it even more complicated for T1, as this hillside has to move into the circle, and that's where Petrichor Road is going to be wrapping. They're just going to use the terrain for cover and continue to punish the squad of T1 that has been fighting for circle upon circle at this stage. But they are not done yet. Raining has a good angle if Petrichor Road overextends.
And the problem is that 4 AM is not getting involved in this at all, so it's not helping T1 at all, as Raining will manage to get to a little bit of a cover here, retreat, and see if he can maybe get some utility off of his fallen teammate, but that's going to spell his doom, as 04MB will hit the nice grenade right onto him, and there you go, Stanel will get the knock onto Heather, and that's going to do it for T1.
All right, now you have to walk into 4 Angry Men and their firmly entrenched position. Petrichor Road, you've managed to find your way into the circle, but here are the rocks.
Oh, they're not even looking.
The 4 Angry Men, well, I mean, 4 Angry Men are just, they don't have good angles into that firefight, so instead, they've just defended entirely. A little bit of a sixth sense going on. There's that hole. That hole isn't normally designed. Oh, no, you got a big man just spins it, though. He doesn't care.
You see that P90 in his hand, you know you better get those first shots, and unfortunately for Shen, he's not going to hit him, going to go down, and now Winda and Spaceman will be left to do whatever they can for 4 AM as Petrichor Road will take that high ground. They're going to have to hold on to it or leave it eventually, though, and Cerberus, again, just in beautiful position here for the late game.
Cerberus is set up 2-2 split over into the east and the north, so catch Petrichor Road no matter how they come out, as well as potentially catching 4 Angry Men no matter how they come out of this one. So, very set stack, but it does mean that there is a bit of a vulnerability line that if Petrichor Road can get a couple of knocks, it'd be great. But look at Cerberus and the way that they have this defended. They've got so much vision, this hillside that they can play along. It's all going to be on just being as precise as humanly possible if you're Petrichor Road or 4 Angry Men. And you can see 4 Angry Men have kind of given up, even going after Cerberus. They're like, no, we're just going to deal with the threat that's going to be closer to us, and that's why we saw them entirely hunkered down in that trench.
And unfortunately for them, the smoke wall will be good enough for Petrichor Road to make their way in as the grenades are starting to fall and get them low, but they don't get the knock, and it'll get Winda very low as they try to get a little bit closer, see if they can find something peeking over the top. And that Spaceman gonna get the massive double, gets 04 and Ming Ming, and now Cerberus is rushing over here to get involved, but that grenade will do it. Petrichor Road goes down, and 4 AM from a duo to start things off have made it to the top 2.
What more magic can they bring, as it is Cerberus coming in hot, heavy, in complete control. Big kills coming up from Cerberus as well as the round win.
A massive win for them and a massive stack of points as well, as they are the kings of the mountain here in match number 3. We bring back in James and Martin to talk about what was a big victory for Cerberus.
Yeah, a close call there, almost being left hanging on that fist bump. It was down to the wire on that fist bump, but in the end, they were able to salvage it. Very important stuff, and also an important win, as you say, for Cerberus. Avenger on the north side of that circle, when it all boiled down, the Chinese teams on the south, unfortunately, kind of ruined their chances there against Cerberus.
Yeah, they did. There's so much mutual destruction going on there, and Cerberus coming in from that northern side. That early northern rotation to take some of the space south of Army Base, and then to push themselves in to get a lot of the kills they're able to have. Is really well played here. It's really throwing me off, this color here. Cerberus usually, you know, orange and burning and 3 dogs, and now it's just green.
Yeah, I guess, Finhay, get their title sponsor with the green logo. They've made adjustments, but you know what? It's all working out in the end. As now they get themselves the victory, take out all the other teams in green, of course, as unfortunately for Furia, they fell down to the Expendables during all of this one. Matchroom start off our highlights from this game, as Furia's had a really good run of it so far, so to go out this early, a little bit disappointing.
I mean, yeah, but that's just kind of the nature of the beast of this circle, right? Like, we saw Twisted Mind going for a couple of traps, and I don't know what is going on with Twisted and Crazy Raccoon, but, like, what did, I guess, Pio? If anybody's going to do anything on Crazy Raccoon, it had to be Pio that pissed off Twisted, right?
Maybe. I mean, Twisted Minds, if they see some weakness, to see some opportunity, they're going to exploit it here, Poro. And yeah, Batulins towards the end as well, taking down Ionics, tough stuff.
It just is what it is, isn't it? And yeah, what do you even say also for Petrichor Road? Ike's who? 4MB seems to be a pretty good fill-in here as Petrichor Road collecting a nice little stack of kills for themselves, get all the way to the late game, but just dominated by Spaceman there with that double, isn't it?
Yep, definitely so. Yeah, don't get me started on that whole situation. I was still venturing in the back. I'm like, yeah, so Ixlef was here for a day. What do you think about that? And he's like, yeah, it's, yeah. 20 points, though, go the way of Finhay Cerberus. As Petrichor Road, also 13 points to them. For a lot of these teams, Avenger, this was a bit of an important fight back, right? Considering that most of our teams in the late game, they were all south of that 8th place mark. So now the bounce back is on.
Yeah, it's really pushing the out there. And look at that, 38 points for Legend. It's really been kind of shying down just a little bit, but Fury looking good. Finhay jumping into this one, but our bottom teams is starting to get kind of separated here. You're gonna have to make a good game to put themselves in and be safe in the top 8.
For sure. This is going to look quite close with only 2 games remaining now. Tanvu and Heather being able to show up alongside these leaderboards here. We always expect Tanvu eventually to be able to pop up. And likewise now for Heather, looking so strong on T1, in especially the last PGS, and also going to be heading up the PNC roster. Definitely a terrifying player to be dealing with.
They do seem inevitable, don't they? Like, it always feels like if you're having games where there are days where they're not performing, like it's just a matter of time, right? But there you go, your stats for Cerberus playing from that north side. So clean, so well done by them. As get to see them finally make their way into the top. But yeah, that leaderboard though is looking real spicy with 2 games remaining as to who's going to make it into that top 8. It's still pretty close, and I feel like the teams that are on that left side still have a lot of opportunity to slip up, and teams that are on the right, well, just one good game and you're right back in it.
Yeah, get out of here, Himas. No more triple another match for you.
I'm upset.
It's going to be Heather.
I'm upset.
I know.
Get him out of here.
I could understand Matchroom. We wanted him every single game. It's not going to be happening here.
I know. Heather, I mean, he does kind of deserve it. He was only fighting for 4, 5 circles straight in a row, trying to defend the high ground. I do want to give a follow-up shout-out, because while we did see Cerberus and how they held that in-game circles, like the last 2 or so, they had to fight and get so much control over everything into the northeast, all those squads that were wrapping it. That is actually a very hard section to take control over, but once you finally do get it in that circle, of course, naturally you have all the benefit of terrain to work around, but realize that kill count comes off of having to defend against squad upon squad that wanted to take that position, and they defended it up and kept that many people still alive into the endgame.
He's trying his hardest.
He does not want to be Blurry Martin anymore.
It's the focus, guys. Come on.
He's just moving really fast. He's rapid, you know. He's like,
there he
can't
is.
see the movement.
He's looking a lot more focused now.
No, I was trying to make it so that James's head is the largest, and then I'm medium, then Poro is small, and then Matt is just extra small.
Tiny head Matt. Our head size is just
the galaxy far away.
These are the things that keep us entertained, chat, while the games are going on.
I was saying, we were also talking about it as well, like how, I've done a lot of like internal esports theory recently, and I'm just like, you know what, screw it, let's just have fun, let's just enjoy ourselves. Who would have thought that would be the way to go mindset for esports? Yeah. You got Nixie and Kickstart here, head-to-head here for these boys. What was interesting, actually, in that Poro was that we listened in as Kickstart was calling, Virtus Pro's going to backfill us, Virtus Pro's going to backfill us, Virtus Pro's going to backfill us, and then they got attacked by Virtus Pro. But there was like a good chunk of time there where maybe, the Falcons could have made a bit of a move.
It felt like there was a little bit of a split call there. That some of the team were they're really wanting to get rid of those 2 players from Twisted Minds. I felt like they had a really good read that the Twisted Minds was down to a duo, but the Virtus Pro problem, like Kick, and this is what I've always said about, like, when I say the Kick is a cerebral pro, like, made for IGL. He's so freaking smart, man. He knows to expect this, and if the guys just listen to him, like, then it's going to get. But we've seen it happen before. Like, Kick will put his foot down, and the guys will listen. So I think after that one, Gunnar will probably go into it and be like, guys, listen to the calls. Like, listen to the calls. Make sure you got your ears on, and act on Kick.
Yeah, I think if they clean up the comms a little bit, of course, we can sit here and we can say all this or whatever, but we have opportunity to go back actually and look at some of those comms. And there's a lot of moments of Enja where there's a lot of talking across the way, and maybe that's slowing down some of their choices, some of their options.
I think that's one of the main things out of PUBG is that we are in a situation where the less information that's given, that's understood, the more time is for crucial information. Here, the crucial information was VP is pushing us. We need to do something about it. And Kick was right on point there. And I agree, man. Clean comms is one of the best skills you can have in PUBG.
And we hear it from some of these teams, of course, if you listen in. Teams like Team Liquid, I think, actually have been cleaner, just not quite as been able to play up to the level of like a Falcons in some of these past results. But as we take a look now, it is ready and time to get into our penultimate game. It's going to be Rondo, it's going to be me and Martin as we let Matrim and Poro move away back into the other room with you. Bye. It's going to be a good one. We are ready to Rondo, and once again here for all of these teams looking to get those points on the board. It's going to be close in these last 2 games, Martin.
Yeah, let's enjoy some more time with Rondo while we still have land ratio in effect here, James. You know what? That's one of the maps where it's actually one of the reasons why Circle 3, Circle 2, you have so much really important movements here. But when we remove, or once we remove, land ratio from Circle 4 and 8, this is going to be a crazy map, man. So much water, so much unplayable that's been before, where it's not going to matter anymore. We're going to have some crazy and really exciting locations and end locations.
Will we finally get our Jadina City ending that we've been craving? Wow, that would be something.
On the south side, though, it's going to shift south.
Across the 2 bridges, and everyone's in the north side, and they're all on the conveyor belts doing their little moonwalks, and you're like, no, we need to get over there. Oh no.
Rough plane path to start things off with, though, James. Here we move Hopan down to the west for Fang Tung here. Not a lot of space is going to be able to be claimed, or you're going to have to get into your vehicles, into your cars, get to Hongxiang if you're EP, get to Danqing if you want to drive a little bit further, or maybe try to third party. It's really been the name of the game so far, James. There's been a lot of third parties. There's been a lot of pull-ups, and that's really what it is when it's a best of 5. If you can get that ball rolling early on, that's going to be the points you need to qualify and get into the top 8.
We've got to see now as we center north of Hongshan.
Wow.
And for some of the teams here, of course, Virtus Pro is going to be looking to get a bit richer off the back of a circle like this. They'll probably get their cars head on down to what is a normal drop spot from everything and then be good to go. Meanwhile, though, for Finhay Cerberus, man, a win on the board, important for them. It feels like they're just constantly getting into these finals now. After we had our worries about how this team was going to fare after the invite system went down for our first 2 circuits, but I think they're constantly surpassing our expectations. I don't think they're, knocking it out of the park, Avendra, and being a championship contender by any stretch of the imagination, but every time they're in a final, I'm like, damn, okay, good for them.
Yeah, there's always the potential. Again, it really talks to, okay, the teams are so skilled. Is it the 1% difference where if you get a little bit of circle, you can still win games? Or is it they're actually all that good that you just really need to win your 1 versus 1s here? And that's, for me, it feels like the longer we've gone on in PUBG Esports, the longer teams are kind of developing into, okay, we're realizing we need to be able to play together as a team. We need to be able to kind of further our mechanical skills.
For sure. Let's take a look back. See what was going on here. Unfortunately for Crazy Raccoon, it was funny here for them just being dismembered by teams as they're moving on through. And what a nade. Finish it off perfect.
Easy game for Finhay Cerberus.
Yeah. Very much so. And I think for something like this Rondo, right, you've got yourself technically from their position, an okay way to play in. They've already tried to take like a very far south position on the circle already, so using that as an anchor point. But most importantly for that, it's ahead of a Falcons position. So for them, they know Falcons is going to be down there near Ringjiang, and they need to wait effectively to make sure that they don't take casualties on any cross to see what Falcons wants to do before them.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see if they run to Falcons late game here. It's definitely a VP and Anyone's Legends home turf circle at this point here with not that many teams towards the center. T1 also looking good here on the western side, but there's a lot of water, a lot of unplayable around their area, so we need to see them go deeper and get some more space control here. Especially a 2-2 split here would be good for them. Na'Vi also coming in, and so far Na'Vi only 12 points, James. We have more expectations to a team like that. Maybe see Heather from T1 and how well they've been able to fare so far. And especially what really comes back to me once we're in this kind of second circuit of the PGS here with PGS4 kicking off, that 26-point win they got in the last game rocketed them up the leaderboard of PGS4.
You know what's interesting, actually? It's weird, now that I think about it, going into PNC, as we take a look at Heather. Obviously, he's going to be on that roster. Because for years now, I have thought to myself, yes, Korea has won PNC. Well, they do have the advantage of playing in their home city, their hometown, over in Seoul.
Again.
Yes, again, technically. However, compared to the last years, the majority of the players have then been there for weeks this time around, with PGS being the format it is. So, I don't know. I think as much as normally I'm saying to myself, yeah, Korea's probably just going to win another PNC, I think it's actually looking way more dicey this time around, of course, as Vietnam did win the last one, compared to normal.
Yeah, I think there's a big chance that we're going to see a surprise winner. I think we have a lot of contested rosters that are looking really strong.
China's good.
That's exciting for me. Yeah,
That'd be good.
Looking good. For me though, I think the biggest thing is that the guys that are deciding to stay. There's a lot of players here at PGS that are deciding to stay. Those 10 days off can be either a blessing or a curse.
It's 10 days between. Okay. Well, if they bring in their boys early, and then you get a few days worth of practice or something like that, maybe that can work. If you obviously don't have everybody there. I mean, obviously for some teams they do not. Denmark, you only have 2 there currently, right? The other boys are practicing at the moment. Another one, Australia, for example. A few of their players not there currently, and they're on the other side of the moon, so it will take them 700 hours to fly there.
Yeah, 3 layovers, 24 hours per layover as well.
Oh, is it only that? Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
I don't know. It depends if they travel from the western side of Australia or the eastern side. That's also one big country. It's like 8 hours to fly across. That's crazy.
And how do they travel, right? Because obviously, yes, planes are the normal conventional method of travel, but kangaroo, sometimes you can find other large mammals in order to be able to make the traversal. Some swim.
Tasmanian devils from the south to traverse across the west.
Shen's there, the Tasmanian devil of PUBG. Yeah. Oh, well.
As we continue to see here, we're in match 4. It is. At this point here, James, we are on Rondo, and it's a pretty exciting circle with the amount of water we have on the western side. A lot of teams hunkering up close to it already, but being able to lock down those high prior positions, there's a lot of tendencies when it comes to Rondo, especially with how Landridge is working out. That might also be the case why we're kind of switching it up just a little bit. But the north side of Hongshan, east of where all the oil containers are, that's a lot of circles that ends around that area.
I do wonder if our pundits and experts always just pick Twisted Minds again for Rondo. I mean, I get it, but we could just pencil them in for every Rondo ever in the future. Right. And every time we come onto those experts' opinions, it's always Twisted Minds at number 1. It's not too much of a surprise. Again, they have a great track record on the map, considering that they've got Test Track on lockdown. It's been a little bit harder for them, though, especially during PGS4 as Rondo, and even regionally, right? We didn't see them, blowing things out of the water, did Twisted Minds. And of course, they're kind of taking spots a little bit later than they normally would have on some of these central circles, which is then causing all of the spots to kind of be taken. And then they're kind of saying, okay, well, where do we go? What do we do?
From what we've seen from Twisted so far and how they're playing here, it's been 20 points in one game, 7 from the other 3. with this one including, of course, as well. No
So
points
it's
so
not even got
far.
started.
Nope, we haven't got started yet. Fury again, so Kraken once again with the BRDM. He did well last time. Let's see if they can continue that.
How often do they get BRDMs? This is wild. This is.
Seems like it's a strategy.
Yes, we saw Full Sense actually having so many BRDMs in PGS4. So, but hey, if you can find the flare guns, may as well. If you can find them flare guns. It's not often, it's not all the time you're going to be able to grab them and get them good to go, but it definitely is a strong defensive boost to what you actually want to get done here. Petrichor Road's looking at this direction. They hear the vehicles moving along, trundling away. No boost for the BRDM though. Nobody pushing this one. It doesn't really need to get up any hills just yet. This is a very slow pace.
Yeah, it's just waiting another 45 seconds to see that next circle pop here, James. And again, sure, they are somewhat central here, but they have a lot of teams that's kind of looking towards the direction that know or hear that they're around here. Syrian B is one of them. Listening. There's anyone sledging down in the distance there. They have locked down one of the compounds. That's one of the stronger positions, but it's a split. And that's really where it comes through here. It's going to be too scary. Now we're down in Hongshan as well. We're going to have Shrimsy and the Falcons guys. They've locked down this location here. They're going to try to go a few further north. Oh,
yeah, what was smart was Lukarooks from Virtus Pro actually, when they dropped north and all three of them came down to Hongshan, they left Lukarooks all the way north to be able to kind of situate himself in a much more central position on that. And actually it's kind of worked out, right? Because the rest of Virtus Pro now can just get up to him where he is. And then therefore now, currently Hongshan is completely out. So for Falcons, they're going to need to get a bit of a jog on.
Yeah, it might be south of Yulin Ending, kind of here. It's going to be a little bit rough one, actually, for some of the teams. Let's see how they approach this one now with Team Liquid and T1 close to each other here. Two legendary orcs. They're going to be close and pretty central inside this zone here, James. So they're going to have to figure out, do we try to engage, do we try to get their location, or do we try to open up here? Furia, really good at scouting some of these open spots here.
Yeah, let's actually listen in on Furious comms and see what they're currently up to, and maybe afterwards Martin can translate for us the Portuguese.
No habla espanhol.
Nunca vamos buraco aqui, dá licença.
E nada no de baixo também, velho.
No azul, olha ali, ó.
Vai ser nada no
Lá de cima,
preço.
se der. Dá pra fazer um 2-2.
Não, tem.
2-2,
Não, tem.
Cara, que não chegou 4 aqui da caça, a gente vai tomar batida aqui na uma.
Não. Buraco, hein?
Mas tem bazuca pra receber.
Pega a bazuca, prepara.
E tá, Zeta, qualquer coisa tu me busca, ok?
Mano, isso vai cavar uns buracos. Volta assim.
All right, Martin unleashed. Wait, never mind. Nades forwards here. Virtus Pro kind of enrolled in a bit of a fight here up against Kickstart as well as DN Supers. Rex takes down Beamy. Nix is already gone. For Virtus Pro, it's looking a little bit dicey here, Martin.
Yeah, it's only a little bit apart for them here. Only that Miramar game was really good for them with the double digits so far. 14 points on the bottom half of the leaderboard currently with Lukarooks and Korexi trying to fend the DN Supers off. A little bit rough for them. I don't know if you heard their tier list video, but they have a lot of respect for the DN Supers, so understandably so.
I did listen to a little bit of the tier list, but then I got preoccupied with, I think, a sandwich. So I can't do both things at once. I can't eat and listen. It's a problem in gingers. It's genetic.
All right. Okay. It's because you have extra space around your torso for food.
That some people would say gingivitis. I would deny those claims, and it just it causes some issues. Yeah.
Right, okay, I see. I don't know how much issues we're going to see on Na'Vi, though, James, as they rotate on the western side here. They're going to be coming in behind Gen G, in behind Liquid here, but they probably are aware that a lot of the space here, considering the amount of water that's in that, it's not going to be as occupied. But this western side already has Gen G, it already has Team Liquid, it has Finnish Cerberus too. A lot of the space are actually locked down here, so let's see how they fare for their campaign in their scenario. It might be a drive-by onto Finnish Cerberus. That's a great headshot from Boostic. Great pull-up as well, but he takes down Stanel.
Jump scare from Sano coming in from that right-hand side. Come on, Na'Vi, get on with it, right? You're better than this. This is ridiculous. As only 13 points so far here on the day. They didn't look spectacular in that final either in PGS4. They did come alive a little bit earlier. But this is kind of what Poro was saying about before in the pre-show here for PGS5, is that technically, teams like them, teams like Vitality, they took a while to get going in Circuit 1. So if that is the case here again... maybe we'll see Na'Vi start to stage some kind of comeback.
Yeah, we'll see. I didn't think that was what you said Poro was going to say, that you're going to quote against there. I thought he was going to be...
He says
many things. My favorite co is... where
are you going?
Poro, yeah. Do you think that's accurate?
Is that... Oh, right, yeah. That's normally what I hear when I listen to Poro from time to time. Yeah, he's... I didn't realize he was a Looney Tunes character.
Okay. That's where we went. I mean, the Tasmanian demo, you gotta kind of continue down that road. But yeah, as you see here, 4am though, pull up. It's gonna be close and maybe taking some fight on to Team Liquid here. They're actually just gonna drive through. Ming Ming finds Winter. Easy flush as well for him. And now Cowboy and the guys from Liquid.
Try to pop the tires. They didn't quite connect with it all as they do drive on past as 4am's tried to ducktail, get out of the dodge at the moment, as Petrichor Road also looking at the position of Team Liquid. Now all of these teams trying to situate themselves in the middle of this field position. Not easy. And 4am actually wanted to try and take the high ground. The only problem I foresee for them is the fact that Made in Thailand is north of them, and eventually maybe they move forward. Although that being said, Made in Thailand's done nothing so far in these last 3 games, so let's see what they do.
So tell me, why did they win the weekend? And now with 6 points after 4 games for the 3.5?
Peaked. They retire as champions. We're done.
Oh, smart. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Sometimes it'll be like that.
Yeah, we'll come back for the circuit final. Yeah.
Smart. That's how you should do it.
Yeah.
It's going to be close, though. It's going to come down to the last game once again. And the question is really... who's going to be those teams on the cutoff? I really love the best of 5 series for what it is. In its best, you have absolutely fantastic games to lock it down early, or you're going to have to get a win with double digits to lock that in. Or, my favorite scenario, the last game is such a menace where we can have 6, 7, 8 teams have a chance of either being in or being out.
Yeah, I'm still... There's division for me. It's like, as a spectator, I love watching the team suffer. But the potential competitor within my brain is like, gosh, the players must be having a very difficult time in these best of 5s, and understandably so. You speak to them, they're like, okay, yeah, it's a bit crazy. Obviously, there's insane pressure on you basically every single game, unless all of a sudden you're anyone's legend and you get yourself 29 points in one game at the start of the day. But beyond all that, I mean, look how it's worked out from there, right? They've got themselves 9 points in 3 games.
And 4 of them was him as wiping Crazy Raccoon single-handedly.
Yes.
Just to steal an MVP.
Like, if those are the results you post up in a grand final, you're probably not winning the final. That's the crazy thing about it. But we do have another shift over towards the east here for those teams like 4am that threaded the needle through between Team Liquid as well as Petrichor Road. They found themselves on that high ground. They might be able to work out.
Little Minds playing extremely cautiously here. They know that they have the space ahead of them. They know that there's a team where Myth is playing. And as we pointed out, Myth here, they're 4 guys strong. They're sitting kind of central in the northern side of the circle here, James. It could be quite a good game, but let's see what happens with 4am with Petrichor Road once we get to that. Liquid also locking down this western side. There could be more drive-bys coming through their camp.
Feels like Petrichor Road's emergency pickup there, almost certainly a denial of emergency pickups, considering they have one of the only compounds that still exists in this circle. Just in case anybody wanted to drop an emergency pickup and then go for it. Panzerfaust against the BRDM, though, here, drafting to start things off. Gam the Expendables now, crashing in against this position. And Nate forwards, goes for the spray on the left-hand side. He could get 2 for the price of 1, and doesn't do too bad at all. There's a lot of damage going the way, but DraftKing is now down. Kraken here needs to be able to help out a little bit, and they do shut down the Expendables on this east side.
Well, that's an easy put up. That's an easy third party, James. And Crazy Raccoons are lurking. They're driving by. Look at, oh my God, Finnish Cerberus, they have smelt this out. It might be a poster. He's going to have to jump into the BRDM, have to try to get out of there. Maybe he can extract one, but Cerberus, they have really locked down this really smartly. It's outside the circle, but it could be easy points for them.
Yeah, looking like a bit of a meal deal now. Or a Furier, if they're not careful. Thankfully, the BRDM is still intact, so maybe we can use that to our advantage here. As the problem I foresee for Furier eventually down the line is, yeah, you've got Cerberus below you, but above you, Twisted Minds is lurking. And eventually, they might have a little bit of a look over this. See what they can do. 28 damage goes the way of Poser from the Twisted Minds, boys. You need some cover.
This is rough. 51 HP. Gonna pop a first aid to get 24 more. Not much stims ticking off already. PU has been spotted by Batulins too. Raining finds Salute here now. Liquid, with this fight that's bound to happen here, he's got to try to get Purdy Curdy back up. They need 4 guys strong to reinforce this location and get more points from here. Currently, Liquid looking extremely strong with that 29 points. Just a few more points, James, and they're absolutely safe. Oh!
Okay, that's a Panzerfaust and a half. Talking about a meal deal. Earlier today, I went to the cemetery and I just saw gravestones everywhere, and Yuta is digging them for Furia.
I didn't know where you're going with that. Meal deal into cemetery, but that's for sure what's happening right here. So many teams are falling.
Walks away.
Quite easily. Yeah, true. Myth coming into this location here and trying to lock down this northern side. Kiss finds Batulins. Batulins did find Jacob here, so it's a big fight in between the two. Batulins did take a lot of damage. He might go down quite easily. Kiss finds Lou once again here. Kiss is on an absolute tear.
Yes, he is. About time. About damn time. North of him, Lou. Still just sat there waiting to go, but they should be able to shut him down, and then it's all going to be on good old Perfectix digging his way on in. Purdy Curdy now charging up some of the mortars, looking the way of T1, as they're kind of up against the wall here when it comes to that, but it's not far enough. The range finding means that he might just try and go for a few more longer range shots if he's got a few more in the tank here, but Genji's also pressuring the shack at the moment with Alo and Luke Tile trying to shut it down.
They actually got quite a hard way to get into this circle here. They're going to have to fight either ahead of them to Petrograd Road or to the east of them where Navi, MP, and Supers are. Alo, though, has spotted lots of GNG guys. They're trying to really push this one here. That could be some easy point for Liquid, and they need it currently just to lock themselves in for that top 8.
Maybe a molly forwards, maybe into some of the smokes that they're trying to use to actually advance on forwards. It's always a great little tactic to deny people that are desperate about the push on forward. Scappy with a double nade against Himas and Destroy on the other side of this as well. And the second follow-up, anyone's legend, completely ripped out. Oh, he dropped the nade. Oh, damn.
That's unfortunate for Destroy. Yeah, his team's wiped out here. And on Legend getting 1 kill out of this one here. Team Liquid trying to continue to get down Genji. Bean has been knocked to the circle. That's a point that they could be getting quite easily here. T1 trying to go for the pull-up onto this location here. Elo finds D. And Soul finds Heather.
Surely it's an easy shutdown. Surely against Genji trying to come in from that side, but at least Genji's looking for a few more points here and there. The fact that they were able to take down Heather, not too bad. Some of those consolidation points they need a little bit more considering they're outside the top 8 at the moment, but so is Na'Vi getting absolutely bombarded here by the position as Falcons is on the warpath to try and shut this down. And on the south side of this ridgeline, this could be perfect for Falcons, though their acoustic somehow, someway always hits his nades, so he's not taking it away for free.
Malfeir's trying to push even further and close up to it. Spaceman finds the double confirmation steal on Tickleton and Kickstart. It's a really big fight here on the southern side. Really rough for Falcons to lose this many players. It's down to just Gustav and Shrimsy.
Spaceman runs it back from the last game, right, with those nades. He was looking deadly in the previous one. And all these teams ruin the day that somehow 4 AM was able to wiggle on through some of them on that west side of this circle. There's now Shrimsy alone here with Gustav, trying to get him up and good to go. Alo might... No! A second or two more to try and get behind that car for the res. Might have been enough.
That's a rough one for them here, and from that southern position here, Falcons gonna get pushed. Team Liquid trying to get in there, not gonna get much out of it, I think. Now shots coming in from Effect, he's gonna be taken down as well, and his Twisted Minds out in 10th place, sadly. What?
What?
He executed him.
With the pickaxe?
Yeah, he needed his util. He needed his util.
Yeah. Yeah, that's normally what we see from that. Bit quicker to just be able to take them down and then be able to move on forwards as opposed to either go for a res or start trading everything's back and forth. But I can't recall the time I saw a little pickaxe in the
It's been a while.
in the kill feed.
Well, DN Super's trying to push on to Falcons. Gustav down to nothing. He's going to try to get a heal off before this push is imminent. Shrimsy does have full 3 gear here. He could make something happen. Let's see how this unfolds.
They know that there's multiple angles here that are being taken away. Pio, in the meanwhile, hitting a big mortar on them, and DN Supers comes in and completely sweeps it out. Again, for Falcons, having lost 2 to the nades that were on before, like they just didn't have enough angles to be able to cover anything that DN Supers were going to be pushing in with the amount of space that they took.
Cowboys just going to have to give up now, yeah. No point giving that point away to anyone. Oh, yeah, and he dies out, and that's the 1 placement point for Liquid. That puts them into 32 here. That feels like safe space with 1 more game to go for sure, James, considering that our cutoff is currently tied at 18.
More nades from Glass as Cerberus gets shut down here. For Crazy Raccoon, they may be playing in again quite nicely, all things considered, with the circle now kind of seizing them out of this spot. Looking across the way. Whoa, Glass once again. Lovely shots coming in. Does know where that came from as well. So just going to send a nade forwards. Glass with a bit 3-piece, basically, against Cerberus. Brilliant stuff.
Guman takes down Ming Ming in I-26 as well. Confirms and flushes some. His Shin tries to steal it. And Spaceman does manage to steal 1. Kiss finds Glass, meanwhile. Heaven does find 0 and B. That's Petricorota on 6th place here. 9 kills for DN Supers. It's looking like an absolutely banger of a game for them so far.
Yeah, it might be the qualification game if they can continue this on from that south side. And maybe if they get a bead on how clumped up 4 AM is, and if they've got some util, could definitely be going their way. Correx is digging himself in as well. As obviously any placement point extra here for the Virtus Pro boys is going to be worth a lot of moolah to be able to push them on into that final stage if they can get top 8. But I don't know for these solos, man. It's going to be difficult with how far they are up against the edge of this circle.
Just a little squeeze, James. Just 1 more point.
Squeeze.
1 more squeeze out of the game here. And look how close it is even. It's 10 points from 22 to 12th and last place here. So for the cutoff, it's just 10 points. And we'll see how that evolves here. And this next circle is going to have a big impact as Correx tries to get some shots in towards Rex.
Still in. 4 AM still in. A lot of focus. Jeez. Oh my god, Curexy. That was a long-range Panzer. Not quite a Kovo long-range Panzer, but a long-range Panzer nonetheless.
It's maybe 1 point we're talking about that squeeze that could happen here. I don't see if he's going to get confirmed. Smokes, Molotovs are being committed from multiple sides here. And Correx is obviously hoping here, but it is first knock, James. So 100 seconds are going to have to pass before he gets this confirmation.
It's into the smoke, and I think they're divided. Yeah, okay, so it does like 32 damage here, but I still think that they can get the res off. No more nades in hand, just the molly to be able to really do something with it here for Curexy. As he's looking for just a little bit more. There are still nades, though, being peppered down this direction here against DN Supers, who now is being wounded, but not shut down.
Important game here for the teams to try to squeeze out more, especially VP, Myth, Crazy Raccoon. If they could just get a little more out of it, then a win in the last game will still push them across.
A bit of a high ground position here as Nekumin does see PO making the cross, and that actually frees up Scappy. Scappy was keeping good eyes on that solo for a while, and now that allows Scappy to kind of move forwards with Kiss and see what they can get done on the south side. I think that Myth completely realizes all of the other teams are on this south side. Everything else is cleared up for them. So technically, if they're only 2, I could see them doing something with this game in a crazy manner.
Perfect third-party opportunity for sure would be the case for them. Let's see if that happens and how well DN Supers plays this one out here, James. Correction, trying to heal out. He's got 8 first aids. He's got a Panzer. A Hail Mary Panzer towards the guys, maybe? That'd be lovely.
As you say, really, the onus is on DN Supers as for to try and dislodge 4 AM and make something happen. So focus technically should be on them for this game, as they've got this high ground location with a few deployable covers and flares as well, but even the support flare. So they had a little bit of extra loot coming on in here for them to try and help them out. Or a tire.
They need it. I think this is just an absolutely easy, I don't know, maybe 14, 15 kill win for DN Supers if they play this right. Oh, they needed the tire, James, I told you.
Yeah, and now we're relocating here. They don't feel confident about trying to shut down the 4 a.m. position.
Oh, no!
Spaceman does some damage. Rex goes down. And this might cost both teams, quite honestly. As I was saying for Myth, as 2, I think they might be able to strike on something here.
They time it right. Their win of opportunity is just about now. They need to come in. They need to come start third-partying this. Shen, obviously still alive in a off position inside the circle here, but they've got a good amount of control on the northern side. Double nade to come towards DN Supers here, James, but it's towards the car, and they're not there.
Yeah, that's actually really valuable util wasted there, unfortunately, for Myth. As now Kiss going to be digging on in. Wait, he's got 4 nades still left. And a blue zone. So actually, Kiss still has quite a lot. As long as they should be insta striking on this fight, I feel, Avenger.
Yeah. I need to find another opening knock. Find another confirmation to have a chance, though. Deal looking good. Spaceman finds Rex, though. Great shots. Jumin comes in, finds Shen here. Multiple fights on both sides.
I think Scappy was checking the north, but now he's actually rendezvoused here with Kiss. I think they've got to go pretty soon to be able to kind of third-party this fight as does go down. Heaven does take down Spaceman as well. Now 2 of these teams completely wounded. Deal down, Spaceman down, Shen down. Heaven looking across the way here, trying to shut down Myth if they actually do move across. This is such an important angle for Heaven to hold to make sure Myth wasn't going to push forwards.
Yeah, they want to finish this fight with 4am as soon as possible, and then they can take on Myth here. Blue Zone, not exactly on the direction that it is, but it's putting a little bit of pressure, maybe awareness to 4am that Myth might be pushing in. That could be a great nade. Could be a great finish onto one of them, too. Great confirmation, both a knock and a steal onto Spaceman.
Yeah, 3 still in hand for Scappy as well. They've actually got a lot of nades left here, does Myth. I can't believe it. If this as a 2-man is able to work out, it all lines up perfectly. See the vehicle actually moving on this right-hand side. Heaven with an amazing shot against Scappy, though. It's all on Kiss. A little bit of Kiss magic maybe in a 1v3, but it will be tough, alongside the fact that Shen might actually also get the res off on Hesameme, and he does. Okay, I think it doesn't go the way now of Kiss, considering the fact that they wrapped around on that northwest side. That was perfect by DN Supers.
There's one. Needs to find one more for 2 kills and a point for placement here.
Placement now.
Yeah, a little bit of damage here coming in. Oh, shots coming in. Can't cut. And James, this might be a little 2 more points for him.
Yeah, I think after that kind of angle that went forwards here, and a nice steal here from Deal, they're looking to clean up exactly what's going down here from 4am. As soon as that happened with Scappy going down, I think Kiss moved straight to placement points movement, but it's not going to be the case at all. They don't get second place. 4am does, and DN Super shuts it all down. It looked dicey, though, in these final moments. But that off angle they took against Scappy was super important. Let's get Matrim and Poro back in to talk about this one. As Matrim, this was close here. Not quite as clean as I thought it might be for DN Supers on that south side, but they made it work in the end.
I mean, they had a really desperate push that they had to go from that high ground around. Whenever they started getting assaulted by 4 angry men, as well as where we saw Myth playing from position, it's really hard to handle that many different firefights. And Myth did a good job dropping nades on them to try to force them onto 4 angry men. But Supers refused to take the bait. They didn't make a hard commitment onto 4 angry men. And the moment that Myth moved back down to try to see if they could salvage anything off of what was going on with 4 angry men, Supers exploited it, counter-moved, and just flanked on them. It was so cleanly played.
Let's take a look back at all of the moments from this game. A bit of chaos going on in the West, that's for sure here, Poro, but definitely a rondo of all time.
Yeah, it was definitely one of those.
There you go.
For sure. There you go. I got you, buddy. There was a moment here where it was looking, it's a good thing that Supers actually stepped up, because there was a moment here it was looking like all of our Korean teams were going to be below the cut line. But Supers kind of coming back alive here at the end, but that cut line is going to be really interesting with 1 game remaining. It's going to be tough.
Definitely so. Glaz doing quite a bit there for Crazy Raccoon as well, taking down 3, but even Crazy Raccoon, right, they were in last place, so they needed a little bit of help, and they still need quite a bit of help as PO is trying to salvage any placement points he could here towards the end. And this is where DN Super started having to make some moves, some important moves, as they lost members here and there, Avenger. But again, eventually were able to solve the puzzle that was quite tough against 4AM there.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea that you need to come in, strike a little bit, and then come back here. But Super scored the bluff here. They put themselves into a really good spot where they locked down Kiss's location. They got mid kind of angle into where they had to push in to try to clean out 4AM, and then it was an easy win for them. And 24 points to come their way. What a game.
I think you actually hit the nail on the head. I think it's like okay, we're fighting, but we're not really fighting. We're fighting, but we're not really fighting. Just to try and see how that third element is going to interact with what is going on there. But yeah, 24 points for them, very important. Made in Thailand, 13 very important points as well, Matrim, right? Because our PGS champions was way down to the bottom. So now only 19 points on the board here for Made in Thailand. It's not safe just yet.
Well, there was a lot of squads that also really needed to find some points. 4 Angry Men wants to secure some more to get away, so whenever we look at that, Super's off of a big come up, finding a lot of points, now puts them in a much more comfortable position, and of course Made in Thailand now getting in touching range, because we've just got the one left, and it is presently, 29 all the way down into this, we can see about 10 different spots could be up for grabs, depending on how well this last game goes.
Kiss and Gumin able to take the top spots for this one as well. Finally, Kiss able to do some damage in today's games. And I mean, when you think about kind of where our teams are situated, I'm looking at those teams like above 29 points and things like that, Poro, and I think they're probably safe. So for some of these teams down towards about, like DN Supers, for example, they're probably safe now. So congratulations to them for being able to get through, right?
Probably safe, yeah. I mean, and this is what we knew coming into the day was 30 points was probably going to be where you're looking to get around as closest to it as you possibly can. But with one game remaining, like there's so many teams that have left it all down to this last game, and you just never know what's going to happen on this final game of the day, and it's going to be so stressful for these guys. Even the ones that are above the cut line, even if they're just barely above, you can't afford to go out early. So it's going to be interesting to see how some of these teams are playing it, especially when you throw in the additional factor of the teams that are already pretty secure in their standing in the top 8.
Yeah, and even for Kiss, who might have got himself man of the match, but still, Made in Thailand is not done just yet. But I am getting word that we are ready for an interview, as Bella is ready with Gumin from DN Super, so let's listen in.
Hi guys, it's Bella standing with DN Supers. This is Gumin. Congrats on taking that chicken dinner just now on Rondo. We thought you were having a little bit of a rough start to PGS5, but way to bounce back. Can you tell us what held you back initially and what did you do to overcome it? 이제 일단 치킨 먹은 거 너무 축하드리고요. 오늘 PGS5가 조금 시동이 늦게 걸리나 싶었는데 이렇게 또 만회를 했습니다. 초반에 좀 어떤 점이 까다로웠고 어떤 방식으로 이겨내려고 하셨는지 들어보고 싶습니다.
일단은 3인칭으로 바뀌고 나서 좀 극복하지 못한 서클이 많아져서 뭔가 점수를 못 먹었을 때 크게 생각 안 하고 그냥 저희 페이스 잘 지켜나가면 왔을 때 지금 방금 론도 매치처럼 잘 할 수 있을 것 같다 생각해서 그냥 멘탈이 안 나게 좀 그냥 그거 관리만 좀 중요하게 생각했던 것 같습니다.
Ever since transitioning to TPP, really, we had to figure out our own ways to approach and to counter the tackles that we weren't really used to. And, you know, for instance, like, we'll just play with our own games and just go with our pace and not let the circles that don't go our way get to us. And it was more about taking care of our mentality so that we don't crumble. And I think it really worked out on Rondo as well. All right. 감사합니다, Gumin. Best of luck to you. 화이팅 하세요.
화이팅.
All right, well, thank you very much, Bella. Thank you, Gumin, as well here, of course, as they come off the back of a fantastic win. Gentlemen, we are going to a break. When we return, we have one more game here for today. We'll be on Erangel once again, and there's so many teams that are not safe to go through. Let's check back right after this.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Gunnar because Salute wanted to talk to you. He had a couple of questions. He wanted to ask you, how do you manage your anger so well? And how are you such a responsible coach? What do you have to say to that?
Well, I guess managing my anger so well comes from the military. I bring a lot of discipline from there, and I was a very angry person in my younger years. So now as I'm getting older, I've learned to manage it and just try and, relax a little bit and just be, thankful that I wake up every day and thankful that I get to play PUBG every day and have this job, and I treat it as an opportunity.
All about the grateful mindset, right? Yeah. Do you think the responsibility it kind of stems from that mindset too?
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, I think if more players or coaches took that mindset or approach, I think they'd be able to benefit their team a lot more. If you wake up every day and realize that we're playing video games for a living and that life can be bad, but there are people that have it worse, and you just become thankful and you pass that on to somebody else, and then, you make their day, and then they become more motivated to, be better at what they actually are doing, which is playing video games.
What's the one thing you miss the most when you're playing in these tournaments?
My wife.
Shout out.
She's the best.
Who would you like me to talk to, and what should I ask them?
I would like you to talk to Glaz from Crazy Raccoon, because we're friends with them, and we always mess around and joke with them. I would like you to ask them if they believe they are the best hot dropping team in the world, because they do hot drop a lot, and they're very comfortable with it, whereas other teams aren't.
Okay. I will make sure to get an answer, and I'll let you know. All right. Thanks for joining me, Gunnar.
Thank you for having me.
Bye.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators. A new way to finish off your foes. And a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement.
All right, Bosch, we've got one more game left here for our winners stage, and it is all of the teams that will play in the final of PGS4. And some of them at the very top have been able to do very well here in these first 4 games. Some, though, many of them need a lot of points in this last game to put themselves into that top 8. That would mean they're moving through into the final stage. That would mean that they're avoiding the survival stage. Martin, that would be great for them.
I mean, isn't that the whole goal of the day, is avoid the detriment that is the survival stage tomorrow?
Definitely so, and for this team here on board, I think Team Liquid's probably doing it, even though Purdy looks concerned. I don't think he needs to be at this point, Matrim.
I mean,
you think so?
Kurt always looks concerned. Like, they could be number 1 on the leaderboard, and he's just like, could be better. That's the way that they always function. Is it's just going to be about squads at the top, or necessarily like in that cusp position, I'd say 5, 6, 7, not going down early and securing at least something to make sure that this stays competitive.
All right, let's get to it then. Thank you very much, Pora, for your insights on this test segment as we now hand it over to you and Matrim for the last game here for our winners stage.
It's all you, Poro. You take us in.
Yes! Kurt looking very concerned because he was trying to figure out how best to get a BRDM and an M249 as quickly as possible. But a lot of teams should be concerned because as things stand right now, if this were to end right now, Matt, that bottom 8 is making this survival lobby look absolutely brutal.
Yeah, I mean, you just get to go up against the guys that won the last PGS, Falcons,
Sure.
T1, VP, Hackatory, Navi. It's all fine. It's good. No worries about it. If I'm in the bottom 8, I'm just super excited looking at this playing tomorrow.
Not only that, you got your PGC champions Full Sense that'll be there too. So yeah, it's a little bit scary, a little spooky.
Even Full Sense is there.
Even Full Sense is there. Well, dude, these 5-game sets make things so stressful. Like, they just make it so stressful for these guys. Because if you go 5 games without having to get just the tiniest bit of luck in your favor, and if you're not in a position to capitalize off of that tiniest bit of luck, then this is the situation you're in. Like, go, you guys in the chat, go play 5 games right now and keep track of your points and see how hard it is to get over 30 points in one day as Luca rocks. No, that's not the way you want to start off VP. Oh, Ragnall.
Yeah, I mean, he
Don't
at
take
least
his chip.
made it hard.
Oh,
At least
he's taking
made it
his
hard
chip.
for him. Like, they had to take a couple of hits there, but T1 find another one, and Southwestern shift. Quarry pretty much centered on this one. We've been getting a lot of like Gatka Everest love kind of repeatedly here, so going a bit further south could make this pretty fun.
Yeah, and honestly, if it stays south around Quarry, that'll make things a little bit more interesting, because we have seen it kind of around Everest in those Everest fields, but that was last week, right? This week so far, it's been just a one off to the east, and yeah, it's considering how many teams are going to be having to make this rotation in from that eastern side. Now, it's a good thing that the north rotation long wrap is still open. The south coast is looking like it might be pretty dicey for sure. And then obviously anything coming straight through the middle and past Pachinki and going through those fields is going to be a little bit hectic. But I don't know. I think we'll see a lot of teams kind of take their time with this one, Matt.
I mean, Gen G's got inside track to anything, and they're split all around the map, so they can do whatever they want, really. Are going to have to fend up against, I believe it's GTE that's getting pretty close to them. VP, of course, we saw not necessarily having the best of starts, but at least inside the circle, as Ian has already moved over to try to get a foothold position for his squad. This is a weird sentence to say on an Erangel main island circle. Pachinki isn't even really in it. This is such a hard western shifted circle that it's going to be very open to the, like, I guess just a little bit recessed in from the north, because yes, you still have Everest. But then you've got the swath of fields that kind of cut in from the coastline all the way through the northern section. And then southeast, again, kind of the no man's land leading down into that ferry pier position is going to make it to where the circle is going to have a lot more contained areas that teams are going to want to be playing from. And then you couple in that almost everybody is going to be coming in from the east where it is more open. Longer wraps could mean that there's going to be a couple of falters, a couple of squads losing players and rotating.
Yeah, it's really just a question of the timings and how they all work out as we get to revisit that Supers victory on Rondo. It always felt like it was a matter of time, right? Like, Supers is just too good of a team to stay down for that long. And finally, they got things go their way this time. Although, as we saw, it was pretty dicey there at the end. Kiss trying to find a little bit of that magic that he had on the final day of the PGS 4 stage final. But it was not to be, and Supers collect their points, and now I think they're feeling pretty comfortable going into the winner's bracket.
You would assume
final
so.
Stage.
Yeah, just don't want to. We're in winner's bracket. We all have these things that are named so close. We got PGC, PGS, PG, blah, 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 blah. And now we've got winner's bracket that we play first, so that way we can go into a grand final. Why do they do this to a dyslexic, man? All these words being all similar, it's just cruel. Not as cruel as that tree, though.
Oh, yeah. It's okay, Ty. You'll get it, buddy. While we're watching this, I'm keeping one eye off to North George, because we saw Team Liquid and Twisted Minds kind of running into each other. We saw Team Liquid kind of camping them last game, if you remember, up there by Severny. And now it seems like Twisted Minds might be returning the favor here a little bit. But I don't know if that's something that they need to be doing. I guess they're in 4th place, right? 29 points. You're feeling pretty confident, but I guess if that's two teams that should be pretty comfortable. So I don't know. Maybe this is just asserting dominance.
Well, Team Liquid and Twisted both have a very similar approach on how they want to play the game, and that often does mean the fact that they butt heads end up in a lot more firefights than, I wouldn't necessarily call it a rivalry by any means, but they do end up kind of messing with each other quite a bit. So if anything, just trying to get, like, I guess a little bit of a victory here or there for either squad makes it to where it's a lot more
beneficial going into later stages because now maybe somebody won't rotate over into an area, be more hesitant. But that area you're talking about is starting to get clustered with a lot more teams, as we do have 4 Angry Men on approach over there, maybe even Myth, as Twisted's a bit more separated and Team Liquid's still kind of stacked. There is a much bigger firefight than just 2 squads brewing.
Yeah, I think we're finally seeing the first shots being taken here as we're checking in on that man of the match performance from Kiss, checking the highlights. Hell of a highlight reel for himself as he managed to get all the way to the late game, collect Myth some much needed points to put them right in position to make sure they secure their spot in the final stage. It was a slow day up until this point, but good 5 kills, 752 damage performance from him as we check in once again with one of those teams starting to come into the north as 4 AM. It looks like they're going to get scared away here by Twisted Minds, but Team Liquid was able to pick one out as one of the Twisted Minds boys was trying to make their way through, I believe, is Perfectix.
Yeah, trying to go for a little bit more of a bridge approach, I think what was going on. 4 Angry Men did see this firefight, and they're like, nah, we don't really want to get involved in that. We're at 26 points right now, and we're firmly surrounded on the leaderboard. We're just going to go for a longer wrap away. Myth, though, is kind of separated out on their approach, and that could lead the tail end of Myth bumping into 4 Angry Men, but I don't know. It's really more about just whatever vulnerabilities can be inflicted here, as now Team Liquid does have this western bridge that they can use to their heart's content.
And you know, you see down there in the bottom left, the special rules, obviously, depending on where you finish in the top 8, you also get some additional kill points. You start off that final stage with some additional points. So first place still in reach here for Team Liquid and Supers. So any points that they're able to pick up here, you can see they'll take out Perfectix Blue Chip there. Make sure that Twisted has to play with 3 going forward as we get a replay of exactly what happened. Yeah, unfortunate there for Perfectix.
I mean, again, no love lost. Twisted, though, does get inside track to the circle. Team Liquid's going to be roaming in just a bit back behind that one. Myth has regrouped. Most of our squads playing just offset of Corey. More into the north, we can kind of see the shark fins and all that little road tempo drops, whatever you want to call them. If that even still is applicable. It's been 5 years at this point, and we still call it that. As, only teams not yet to rotate into the circle are going to be, Falcons. We've got Cerberus, 4 Angry Men, and Crazy Raccoon. And Falcons, I don't know if that's the category that you want to be in right now, but given 16 points, that's kind of where you're at anyway.
I mean, honestly, look, they looted in Mill to Power. You see the circle pop all the way on the far west coast. Just take your time. Just loot up as much as you can. You see Kickstart's going to be rocking the glider, so he'll get a eye in the sky view of everything on that southern road just ahead of him, and should be clear sailing all the way in for the most part for Falcons, as maybe one of these circles will cut back to the east. Maybe they'll get lucky for once here.
Maybe, but Team Liquid in their consistency on the day is praying that it goes north and specifically to the west, as does look like everybody's kind of settled into position. Myth is going to be playing the compounds just to the southwest of Everest. To the west of them is going to be where Team Liquid is going to be at. Twisted just to the south, but around the center is going to be Gen G, kind of spattered around, keeping control over compounds and also keeping a foothold in Quarry just to be safe. Na'Vi and Furia getting closer to each other, playing along that hillside just to the south of everything, but pretty contained, isolated, nothing too crazy going to be happening over here as my eye just gets drawn back over into the northeast again with Crazy Raccoon as well as Cerberus on their rotates.
Yeah, Furia quietly having a pretty decent day for themselves here. 28 points overall, a couple more points and they can feel pretty comfortable as they're sitting in 5th place. As you see Na'Vi still moving around, repositioning around. They had 2 in the compound, 2 on the hills. But they're going to leave 1 behind, and that might be bait to see if Furia will try to backfill. We'll see if Furia decides to take it. But as you said, all of this kind of going on this southeastern side. Now Falcons is getting closer every second. So at some point, they might have to worry about a third party.
I'm just drawn back into the first game on Erangel where Furia and Zakraken managed to steal away 5 points in a BRDM, just kind of roaming around. Look at the import of that 5 points right now is puts them in such a better position. Falcons now got the red zone on top of them, and they're going to head a bit more into the meat grinder of the north, but the hillside should provide some safety as where does the circle go? And it goes Quarry heavy.
All right, well, that circle pops and it pulls away. Let's take a second in to pop in on Falcons comms to see what the plan is.
I think if you could scout yellow.
Llama would be really good. I like it a lot.
There's a team driving Green, guys. Set up to kill them. Hit the yellows and rat. Hit the yellows and rat.
Okay.
They might be on the same timing. They're on green right now.
Yeah, they should have it.
Yeah, they're
gonna
see
swap you guys.
It looks like they're gonna say swap me.
They're gonna turn. They're gonna turn.
They're going still. 2 in red Dossie. 2 red Dossie.
Shooting red
One wreck. One wreck. One green.
Nice, one stopped uphill.
One's on green. One's on green still.
Okay, can we take an angle on that guy?
Can you guys drive and kill this guy? You should double wingman and kill this guy. I can have him flip the other guy. He's on green. He's on green still. Just hard follow.
Yeah, well, we're not wingmanning.
He's on green.
Get your points where you can get them, man. And that's all about Falcons' goals right now is 4 angry men down to 1 angry man and in some trouble.
I love that shot calling from Kickstart, just letting them know exactly the situation, and they are collecting points because of it. So they are listening to the calls, and it pays off big here for Falcons.
Correct myself, Shin is still alive. He was just so separated away. He managed to get distance from Falcons. That's keeping him alive. Furia now trying to keep some control over the territory leading into Quarry. Quarry itself is going to have Petrichor Road and Gen G around it for the most predominant part. Anyone's Legend looks like they're trying to make landfall. Furia doing that supervision that we're talking about. Just to the east of that is going to be where VP is going to be playing from. Everybody else just kind of rotating around, trying to find somewhere to hide out at. And this opened up a big rotate for Twisted.
Yeah, 1 HP. That was the most clenched moment there for Destroy. At least he managed to get all the way here to the shack, so no harm, no foul. Might have to replace a helmet or a vest here or there, but Anyone's Legend do manage to make it into the south side of Quarry with all 4 up as you see Kickstar back at it again. He spotted out Shen, knows exactly where that last player is. Takes a few shots over in his direction, but he's going to know that Cerberus is right there as well. The rest of his team's still off to the north, kind of looting up what was left of 4 a.m.
He's not scouting right now. I mean, he's about a kilometer away from the rest of the squad. He's like, no, we can't kill them. We will finish off 4 angry men. Yeah. And I mean, taking them out early is big.
Taking out all the blue chips and a Panzerfaust. Which do you think they cared more about? getting off the field of play.
I think they care about the fact that 4 angry men's at 26 points, and that's an opportunity. Trying to take them down and give themselves a climbing. I mean, talk about the ladder is in front of them and how far up it can they go. They just found themselves another rung. So Kickstart's going to try to regroup, but now they're going to be moving through the more open sections of the map that's already kind of fortified. So finding kills, but that did cost them positioning.
Tell you what, this feels like lessons learned from Falcons. Last PGS, they had a fight early on and they knocked Virtus Pro down to 1 player, and they did not take the time to stop down and take care of those chips. And Virtus Pro ended up wiping them later in the game. So Falcons this time around, they're like, you know what? We're not going to let that snake bite us twice. We'll go ahead and take 4 AM off of the field altogether, and Shen will have to play this all by himself.
Ooh, I don't know the timing on this. It looks like T1 were wanting to use this to maybe jump over and jump into Quarry if they had to. The circle timing for it's going to be really, really close. So see if they get the information before they get yoinked up. It is just going to stay pretty centered. Quarry is going to be a big factor for it. So regroup's coming in. A lot of people already hopping inside the vehicles. Also taking a couple of shots up on the high side of it. And you can see that T1's like, nope, never mind. Let's just go ahead and retreat back down as Crazy Raccoon's just sending it into the center. Fury is sending it into the center. Petrichor Road's going to have to be defending up. This is just send whatever you can get.
Everybody just going for whatever they can find here is Crazy Raccoon. They had to make a big play if they were going to find success, and unfortunately, they are just getting picked apart here, and Onyx goes down. But at least 3 members will be able to get inside Quarry and survive a little bit longer. Gillian will hop back into that dossier. I think he was thinking it was going to flip, but it does stay up here. As now Supers and Gen G squaring off face-to-face.
Too much else that you can do over here, just having to do the firefights. Furia on the southern section of it, getting entangled in with what's going on with Anyone's Legend. We do have Falcons that are going to be wrapping in. Back behind, I believe it is going to be Cerberus over there, so we'll have to keep an eye on what's going on with them. Anyone's Legends, they've got themselves a good position for now, but you can see it's just being very quickly taken over. This high ground positioning from Furia is quite punishable, and Destroy finds the angle as every single peak that you can see Fury goes for means that 2 to 3 other squads get vision on him.
Just a dirty little angle there too, and nice spray from Destroy as Furia will try to keep Anyone's Legend at bay. It does not look like him ass will be rezzed as he is completely separated from the rest of the squad. Meanwhile, Supers and Gen G, it looks like some self-immolation going on there.
Crazy Raccoon loved that firefight between Anyone's Legend and Furia because they'll let them just run right into the middle of Quarry. Sure, they're not going to be shooting anybody else except for somebody that's playing around the edge of Quarry because you've lost all vision. but you at least found some safety, and that's all Crazy Raccoon wants. They just want to be digging through all the trash down inside of those compounds as Gen G and Super Standoff continues just having the last one alive.
And Gen G needs to be real careful about this. They've got a long way to climb to get above that cut line at 8th place. And they do not want to run the risk that Heaven just takes down one of their players when they're still 4 up. They've got great position for the late game. Falcons doing the long wrap up to the north side. It looks like they were kind of sniffing around Expendables compound, but there was just nowhere for them to play in. And they'll instead come up here on the north side, and Liquid is right on their doorstep.
Falcons at least found a foothold in the circle. It's going to put them next to Team Liquid. That's not going to. That's a potential firefight brewing no matter how the circle pops, just due to how that setup is. And I don't think the Falcons like it too much. See, trying to do a little bit more scouting, but nowhere else to really go. So you got to make do with what you've got. This is just going to be full-on fields and open territory in front of them, and maybe the Expendables that they have to deal with. Team Liquid is running a little bit more wide on the defense into the east, means the fact that it's going to be on to Kickstart to see if he can get a little bit more vision on what's going on. Maybe to see if he can spot out anywhere inside the circle, but can he regroup, or is he even trying to? I think he just might be trying to see if he can find anywhere to drop this.
Yeah, and that circle popping to the south is going to get them on the move once again, so it looks like they should be able to pick him up once again. Now Tickleton's tire gets popped out, and he's going to go down. Kickstart goes down to Scappy as Myth will come alive on that hillside, and Falcons in a lot of trouble as Team Liquid will take a few shots over towards Myth and maybe save Falcons' hides here as it's down to Gustav and Shrimsy.
They don't have too many options on the go. They've got the hillside that they're going to be sending it for. VP spots out Zest. He's going to go down pretty free and clear. Kiss on the other side of this one. Going to spot out Falcons in their rotate. VP right on the edge of this is going to be at a pinch point where we can see actually Cerberus coming up back behind them. T1 and maybe even some of the sections from Na'Vi could flank over here.
All right, looks like Falcons. Well, one guy's going to get sent in. Let's see if he can survive it. Gustav, 6 HP away. No, the Kraken will land the last shot. And Shrimsy's back in vehicle. We'll see if he actually sends it through. And it looks like he's going to. This is pretty much their only hope at trying to make it here. They've got to get back up to a duo. And Shrimsy just sending it in. And it looks like he will not make it. 4NB will take him down. And Falcons will be fighting in Survivor bracket.
Oh, Corey being the ruin of so many squads, Team Liquid just rotates in right back behind it, clean and easy. Thank you, Falcons, for opening up the door for him. But this little drop down is just bouncing cars everywhere. Petrichor Road continues to just defend up on this angle as everybody just keeps rotating right in front of them. Don't find too much on the Team Liquid, but that's going to be a problem for Crazy Raccoon.
Looks like Crazy Raccoon, they can get Guyon over to Glaz and Pio. They might be safe, but they're on that low side. Looks like Purdy Carter is going to go to the low side. The rest of the boys will still hang out here on the high as 04MB has the angles. He'll still take a couple more shots. Meanwhile, off to the north, Expendable still trying to find a way in here, Matt.
Yeah, and it's going to be the same path that I think that we've seen 3 to 4 times in a row now, is there is nowhere to really go. So Petrichor Road, I hope you still have plenty of ammo. Team Liquid be ready to spin back around behind you because not too many other ways that you can get into the circle, but it does look like the Expendables are going to be stopping on the high side of the hill, which is going to make them a bit vulnerable from Myth, but Myth is focused in taking shots at the Expendables, and that's opening up more movement for T1.
They're not going to see T1, are they? Like, they are so locked in on keeping eyes on this. As a Kraken will take a few shots over there, force Jacob to pull away, but now Myth... Kiss is right on top of him. The grenade going to move the vehicle around. Won't get the knock, though. And T1, they have been so sneaky. They have not taken a single shot just yet.
We're waiting. Kiss is just down in the valley right now, so this is a more opportune firefight, but T1's a bit afraid of what VP could be doing. They've been kind of scouting this out. They know that there's some vulnerabilities if they get too aggressive. Myth, with very few options, they've just got to go down and try to regroup with Kiss. He's a bit isolated. The way that the circle has now shifted makes his position good for now, but also puts you down into a kill box if you don't defend it right.
None of it's great, and you can dig a hole all you want, but you are at the bottom of a valley already, my friend. High ground can still see you from up there, but we'll see how Myth decides to play it forward here. As T1, they still have to make their way off to the west. They're going to hang out on that high ground as much as they can. Last player alive, 4-4 Angry Men, has managed to outlive Falcons, so, you know, That's a
mission
W.
accomplished. That's a victory. I'm concerned about what's going to happen in Quarry because a lot of Quarry now got cut out. Team Liquid is going to be the edge team in Quarry, which means that Crazy Raccoon still has one building where Guyon's at, could regroup. But remember, Fury was playing the higher position, looking into what's going to be going on the west, where anyone's Legend's at. Twisted now finds themselves on the outside, the complete opposite side of Quarry, while Gen G is going to be playing the more northern section. Good shot coming up from Bean.
Send it down, Bean. Okay. From the high ground in Quarry, he's going to find that knock onto the Expendables, but they do have to start focusing up. They've got Twisted Minds coming in from the western side, but I think Lou is on the low ground, whereas Example and Batul is still on the high. They're taking their time about it, though. That will be a knock and a flush coming in from Bean. And meanwhile, Navi, they have the entire south side. Anything outside of Quarry on the south, it belongs to Navi right now.
It's like how Duck Juice didn't even really try to move away from the mortars after he was knocked. He was like, nah, you are in this one. And you can just go ahead and have it. But yeah, you called it. Navi, if you're a gambling man, they're playing the gamble. They're trying to avoid Quarry, letting everybody get involved in everything that can go on over there. If this does go to the south, it's going to feel good. If it goes to the north, well, they're going to be running into the thick of a whole bunch of stuff. As you can see, Twisted now running right into the thick of Gen G as they were hoping that they could find a vulnerability, and it's just going to be anyone's Legends taking pot shots at the end of Twisted. Batulin's going to go down as well.
Oh, Delwyn going to spot him out from the side. And yeah, I was a little bit worried here that Gen G was not going to be keeping track of the teams that might be backfilling them, but it seems I was wrong to worry as they were definitely looking. And now, Example, the last player left alive for Twisted. We'll see how much longer he can stick around as Gen G tries to reposition into the smokes, but you see Furia has angles. Anyone's Legend has angles. All of the teams around Quarry just kind of shooting at each other as Navi's just laughing. Virtus Pro also in a good spot.
Well, there is like these terraced hills, and that's where Gen G is trying to move to, but this is going to have GTE over here, most notably on the higher side of it. Heaven is going to get the knock onto Salute as they come down the hillside, so now going to make the commitment into the res, and this is not as safe as I feel Gen G thinks it is, and that is going to force them to kind of shift off of it, and they're not even really in the blue, in the safe zone yet. They still have to do it. The blue coming up back behind them at least gets the res, but for not, as it is just going to be hung out. Finds it.
There you go. Finally gets the angle onto it, and it's actually going to get stolen away by Heaven from out in the blue. Gen G was hunting him for so long, and Heaven gets the last laugh. 2 more points picked up for Supers before he eventually goes down to the blue, and now Gen G is down to just 1 player.
Circle is popped, and it has moved off of Quarry even more, shifting a bit into the east. So Gen G has got to continue to find a way into the circle, and it is firmly entrenched. Myth in their little bit of a valley, still alive, somehow surviving it. Fury is going to come down from their high ground, and that is going to be Gam the Expendables putting the finishing touches on Gen G.
Oh, Gen G going to join Falcons in the survival bracket. We'll see if Furia can survive this fight against Cerberus. Navi now also on the move as Virtus Pro is looking at them. The Expendables still cleaning up on this northern side, whatever they can find. Furia, you see with this situation they're in, as Navi will pull right up onto Virtus Pro, and a lot of damage gets done, but no knocks come through yet.
This is a good position.
Ferris.
Well played coming up from Ferris. This is going to make this warehouse even more dangerous. Are they going to go for the more bold approach and actually push it, though, because it is a complicated area to play? There is also a little bit of Cerberus providing some overwatch onto it, so it's making it a little bit more dicey, trying to hold out. While this is all going on, Petrichor Road is trying to hold out everybody in Quarry, and T1's trying to get control over the high ground. So it's a lot of the firefights, as it does look like BP has moved out, does get a knock onto Navi. That makes it a lot safer in that warehouse.
Big knock there from Nixie as Crazy Raccoon will get eliminated. And now Navi down to 3, still playing around the walls. T1 starting to look over in this direction. They hear the gunshots, but Navi avoiding their line of sight for the time being. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro able to get everybody back on their feet. They're playing from the warehouse. They'll go to the south side and let Navi have the north. It looks like it'll just be a shared situation here as Myth now getting pulled apart by T1.
Yeah, this is where that valley that they were using for safety is just going to get very punished. T1 has so much breathing room. Team Liquid is going to falter on their approach. Petrichor Road, as well as Anyone's Legend, doing a great job of defending in. Scappy goes for a little bit of a look around, look-see to see what's happening, and gets instantly punished. That nade, I think that the... Yep, I was going to say the dip is going to be clean enough that he can just drop it in there. Well thrown.
Yeah, sometimes you can use the tree as a backboard, and that's the best way to get somebody out of those foxholes for sure. as Myth will go down. Twisted Minds also going down. So they're at 29 points. Probably safe, you have to think, but T1 and VP, Navi even, have a shot to try to make a late game, late day run here as, oh no, the Anyone's Legend high ground going to pay off. Gets the knock on Correxy.
And this is VP. They're inside the circle. They're safe for now. The only person that's not really too comfy in what's happening is going to be Shin, way down to the southeast as he's got to cross an open area. But he's content to be alive for now. Furia has kind of rallied back pretty close to the center where Cerberus is going to be playing away. But T1 in their high ground, going to find the circle again. This is going to be a really strong position to play from now.
Absolutely. And see 4 a.m. still alive. Shen just making it work after losing 3 players so early on. He's managed to keep his team in it. Now he's gotten into placement points. We'll see if they can collect a few more, as Virtus Pro are very much pinned down by Anyone's Legend, but Anyone's Legend has to move too. So we'll see how long Anyone's Legend decides to stick around here right on the edge of blue, and if Virtus Pro can actually move these guys over towards Beamy's location. Meanwhile, T1, as you said, just in the driver's seat up here at the high ground.
They've got to be careful, and they know that because they want to keep an eye on what's going on in the warehouse and kind of let Petrichor Road as well as Cerberus defend what's going on to the west for the time being. Let Corey continue to just be the mess, let the warehouse be the mess, and they can just kind of supervise. That's them and Cerberus's job right now. Anyone's Legend has to walk themselves into the circle, and that's going to suck. Shin does have to do the same thing. But that's about the only big moving factors. Everything else is a lot more kind of close-range firefights, and it's on maybe Chewy to try to regroup, but that should be kind of safe.
Man, VP needs some points here so bad. As, there you go. Corexy will get the knock on the Solo Z. And it looks like Destroy might be not too far behind him, but that's going to go over to Furia as they'll collect another one. Looks like they'll trade Posa and Zakrak and Petrichor Road, getting 2 big knocks, and they're immediately going to start sending it over. But they'll have to slow down as Cerberus will take a few shots over in their direction.
Oh, playing the outer wall. Shin gets spotted, and it's going to be Navi that takes him down, not even VP. So now Navi's got the northern section of the wall. VP still got the southern section of it. Fury is still under duress from what's going to be going on Petrichor Road. Petrichor Road sent 2 of their players over to get closer to Cerberus, and T1's just kind of supervising it all, trying to keep an eye on what's going to be going on. The questions that we've got are really, how many more points can T1 and VP get, and is it going to be enough as Navi just takes a spattering of bullets to the face trying to run in?
I mean, T1 is just staring down on Navi, but fortunately they're able to get to that wall, keep everybody up and keep everybody in. As you see, the cut line is now 4 a.m. out with 27 points. T1 only 2 points behind. Virtus Pro has a little bit more work left to do if they're going to catch up. Navi even more so than that.
And there's nowhere for VP to go. They know it. They're just trying to dig into what they can find into the circle. They're going to lose most of their territory. The circle shifts away from them, and they've got to go yet again. The only benefit is look at the way that this hill kind of runs over into the east. That means that Cerberus, Petrichor Road, and not really Furia either can go shots after them. It's just Navi as well as T1 on the high ground. And right now, Navi's doing a great job on being a distraction for anything that T1 wants to focus in on. And VP's trying to use that and tries to run into some form of safety. They're getting closer and closer to the safe zone by the second, and they have managed to touch the foothills and get into the safe zone.
That's so massive for Virtus Pro. It's just beautiful timing and beautiful smokes to make sure that they stay alive for the time being, and they're not going to stop there. They're going to try to see if they can maybe get a little bit higher on that ridge line, using the grenades to dig out a spot. They need points, so they need to be in a spot where they can take shots at everybody. If T1 is just sending bullets at them and they got to lie prone the whole time, they're going to be in trouble.
Also, other side of this, Furia doesn't have too many options on how they can get around what's going to be going on to the west. They might wrap into the exact same position that VP is going to be at. Just 2 different sides of this very small hill for the time being. Everything right now is just T1s, and Heather gets the knock on to Nixie, just drops him, and that's going to make it even harder for VP. But Navi, they realize the firefight and what's going to be going on. They just instantly cut in right below T1, and that makes a bigger problem for VP as there's going to be less targets for them to shoot at as T1 is going to focus in.
It's really nice work by Spiro. see if he's got any grenades to start any problems there. But Cerberus will get taken down by Petrichor Road. And now Corexi and the Virtus Pro boys, they're going to open up on Na'Vi. A little inter-regional action here going on as now Na'Vi down to 2. T1 still have that high ground. They're starting to spread out. They're starting to take over control here. Petrichor Road, though, they continue to farm as Furia will be taken down.
Yeah, Petrichor Road getting control over everything into the west. Na'Vi just trying to see if they can fight this uphill firefight while still having Beanie back behind them alive, clinging to points. You can see VP sitting in 10th place right now. T1 has managed to touch up into 8th place. So it's really just how much more can VP buy with just a solo up. Eyes on to Na'Vi in front of them, but Petrichor Road, they storm the top of the hillside. T1 Des, 2 members now down.
And it's 2 trades. 2 down for both squads. That's going to open up the door for Beamy. He comes over. He finds Chewy. Steals one away. Boosted going to do the same for Na'Vi as they type down to about 2 HP. He's got to pull back down, though. Na'Vi need these kills desperately. Type will stop down and try to heal up.
8th place, 28 points right now for T1, 26 for VP. Just a battle to survive, but it is going to be Boostic one side. Petrichor Road coming in full on gusto. Beanie sees an opportunity and he's trying to exploit it. He plays the opposite side, letting Na'Vi put in the work on one, but the silence is starting to settle in. Everybody is trying to get control over the top of the hillside and reset a bit as Heather hasn't gone down fast enough. Beanie spots out one, does manage to get it. Can he get the flush? Does manage to find it.
And Heather, he just sends the vehicle over. He finds Ming Ming, and that's going to do it for Petrichor Road. Virtus Pro, they are tied with Cerberus right now. If he can get one more point, one more kill, one more placement, Beamy could pull the impossible for the Polar Bears and pull them right into the final stage.
Virtus solo right now is Heather is trying to figure out if he has the time to go for anything. Na'Vi feels like maybe they've got control over more of the circle than they thought. Steps around the side. Beanie goes for it. The exchange between the two. I don't think it's enough. Is it? The way it all fell, I think that VP might have gotten it in the end. I'm not 100% certain. That is absolutely crazy. But Na'Vi takes the round, runs up on the third party. The timing for that, Kalaris, that was crazy at the end.
I don't think Na'Vi makes it, but Virtus Pro, Beamy, I cannot believe what we just witnessed. Martin, I think Beamy might have just saved Virtus Pro's bacon.
I'm not saying I've seen this man clutch live with my own eyes while coaching him, but he's doing it again. This guy is just crazy, man. Wow, what a way to do it. What a way to lock this down for VP. It did not seem like they're going to have a chance, but man, he swooped around and managed to steal a few knocks.
Mate, Poro, we were talking about, Na'Vi slow rolling it before at the start of the day, and I don't want it to be this slow roll constantly. Yeah, they get a win towards the end, but I don't think it's enough. I think they're like 1 or 2 points shy here, Poro.
But what the hell is it with you guys, the EMEA teams, and leaving it to the very last minute to come in here and clutch things out? Virtus Pro, I can't believe the work from Beamy there. Na'Vi, I'm not going to say I predicted Na'Vi to win the final game of the day, but I definitely predicted Na'Vi to win the final game of the day. It always seems like they got one. It's when everything is on the line, but at the end, I don't know if it was enough to get them into the top 8, but unbelievable.
I think we've got a very relaxed attitude about things. We're like, oh, I am tired, and then towards the end we're like, it's tough.
But it's always day one. It's always the opening matches too. It's like, I don't know what it is with EU, but like, start game 1 strong, man. Just do it, and then everything changes.
That would be nice. But what a way to end down this. I couldn't believe. I had no hope in them actually making a bit of a run from it from the compound on the south. I thought T1 was going to be able to do quite a lot for this game. And then Beamy just decides to go absolutely radio rental, saving Virtus Pro here towards the end as Petrichor Road, well, yeah, they know they've done enough. And there is the final moments here for Beamy to take these.
Just absolutely insane. And honestly, like, you see the match league, and we obviously talking about Na'Vi and Virtus Pro there, but T1 doing exactly what they need to do at the end of the day as well. They managed to hop up into the top 8 with that 9-kill performance, and it felt like they were in kind of control of that whole lobby from that high ground, but they didn't get as many kills as I thought that they would get with 9. Seems crazy to say.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. This is T1 doing all right. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboards. Here we have the confirmation. Na'Vi doesn't do enough. They end up in 11th place here with 26 points. Oh, what could have been if they'd just turned up the heat a little bit more, a little earlier. As for 4 a.m. and Cerberus not making it either after Avenger. What's going on?
That's crazy. 2 wins, not inside. Yeah, you gotta have more than mediocre days. And look at that, it's Beamy with the 5 kills. Big clutch from him. That's an MVP no matter what happens from me. Otherwise, it's robbery live on stream.
Yeah. You can throw all the calculations you want at us, but the fact that this man just saved them hard, that is some very important stuff from Beamy here. Because again, you don't really want to be going down to the survival stage, Matrim. That's still, even though you're falling down with the teams that currently didn't do well here, there's still killers down there already.
Oh God, this is going to be such a stacked lobby. Whenever we look at what's going to happen tomorrow, it's going to be bloodbath galore. And what's even crazier is I would say the squads that are more bloodthirsty in the earlier sections of the games are what we're going to be watching, so it's going to get nuts. And he was robbed! Martin, you saw it happen in front of your eyes. Heather just walked up and took away from him.
I can't believe it.
Any comments, Martin?
That's a straight up robbery.
Heather just walked up back behind Mimi and mugged him.
Yeah.
That is hilarious.
Call an ambulance.
That is kind of
not for me, for you.
All right, well, here are the teams going to be participating in the survival stage. As we mentioned, we already had 8 teams sat down here to try and defend things. And
full sense.
Yeah, they're down there. I think Tiantian's still not in, right? I think he probably comes in on PGS 6, so they're still kind of lacking that firepower. But there's the matches that are going to be played out tomorrow. Also, Falcons went on the hunt here, Matrim, in this last game, as 4 a.m. was rotating in past them, and they couldn't quite get enough points to get themselves into the top 8. So we get to see more Falcons tomorrow, at least.
Hey,
but let's hear from an interview.
Hi guys, it's Bella on the stage for a post-match interview. I'm joined by Himas and our lovely translator, Wan Yongwell. It seems like you guys had a pretty laid-back PGS4 just last week, and you came back today majorly. What was it that you decided to do differently, or was just today easier for you?
Mình đã có một màn trình diễn khá là không được tốt đẹp lắm ở BGS4, nhưng mà ở BGS lần này thì đã có một màn trình diễn rất là tuyệt vời. Vậy thì điều gì là điều khác biệt, hay chỉ là ngày hôm nay là một ngày dễ dàng hơn đối với AL?
Ngày hôm nay là game đầu tiên thì được vòng 3 ủng hộ, cho nên là game khá là dễ.
I think because in the first game the circle was on our side, so I think it's kind of easy for us.
Just a humble, lucky Hima. So, well, it seems like you guys have been steadily and constantly collecting the kill points throughout, like last week and today as well. And, Himas, you collect all the kills. You're a, familiar name on the leaderboard. But your teammates have played incredible today as well. If you could give a shout out to any of your teammates, who would it be today?
Cả tuần trước và cả tuần này nữa là em đã có số kill rất là nhiều và vẫn là một Himas rất là quen thuộc trên đấu trường, rất là chiến. Nhưng mà cả những đồng đội của em nữa cũng đã có một màn trình diễn rất là tuyệt vời. Vậy thì nếu như là muốn gửi một lời shout out, một lời tới một người đồng đội của em thì em sẽ chọn gửi lời tới người nào?
Em chọn cả 3 người luôn ạ. Vì có đồng đội cho nên là em cũng bắn được như thế.
I want to give a shout out to all 3 of my teammates because if I don't have them, I won't be able to achieve what I'm having right now.
Oh, that is very endearing thing to hear. Well, this PGS journey is definitely a marathon. You will need to work as a team, and every PGS points matters to, get your spot at EWC and PGC, right? And I know you say that everything is easy and all is well, but what has been the biggest challenge for you personally? You are human too, right?
PGS lần này là một cuộc chiến rất là đi đường dài và sẽ cả team phải cùng đi với nhau để có được những điểm quý giá để có thể đến được cả EWC và cả PGC nữa. Thì
What's the biggest challenge for you?
Thì trong quá trình đi đường dài đó, không biết là cái điều gì là điều khó khăn nhất đối với em?
Em nghĩ là chắc là nếu vòng bo không làm khó bọn em thì bọn em đã vô địch cả mấy giải rồi.
I think the biggest challenge to us is the circle. If it's not on our side, if it's on our side, that we could have achieved like bigger, like more championship, I think.
Oh, what's holding you back is the circle has not been working in your favor. All right, well, Jungmo? Jungmo Himas, congrats to finishing to day one, finishing first on day one here. And that was all for our interview with Himas. But before I let you all the viewers go, mark your calendars for June 23rd to June 28th for PUBG Nations Cup 2026, which is going to be held in Changchung Arena right here in Seoul. So join us then too. And again, thank you Himas and Wonyoung. And best of okay, best of luck to you. Bye.
All the PUBG Esports action coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea. I've marked it in my calendar, Bella. I'm going to be watching studiously as the Mecca of Esports hosts yet another PUBG event. It's going to be a good time. Looks like Mr. Martin here is excited to be flying on over to represent Denmark and get those kids a win, maybe. No.
That's how we go about it. But yeah, let's see how it goes. It's gonna be a rough one, obviously, but it's gonna be fun. PNC is always a good amount of content.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And this has been a good amount of content as well, Poro, of course. Some of these teams falling by the wayside. I wouldn't have called it towards the end here. I'm always happy to see more Falcons games, but I would also like to... Because America's, man, they're going to win a PGS. I'm telling you right now, Poro.
Look, Liquid is looking really good right now. That's all I'm saying. They looked really strong. Yeah, a little bit surprising here to see Falcons fall by the wayside, but, you know, it is what it is, and they'll turn around tomorrow. Play through what is looking like a very, very tough survival bracket. To be sure, but you know, I think it's one game to start off the day good will do anybody good, and maybe Falcons will find theirs in game number one.
Maybe. All right, well, I guess we'll go through final thoughts as we kind of wrap up our day number one here for PGS5. Let's start with good old Matrim.
I mean, it was neck and neck all the way into the end of it. Great series of games, but I'm looking forward to tomorrow, because I feel it's going to be a lot more chaotic. Remember how we started off being a little bit slow and everybody being methodical, try to find their points? Tomorrow is going to be squads that are like, I don't belong being here, so I'm just going to try to murder everybody in the world in front of me and punish every single squad because they're mad at this lobby. So definitely tune in.
Yeah, you'd hope so for some of the teams down there, especially some that have not been able to qualify through into the last finals as well, but still have the chops to be able to do it. Martin, your thoughts?
Tomorrow it's about feeding, and especially feeding on the cannon fodder teams that the other teams are about. I'm really looking forward to listening into some of the team comps, because it's going to be like, this is so-and-so over here. I'm not going to name names, because it's easy points. Let's just pull up. It's going to be stuff like that going on. That's always good content.
Yeah, my question is, who will be the prey mantis of PUBG Esports? Who will be able to sever the heads and, you know, place them up on the wall for their trophies tomorrow? Because some of these teams, they're not going to be able to make it to the finals here, Poro, and then they're going to have to wait for PGS 6, and that is tough as well.
Yeah, you don't want to have to sit there and watch the finals pass you by, and I'm curious to see what Martin thinks those cannon fodder teams are for sure, because this, as I said, the lobby's looking stacked. The lobby's looking stacked, though, and any of those teams really could kind of turn things around. But I gotta say, shout out to Anyone's Legend. Hopefully they found the recipe here today, because they're going to go into that final stage with a 10-point advantage, and you got to make do with that. You got to do something.
Yeah, I was about to say, Anyone's Legend, surely there's a PGS destined for them. If I keep doing this and saying it about all the teams, eventually I'm going to be right in one way or another.
Playing your cards. I like it.
Yeah, it's a smart strategy. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me here for day number one of PGS 5. That does it for the winner's stage. We know our 8 teams moving through into that final. Tomorrow we are back, same time, same place. It's going to be the survival stage, where 8 more teams will join them here for PGS 5. We'll see you then.
What I said.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got this till I'm trying to get your face? Got us something dope, hurt you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't wanna play with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. I don't bargain, I'm bargain. I beg your pardon, caution. I'm nauseous, I'm all in this, I'm not holding for options. Run up, I'm breaking necks, make 'em get the double take. When I straight, no debate. Pressure, ain't got no time to negotiate. Never chase, I set the pace. I'm a 5-star click from the cradle to the grave. You wanna see me in the shining flash? You got to sell a pretty, pretty face. Don't hurt your mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile and got a pretty face. Partake with a face. Repeat again.
열심히 뛰어봐 나는 놈이 구며봤지 앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해 다 쓰러져 도미노 원인 I'm fair game yes I'm 신사 기상 긴장 shoot it up 비상 산책하듯이 우리 티탐이 판에 쏘보는 내가 할 말은 피사
Locked and loaded like my gun, you toted. Take me to the battle, not team, you know it. Everywhere I go is drama. All the boys I get the trauma. Diamonds can stir up the pot. Pretty face don't let it fool ya. They say I'm keep making me really want. And I gotta pave the way they'll never walk. Got a missile and got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. So tired of hates and comments. Why you got no sense, that's common. Talk the beef, get cooked like ramen. I just make gala and I dress up with diamonds. I know what I know, I don't bargain. You can price me, look at all my garments. 나는 놈 위에 있는 놈이 난데 채널 고정해 5번으로 내 향이 남네. 난 got a missile ain't got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake.
You heard what I said.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got to sell a pretty, pretty face? Got us something dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. I don't partake. I don't bargain, sat him down and raise a bargain. I beg your pardon, caution. No flame, I make him nauseous. I'm all in this, my homie, never auction. Run up, I'm breaking necks, make him get the double take. When I dictate, so straight, no debate. The pressure elevate, ain't got no time to negotiate. Never chase, I set the pace. I'm a 5-star click from the cradle to the grave. You wanna see me in the shining flash? You got to sell a pretty, pretty face. Gotta sell dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again.
열심히 뛰어봐 나는 놈이 구며봤지 앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해 다 쓰러져 도미노 원인 I'm fair game yes I'm a 신사 기상 pack it up